7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
For those who
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised.
Okay, we are officially recording now.
Okay, awesome. So this is the inauguration of the coffee mug.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I've been rehearsing regarding how we're going to intro this. So I'm kind of like, shit.
You like my intro. I'm on the phone here. Like I just did the intro.
Well,
okay,
let's just say officially, welcome to episode 1 of the coffee mug. There you go. It's already done. So yeah,
he stole your thunder.
I know.
Hey, you guys wanted to know how we're gonna introduce this, so it just came
There you go.
up.
This is the best way to introduce it. Well,
Great.
welcome to episode 1.
Welcome to episode 1, and yes.
Yeah, so little description of episode of the show itself. Well, the show is just a bunch of the best way to describe it is the show is if you go to a coffee shop and you see a bunch of old men talking at the back, that's what we are.
Hey, you're old, not me.
Yeah, it's like when you go to a coffee shop, it's usually like a bunch of people at the back just yapping nonstop. It might as well be one of those, right? So my name is Leonard. I am one of the hosts. So this morning I'm drinking Dark Silk by Folgers on a CHFI mug. Not a sponsor. So today I'm joined by two of my best friends here. So we'll start with Marc. Marc, tell us about who you are and what you're drinking.
Who am I? So, well, as you said, my name is Marc, but a lot of people know me as Big Mac because I love Big Macs and I always get that #1 combo. So this morning, in commemorative to Star Wars, it's May the 4th. I got my Star Wars mug here, and in here is actually apple juice. As I don't really drink coffee, but I do make some concoctions every morning, so we'll figure out what will next week be.
And next is Derek. Derek, tell me more about yourself and what you're drinking, and hopefully you're drinking something.
I don't have any cool nicknames like Marc does, but my name's Derek, and I'm drinking some nice Tim Hortons coffee here, which is wonderful. Made it brewed at home. Sometimes it's better to go to the store and get it, but we're doing this pretty early in the morning, and I was kind of lazy, so.
So McDonald's or Tim Hortons, if you guys want to sponsor us, feel free to let us know, and we're willing to eat and drink your products.
I will take free coffee.
Chocolate ice frap. I'll take the free ice frap, caramel chocolate.
Because we are recording this on Sunday morning, so this is perfect for free breakfast.
I thought we'd just go for the coffee. Now it's breakfast as well. Okay.
We gotta step it up. We gotta ask for more, and so they can give us little.
Right. Yeah. Because
always ask high, and then you work your way down to what you really want.
Exactly. Well, we have a couple of topics to go through, so we'll start with something really hardcore, and it's a little. Well, you probably hear this a lot. Hear this news for the past few weeks now. It's about Facebook privacy. As you know, Cambridge Analytica has been collecting data through surveys and tests that you guys are seeing in Facebook. After all that has happening, Facebook got in trouble, and they ending up telling them to smarten up or else we'll regulate them, U.S. Congress. So what they ended up doing is the EU ending up changing their laws regarding privacy. So now when you say, hey, I want to delete my Facebook account, they have to delete everything. Before, they'll just keep all the backups and they'll just use your data anytime they want, but now they can't. So that's a good step forward for privacy. But the question I have for you guys is, does this change your perspective regarding privacy in Facebook? Does this change the way you post stuff to Facebook, or are you guys actually thinking about deleting your Facebook account or even just minimizing it?
Well, for me, I would say I'm active on Facebook for certain reasons. I mean, I like it because I still keep in contact with my family across the world. In regards to privacy and what's going on, I mean, I read what happened. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but in a sense, it doesn't change it's not gonna change the way I use it. Like, I mean, anywhere you go now, like I can go to Google and I'll be surfing the web, and next thing you know, I'm getting pop-ups from Amazon and everything like that from stuff that I've searched before. So anything that I do, it's all open to it's all open right now, right? So does it make a change? Nah, it doesn't.
Derek? How about you, Derek?
Well, I use Facebook. I probably don't use it as much as Mark does. I use it mostly to keep in touch with classmates that I haven't seen in a long time from school, family and friends to that effect. But I don't look at Facebook as an all or nothing medium as some people do, to be able to use to put what I have for lunch on there, or what the dog did last week outside that was funny. Yeah, you could post funny videos you find and things to that effect. But I think when we're talking about Facebook, it's you, and you're choosing to put certain information on Facebook, what you want to put out in the world. And for me, I don't want everybody in the world to know what my dog did last week that was pretty funny. Perhaps I want the network that I have to be able to see that. And I'm sure Mark uses it for a number of different reasons, for business and so forth. But in Mark Zuckerberg, see, I even messed that up. The
Zuggy. We'll just call him Zuggy.
Zuggy. In his testimony at Congress, I actually really, as much as this sounds funny, people expected him to deal with a lot of hard questions, and his point was quite clear to say that you have the control of the information that you put on Facebook, and that's very true. I don't disagree with him on that point. I think that his point to the most congressmen, they were saying, are you going to protect our privacy? And his main point was, you have to protect your own privacy. You have the choice to put it on there. Now, that's not to say that their business model doesn't harm people, because he's going to take everything that Mark puts on there and they're going to make a profile about him, and they're going to sell that information to another company, and they're going to use that to use marketing to go after Mark and so forth, depending on what he wants. And I think that for somebody like Mark, he doesn't mind that. And for me, I don't really mind if somebody knows that I want to have some popcorn from the movies or something to that effect. But I don't think I need them to know what my dog did last week. You get my point?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, like the argument came up. Well, do you want Facebook for free, or do you want to start paying for Facebook?
Well, one of the questions that one of the senators actually asked him is like, if you guys are, he blatantly asked them, hey, how do you guys make money? Through advertising. Perfect. So how do you guys do your advertising? We collect data. So the question is like, how do the user give permission to collect that data? Of course they did. That's why they said, do you agree with the agreement in the Facebook? Yeah, perfect. But do they have a right to sell that information? If they do sell that information and use it to impact, let's say, the election in the US, right? Is that the right way to do it, or is it just Facebook try to make a money because they have a shareholders that they have to report to, right? So, in my opinion, if someone asks me after all this is happening, if I still use Facebook, it's like before even I say, yeah, it did affect how I use Facebook. Am I gonna cancel my Facebook account? No, because from both of you guys, I use my Facebook to communicate with friends and family around the world, right? And that's the only way I can remember people's birthdays. So I use the Facebook as a tool, but would I start removing stuff from Facebook because of privacy? Yes. Right. There's actually a new feature now to download your history in Facebook. I'm thinking about doing that now, and even just erasing every single history of my account, because you have that option now. And it will definitely make my account a lot more bare bones, and it will affect how they advertise around me. But I don't really care how they advertise. If they decide to put advertising on Facebook to pay their services, fine, I have no problems with that. If they want me to pay for it to get ad free, I'm not gonna pay for it. It's like saying, if someone asks me, "Do you have cable TV?" It's like, no, I don't. And it's like, why not? Because I don't believe in paying for cable TV plus showing ads in the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I'm already paying for that. Why do they have to show me ads? So I'd rather watch it streaming and pay for Netflix, for example, right?
Well, again, I mean, regarding, let's get back to what happened with Facebook. First of all, Facebook, the whole scandal was Cambridge Analytical lifted this information without anyone's permission.
Yeah, well, granted,
So it's not like Zucky and Facebook decide, okay, we're gonna sell you this information, give this. No, Cambridge Analytical basically went in and used an app to grab everybody's to create a psychological profile of all these people, to properly to properly give them apps to information about the election. Now, in regards to everything else, yeah, I mean, we signed, like, we agreed to the terms of service agreement that, some of our information is going to be kept private. However, in your settings, I mean, there's so many different apps that you can select that connect to Facebook. Like, just for example, like, I have these games that I play on my phone, and they ask me, how do you want to log in? Do you want to log in with your Google account, your Facebook account? And I've logged in with my Facebook, so now it's connected to my Facebook, and whatever information that I do with my games will come up onto my feed, because that's how I set it up. And it's just like what Derek said. It's like the way I've set up my Facebook, I set it up for my way. Now, do I like seeing ads that don't pertain to me? No, I don't. But that's why I make sure that I fine-tune my settings to the apps that I want. Like, if you see my feed, I get a lot of feeds for games like Overwatch, PUBG. Why? Because I'm a gamer. And
well, here's the question I have for both of you guys, though. So do you, when, for example, if someone asks you, hey, do you want to log in, or you started a brand new account, let's say in Twitter, and it's not Twitter, but if you ending up saying logging into like a service provider, let's say, if they ask you, do you want to log in your Gmail or Google account or Facebook, or use your email, what do you guys normally choose? Because I choose email. I don't use any of that because of, again, for privacy issues.
I have used it for a couple things for Facebook, but generally speaking, when you get the option to link it in the Facebook, I don't link it in. And exactly for that other question about privacy, these companies will source the data and they'll target you. And for people that put everything on Facebook, they're obviously able to have a much larger, clearer idea of who you are as a person and what ads can be targeted against you. But for myself, as you do, I only do email. I think that giving that control back, because your email is still secure. Facebook is secure, but everybody's seeing what you're posting on there. So every time that Mark has a new game that goes up, they're going to know that these are the kind of games he's into, and then Facebook is going to offer him an ad that, with RPGs or something, whatever that is in that genre. But when I go on, and I have a couple of online games too and so forth, but they don't know what those are. And I prefer it that way. I prefer not having Facebook know which particular games I'm into. And it's an example. It's just games, yes, but the same thing can come true for political affiliation, right? If you're a liberal, if you're a Democrat, whatever that might be, I don't necessarily need the Facebook to know that, because then what's going to happen is those targeted ads on Facebook are going to go towards that political party.
Yeah, no, I agree. And we're not going into the political side here. We are in Canada, so we do have a three-party system here. So it's I agree. If you ending up saying yes, I am a supporter of a party, and you did post that on Facebook, everyone's gonna know that, and they're gonna start targeting that. It's literally taking what you post, collecting the data, send it out, and selling it. And we just officially lost Derek. So
lost him. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah. So Mark, what do you think? Well, I'm trying to get in touch with him. What do you think about them collecting your data and I just lost Mark and I got Derek.
Yeah, no, everything froze there for a second.
Yeah, I just lost Mark. Oh, there's Mark back. I was about to give you guys a call.
I think there's a buffering problem.
Okay.
Yeah, because you just stopped mid-sentence. It was funny.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right, sorry, you guys both got cut off here.
Oh, okay, that's kind of weird.
Okay, well,
you love Google. Thanks, Google.
Well, no, let's go back to what Derek was saying. Okay, so you asked the question, it's like, what do I do? Well, depending upon what it is, like I said, I'm a gamer. Most of my games that I get, yes, I like using my Facebook account. I link it to my Facebook account for one. is that if I change devices or I go to, say, if I'm on my tablet or if I'm on my phone, my saved games are on both areas because it's on my same Google account. Oh, sorry, my Facebook account or my Google account. When it comes to other things, I usually go with my email, just because, yeah, I do want certain more privacy, and I actually have two different emails to use. One for where I know I'm going to get all the spam from, and then my main email where I get all my personal stuff and all my business related stuff onto it. And again, the way I use Facebook, yes, I'm one of those guys that, who, as you know, Leonard, I'm sort of a foodie. So every time I go to a restaurant or a new place that I've tried out, I like posting things that, I'm trying out for the first time. And then I also I do a lot of fishing. So yeah, I also use my Facebook, my Instagram, even my Twitter account to help with my fishing, because I do tournaments. I try to help out my friends who have sponsors. I try to help them out, to get them the exposure. So yeah, my use of social media is quite different from other people's and from yours. So I already know, and I've already accepted the fact that, if I post something out there, it's going to be used to
Oh, we just lost Mark.
I was about to ask him a question. I was like right there.
Let's see if he comes back. Well, okay. Well, while we're waiting for Mark to come back, what in your side, Derek? What do you think about like, for example, because you said you don't post as much. If you do, it's pretty limited. Are you afraid that that company like? Oh, he's back. So hold on, Mark. Before you finish that thought, let me just finish asking Derek a question here. The question I have is like, would it if you're posting stuff in Facebook, are you afraid that Facebook will collect it and just sell it, and next thing you know, you'll start getting your information or your photos or anything like that gets posted to, let's say, hey, Derek is actually Derek is your friend. He's eating he went to Chipotle or he went to Taco Bell, he ate this, would you want to like this the same thing? Next thing you know, your friends get tagged.
Well, let me bring up another point that you're making here, and the other additional point. How many people do you have in your Facebook, Leonard?
I cut it down to 200, and yes, it's 200 people I do talk to.
See, here's the thing. I only have like maybe 40 or 50 people on my Facebook, and those people are people that I don't necessarily get a chance to talk to in person. Like, my close friends are on my Facebook, of course, but I don't prefer to go on Facebook and message them and ask them how they're doing. These are people that live far away, and I think those people that just add you on Facebook just to add you, and they have like 1,000 people or whatever that is, you don't have the ability to talk to all those people. And so you may have met this person in passing 5 years ago, and they're on your Facebook, and you're putting out all this personal information out there. And I'm sure Mark's not worried about people knowing what fish he caught and so forth, but that person, depending on who they are, knows more about you than, or as much about you as your personal friend because of the stuff. And I'm talking about a very heavy user of Facebook, right?
Well, yeah. Here's what happened. What do you guys actually? Here's the question: is like, if you have a photo, if someone take a photo of you, and they tag you, okay, if your setting is defaulted in Facebook, as far as I know, if it's been defaulted, this means everyone can see your photos. Been like, for example, Derek, you take a photo of me, you tagged me. If my settings default, this means everyone can see that Derek tagged me. Okay,
I think you're right. Yeah,
like, to be honest with you, that freaked me out the first time, because I got people tagging me and liking the photo that I haven't even met this person before. Like, for example, you tagged me in a photo, I got like 60 degrees of separations like all over the place. It's like, oh, like this photo, like this. Who the hell is this people? And it's driving me crazy is that I shut that off for that reason alone, because that was like, God, 5-6 years ago, 8 years ago, that's when I noticed it. And that's when I'm like, okay, this is beyond private. This is issue. You're literally invading my privacy now, because like that's why I heavily changed my settings to like private everything, right?
Well,
And
that's the thing, and that's what a lot of people don't do. They don't change their settings. They feel that, okay, well, once I put it on Facebook, it's only on me. Nobody's going to like, I'm going to be safe. Well, and that's the whole misconception about everything. That's like you post something online, and even if you take it down within a couple of minutes, well, guess what? It's already out there. Somebody has a copy of it. You can only Your privacy setting is based upon what your personal issue, what you want it personally. And I understand about what you're saying about being tagged, because I'll get tagged on photos where I don't even know the person, but because I'm at an event and the person I'm with knows me, so they tagged me. So then it gets, again, it's all about spreading your awareness across social media, making a name for yourself. And like I said, for branding issues, that's the one thing that you want.
yeah, I agree.
And again, it's all about how you use Facebook. You guys talk about how many friends you guys have. I just checked mine. I used to have 1,000. Now I'm down to 528. Right?
Yeah.
But
well, for out of the 528, let's how many people do you actually talk to, or not talk to us in the sense that you know this person, I don't want to say intimately, but you know this person well enough that you're comfortable inviting them to your daughter's birthday, for example. You know what I mean? It's like for me, that 200 people on my Facebook does not mean that I know them intimately, right? So
I mean, that's true. 528. I have 528 friends. From those 528 friends, I could say like 50 of those are my closest, close family and friends and all of that stuff. That were, if I was gonna have a party for my kids or a big jam, yeah, I'll be inviting them. But then again, this is social media, and like I said, for branding issues, those other 400 plus people that I have are people that I need to see that these guys are wearing a company's product, right? For example,
So are you using them to disseminate information then? Is that sort of, you're using their network of people to disseminate whatever information you want to put out there?
I mean, it's like YouTube. For example, somebody posts the video. Now, the more people that sees that video, the more income they'll generate. Right? So the more people that you can connect with, even though they're not your personal friends, but you could put out a product out there, the more income you're gonna make, right? And that's the whole thing about what a lot of manufacturers, a lot of companies are doing right now. It's like, okay, well, we have the social media boom. Well, I have this coffee now. McDonald's is launching out a new coffee. Guess what? Everybody who's liked their page, they'll send out an information blast to it, and then people will start sharing and then sharing. It's like word of mouth. It's
so
like,
why don't you use a business Facebook account then, I guess, rather than your personal, is my question.
well, the thing is, are you asking me personally why don't I use a
Yeah, I'm
business?
curious because you referred to the 450 people as those people you're using, we're using is the wrong word, but just disseminate that information out, right?
well,
as branding.
Derek, I'm sorry, you're right. You're using those people that you know to spread the word of a product or a service that you're using. That's what Facebook is. You're sharing information. So I agree with your wording there, saying that you're using your friends to spread words. And to be honest with you, that is the best way to describe it.
Well, okay, let's take technology out of this. Let's take Facebook out of this. Let's go old school. You go to a barber shop, right? Barber there is great, and he gives you a great haircut. He's very, personable. He took his time. He got what he want, and then next you know, he goes, okay, Mark, if you know anybody who needs a haircut, can you let them know? Well, then I'll go and tell you, Derek. I'll tell any of my other friends, okay, you guys need a haircut. Go to this guy. He's close by. He has great rates and whatnot. They'll go. They get the same experience with me. Then they'll go tell their other friends. So even before social media came out, we already were using the word of mouth tactic to get business across to other people, right? again, lawyers have done it, doctors have done it, real estate agents have done it. It's like, you like my service? Oh, if you know somebody who wants to buy a house, give them my card, right? And that's how it has always been. So social media just takes it to another level because you can reach more people in one go than it was before, right? I could put one post up, I've just reached 528 people.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's a question for you, though. Do you post something that you haven't used that service before?
I'm sorry?
Have you posted something that you haven't used that service before? For example, you saw something in the street, hey, this looks good, you're just going to post it.
No.
Next scene. No? Derek? Have you done that?
No, I haven't. I generally, when I have something that I'm very interested in, I may refer to it on Facebook. Let's give you an example. Those cat videos, those dog videos, those cute things. When it really tickles me, I'll share it to my friends. But I'm one of these people that will share everything that comes across my feed because I think that's overwhelming people, and that's not who I am. I don't want to overwhelm them. They'll be like, "Oh, Derek shared another cat video. It's crazy," But if it really tickled me, I think it'll make them laugh because, again, these 40 or 50 people that I know them well, and so I'll know whether or not they'd be interested in that content, right?
So you guys never shared something you guys never used before, or even recommend? Like, you just saw, like, oh, this looks pretty good, so you just shared it.
But that's the dissemination of the whole business piece as well, right? For a business, that makes a lot of sense. But for your own personal friends, where is that tipping point where you're overwhelming them with information or becoming, I would even say, to the point of a nuisance? Because I've heard of people on Facebook that other people feel that way. I have a few people on my Facebook that are very into Facebook, and the majority of my feed is with them putting every little thing on there, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I have the same standpoint as Derek. I don't want to be overbearing to all my friends. Like, I'm sorry to say, like, I have some individuals on my Facebook that, every day they have to force or to keep reiterating their political views, and that's their right. All right, and I'm friends with them on Facebook, and every day they have something to say. So, and that's them personally. I'm not like that. I will post something that if I've used something, or if I've know about something that I've actually used in the past, or I've actually know information of. Yeah, I'll post it and I'll share it. Again, you guys. Leonard, you're on my Facebook, and you notice that there are times where I'll post something up on a site that I'm part of, like G Tribe, Gaming Tribe, the Gamers Tribe, or I'll post something up on a game because I've played that game, or if I use the product, like a lot of the stuff I use for my computers. I'll share and post it because I have personal experiences with it. But other than that, if I'm walking down the street and I see, hey, look at this camera, well, I'm not going to post something that I don't know about the camera. Mm-hmm. Just because, again, somebody will start asking me questions and I'll be like, and I don't want that, right? So.
Okay. So, oh man, I just totally lost train of thought. I got a question to ask you guys. I just don't remember what it is.
I still don't remember the question I was going to ask Mark before he dropped off.
Oh, sorry. I think I was ranting for about a good 5 minutes and didn't realize that I was disconnected from this call.
Oh, so in other words, so the question so all this privacy issue, you guys will not change the way you guys are thinking how to post your information, like even your likes and dislikes. So, I remember my question now. Would you guys ever after all this is said and done, do you guys actually consider not doing surveys anymore? Especially because I know YouTube does ask for surveys when you watch videos. Facebook does it all the time. Would you, or even Twitter does it too now. So, but the Twitter's Q&A or even their surveys is based on the users. I can post a survey in Twitter pretty easily, and the information goes to me, and also to the world. Would you guys reconsider? Would you guys actually do the survey, or you guys don't, or you guys do it because it's fun, or are you guys worried that when you do a survey, it's linked to you and you're actually showing your preference? Like, for example, political political affiliation, because as soon as they say what are you, liberal, NDP, or PC, as soon as you press something, they know exactly what your political affiliation now. Now, are you worried that's going to affect you in the long run, especially trying to look for a new job or getting a loan, because they can actually get that information now?
You know what? When it comes down to surveys, because I was in customer service for 5 years, and a lot of what surveys do it's used to try to improve your business model, your websites, your actual overall service. In regards to being asked political affiliation, guess what? They're not actually allowed to ask you that. So they can ask you as an optional, but it's not a mandatory question that you have to answer. And it should always has an option there for other or not applicable, whatnot. Now, in regards to doing surveys, depending upon what the survey is, I've done surveys before because I needed to, how do I say it? Air my grievances with the company. So I've done surveys, and I've done it. Certain surveys I just don't do, and if there's a survey and if I can get a discount on something, I usually do it.
Well, those surveys are actually beneficial for you because of the company directly, but we're talking about using social media, asking a survey, and that survey, that it's going to go to an analytical company and process it, and they can actually sell that information out.
Well, no, they can't sell that information. I mean, you have to read. You have to read.
Here's an example, though.
You have to read the fine print. Like, I mean, here's.
Do you ever read the fine print?
Yeah, like, do you ever remember the fine print is like 20 pages long? Will you actually read it, or you'll just you scroll down all the way to the bottom? It's like, yes, I agree. Right, so you're agreeing to something you never read before, and next year you're surprised.
Again,
right?
And that's why everybody gets surprised. Well, I never agreed to this. Well, you read the fine print.
Yeah.
I have a tendency of reading fine prints.
You are a minority, my friend. You are so in the minority.
Well, if you know me, if Leonard has known me since high school, and I'm very literal and very direct as to what I want to sign, and I don't. Old school, never sign a contract that you haven't read.
Yeah. Well, again, we grew up in a world that paper was still a norm for us to read that contract. But we're looking at let's just say we're looking at millennials now, or even just generation below us.
Generation X?
Yes. Well, I'm Generation X. I don't know about you guys.
You were the old man.
But the generation below us, they have a tendency just to skip all that fine print, and they'll just be surprised, right? So we're looking at the 99.9% of the people out there that will skim it and be surprised at the end, right? I understand. I totally understand it's their fault not reading it. Right, but with a company like Facebook or Twitter or just anybody, all the companies out there, do they have would they be a better company? Sorry, I need more coffee, or I have too much coffee now. Would it be better for them to actually say it out loud? What's the a synopsis of their fine print out before? So give you an option to, hey, this is what you're agreeing on, and here's the full version of it.
Okay, some companies do that. A lot of companies don't.
Yeah.
Now, in regards to at the end of anything that you're signing up for, there's a box that you check. Do you agree to these terms and conditions? Well, and everybody sees that it's there. Now, the company has already did their due diligence to show that they have terms and conditions, and you should read it. Any contest is the exact same way. If somebody decides to say click I agree and then click on OK and not read it, well, the companies themselves can't be asked for anything more. Why? Because they've already done what they did. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people have been sensitized to terms and conditions. Like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna click on yes, 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 and then go and click on OK, just because they're lazy and they don't want to take the time to read it. I mean, if you actually read, I have on my screen right now Facebook's advertising measurement and analytics services, non-personally identifiable information only.
Yeah,
At the
remember
bottom
they
of it,
changed that. They just changed that a week ago.
they may have just changed it, but again, has anyone read it? No. So I've actually read it, and down here they do share their information with their vendors, service providers, and other partners that help keep their system up. They're not selling it, but they are sharing it.
They're sharing it, but again, though, the third-party vendors is the people that that they're partnering up or they're paying Facebook.
Yeah, but then again, there's also advertisers agreed to abide by our there's advertiser guidelines. And then here, please review your advertising preferences to understand why you're seeing a particular ad on Facebook. You can adjust your ad preferences if you want to control and manage your ad experience on Facebook. So it's specifically there. It was easy to find. And again, if I go to my settings, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this.
Due for privacy reasons, we don't want to look at it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, underneath settings in your app, in your apps and websites, there's a list of active apps and websites that uses your Facebook and has access to your profile. And when you add like some of these games, they'll say, okay, well, we won't post anything on your profile, not unless you tell us to, right? But because you have these advertisings or you've done certain searches on Facebook, guess what? On my main page, like I said, I get a lot of gaming advertising for Overwatch, for PUBG, GeForce Now. Like, it's all about what I've been searching, and it's explicitly said there already that, you know what? You have to change your preferences to determine what ads you see on your Facebook.
Well, I first want to give you props for reading the terms and conditions. I don't know about you, Leonard, but you know, I would say the argument is for really important things that I do read the terms and conditions. Things like Facebook, things like Google. Although with Google and Facebook and these platforms, you use them so much. Whenever they change the terms and conditions, your next point is you're invested in the platform. So are you really going to say no at that point after you've gone through and reread it, unless they've changed something significantly? The second thing is that going back to your original point, I think we got off topic a little bit about surveys, is I don't do surveys, generally speaking. I don't. And there are a couple reasons for that. Number one, I know that they're data mining. All surveys are data mining in some purpose. I don't generally find that any survey or any, I'll say, test that you're going to take, you want to have some benefit to you for doing that. The piece about, you know, what's a good example? 10 things that you may like from the last movie you saw, or something to that effect, doing an assessment. I don't need to know that because I already know my personal feelings on it. I don't need to have somebody assess that from me. All they're looking for is data mining that. And I think that when we're looking at surveys, and Mark, coming back to yourself, is the question really comes down to personal accountability and what you're willing to accept and not accept. You're not willing to accept that they're able perhaps to sell your data or so forth, which is why you're so due diligent in reading the terms and conditions. And also going back to your point is that the newer generations, they just click and they don't even give consideration to their privacy. And then when something like this with Facebook comes up, everybody stands up and goes, oh, should I have thought of that before? I think that when we're looking at that, we got to also consider personal accountability. Even though I don't read all the terms and conditions all the time, I'm accepting for that game I just downloaded or whatever that is. I'm not as worried about that game taking all my personal privacy. Maybe they'll send an ID or something like that to a company, and you know, you accept that, especially on your phone. Those games that you load on your phone, people don't realize that oftentimes it'll ask to have access to your phone call log or your ID, your phone ID. And I'm like, I'll go through and I'll be like, why do you need my phone ID if I'm just gonna, you know, go on a game and kill a few ducks in a game, right? Yeah. I take a very dim look on that.
Well, and that's what I see. Like, I mean, I'll download a game and it'll ask me, oh, we'll need access to what? And it's like, okay, we need access to your contacts, your photos, to whatever. I'm like, Then I go in and I actually check them off. And if it allows me to install the game with those things checked off, great. It stays on my phone. But if it doesn't, well, I'm not gonna. Boom! The game's gone.
Okay, here with that point though, because if you actually look at my phone itself,
yeah, your phone's an. You know what?
yeah, we're not gonna go there right now because this is gonna be the longest conversation we're ever gonna have. For me, because okay, fine, let me just say it. I'm an Apple user. Screw you all. But I use Instagram for my photos because I'm a photographer.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually look at my Instagram, the photo app does not have the right to access my contact information and my photos and my camera. Okay. If you look at my Facebook, it does not have a right to access my contact information and my photos.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Two reasons why I did that. Even my Instagram, even Facebook doesn't have even access to my microphone. I shut them all down, right? Because if I'm going to take a photo, I'd rather use a photo app that I know that I trust, then I upload it, right? Same thing for videos, same thing for any audio files that I'm not sending out. I'm doing it that way, right? The question I have for both of you guys: do you guys actually have those settings on? If you take a photo on your Instagram, do you guys use your photo app built into your phone, or do you guys use the Instagram photo app to take that photo? Because as soon as you do that, you're literally giving that app permission to get into your personal information on your phone. Do you guys have issues with that?
What I do first, I take the picture, then I go to my gallery, then I share it. I don't do anything through Instagram itself, nor do I take a picture on Facebook and set it up that way. Yeah. I always take the picture first, then I use the apps.
I do the same thing that Mark does. Yeah, I do the same thing.
Okay, do you guys doing that one because of privacy issues or because the app is shit?
No, I think it gives us greater control over
it gives me greater control because I get to choose. Well, it's easier for me to try and find a picture that I want to upload.
Yeah, way. Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I mean, that's the main reason. It's like ease of use. I know where my picture is. I know exactly where to look for it. I get it. Hit share. I know it's a few extra steps, but for me, it's something that it doesn't bother me taking the extra 10 seconds to go into my gallery to choose the picture that I want.
Yeah.
Right.
How about your contacts? Do you give permission to those apps to get? Or in other words, any apps that you guys have in your phone, do you guys give permission to access your contact address book?
Depending upon what it is, like WhatsApp, of course, you need to allow you to have access to your contacts, or so that you can use WhatsApp as a communication and video chatting and messaging each other. Instagram does not have access to my contacts. It only has access to my contacts of whoever I already added to Instagram.
Derek?
I agree with Mark. I have it for WhatsApp, and that's pretty much it. I'm not a huge app user, but I think the other part is when you download a game, just say like a Boom Beach or something like that, and it's asking you for your phone contacts, the first question you have to ask yourself is, why is this app doing it? WhatsApp makes sense. They need to have access to be able to make a call if, you're trying to call that person, or have access to the email, but there's no reason for a gaming app to have access to your contacts in your phone.
Definitely. That's what I said. Like, if it's asking access to my contacts, it's like, oh, done. You're not even going on my phone.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because so you guys said what you use, WhatsApp has access to your contacts. Mine's the opposite. WhatsApp doesn't have access to my contact list. I actually enter the phone number by hand.
Wow.
It's modern technology. Let's just use it, okay?
Okay. Here's the thing. How many people do you have in your contacts?
Oh God, because I have suppliers and all that stuff, a lot.
Okay.
But here's the thing though, because my contact information does not reside, it resides in the iCloud, not through my Google, but my calendar stays with Google. So everything's like, because I need backups for everything. I don't want to put everything in one platform. Mm-hmm. So mine's like all over the place, but it works from my end. It just consolidates straight to my computer, or to my phone.
Well,
So-
and I mean, everything is also consolidated in one end for me as well. Like, I mean, everything, all my contacts are backed up onto Google. Google Calendar. Unfortunately, it's not on my phone. I leave it on, but I have access to it if I need it. Like, again, email and everything like that is also accessible both on my PC, tablet, or not.
Yeah.
WhatsApp for me, it's just because the people that I use WhatsApp with and my personal contacts, it was just a lot easier just to have WhatsApp have access to my contacts. Why? Because it could also vet out all the people that don't have WhatsApp. Right.
Plus, the encryption on WhatsApp is a little different than other messaging apps. They do have encryption.
Oh yeah, well, according to Zuggy, that he's making sure that WhatsApp is a separate entity. But I'm not sure if you guys found out the founder and the founder of WhatsApp actually just quit, saying to Facebook, "Screw you guys, I'm out of here," because there's a good chance that they might change the encryption portion of it. Because before, people are going to WhatsApp because it's super encrypt, and they refuse to give the encryption out to anybody to have access to the people's messages and information. When Facebook bought WhatsApp, they said they're going to keep everything as is. But now everyone, all the tech journalists are speculating because this guy left. I can remember his name. There's a good chance that will change, right? That's why China can't use WhatsApp. No one's allowed to use it because of encryption. They refuse to give it to people, right?
Well, China again it's a completely different story regarding social media.
That's another topic for another day, guys.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because your encryption works and your privacy works if China said no to it.
I mean, China itself, like I said, like Derek said, China's just is a whole topic on itself on social media, and it's more of a political thing. And honestly, it's something that we could sit down and talk about it for hours. And it's something that I really don't. It's
Okay, if that's the case, before we move on, final thoughts on this Facebook privacy thing. Would it change your perspective how to use it, or are you guys gonna do a change because of the private issues?
You know what? For me, it won't change just because I myself have already set up all my privacy settings to what I need it to be, and I just keep it. I look at it every few months. I take a look at it to see if it's still working or not. So I'm gonna use Facebook the same way. Again, because of my own personal interest and what I need it for. But for the next person, it could be different. So,
how about you, Derek? Is this would change the way you would use Facebook or your settings or anything like that?
It won't change the way I use Facebook. I mean, when Facebook first came out, I saw for what it was, and their market, their ability to make money is on advertising. And so you are the resource, you are their moneymaker with Facebook. And so I use it as a platform mostly to keep in touch with friends that I don't get to talk to. And I don't object to anyone who uses it for their business and all that piece. But I come back to the point that Mark Zuckerberg was making, or Zucky was making in his testimony, was that, you have the control over it. It's personal accountability. And as much as we're mad at Facebook for allowing the data to go over, it is personal accountability. And I think that that's the message that really should have, more than anything else, come out of that Congress interview of it with him, right? But I'm gonna probably use it the same way I always have, and I don't think it'll really change.
Okay, I'm going to be the opposite. I'm going to, because I have two Facebook accounts. One's for my photo company, photo business, and the other one's for personal. So I'm going to do a little experiment. I'm going to download my information and clear my history and see what happens. If this is gonna change my the way they advertise to me and how they're gonna push advertising to me. I just want to know how it's gonna look like, because people are already doing it. They said that it literally changes the way Facebook gives you information. So I'm very curious. So I'm going to clear my history and see what happens.
I should focus on one topic then. Just do one topic constantly, so that's the only thing on the page.
Yeah, that's what
that when they say advertising, that's what they're doing.
You know what, though? I mean, to be honest, yeah, of course it's going to change, and everything changes whenever you make changes to the way that you use something. Unfortunately, advertising is what makes a lot of these things be able to run and keep going. You brought up the whole thing about cable TV, and you don't want to see ads. Well, guess what? The studios that make these shows require advertising so that they get money to be able to afford to make these shows.
I have no problems with that,
right?
Advertising portion of it.
So I mean, you go with cable, and you're paying a cable company to provide you with all this content. It's the exact same thing as you. Well, guess what? I got to go with Netflix, and I'm going to pay Netflix to give me all the content that I want. That's ad free.
Well,
so people have. Again, people have choices. Do you want to watch your show that you want to watch The Bachelor every week? Well, you got to get cable. Even if it's basic cable, you got to get it, right? Do you want Netflix and to watch all the movies that you want? Well, you got to pay for it, right?
If that's the case, if that's the case, though, like, do you pay for cable?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see advertising between your show on your shows?
Yes, commercials.
So in other words, theoretically, you're paying twice.
No.
You're paying twice because one of them is your time, and the other one's paying money to your. Okay, the reason why I'm saying this is because if I'm paying for something, I want to get full benefits of what I'm paying, like Netflix. If I'm paying for Netflix, I'm seeing the show. Mm-hmm. As soon as they put an ad in that show on my Netflix, I expect Netflix to give me that content for free now.
I was with you right up to that point. I mean,
right?
Okay.
I agree with you, Leonard, up to a certain point there.
Okay, you got to remember. Okay, you have a cell phone.
Yeah.
Okay, your cell phone, you pay for your monthly cell phone.
Yes.
Right. Do you receive any text? Who are you with? Rogers, Bell.
Rogers.
Okay. Have you ever received a text message from Rogers?
Yes.
Okay, that is advertisement.
Yes.
So therefore, you said you're no longer, because they're sending you an advertisement via text message.
Yeah.
You want your self-service for free now. That's basically
I actually called them, told them to stop doing it because I'm telling you that I'm paying for something that I prefer not to have ad free.
Well, again, it says if you want these advertisements or these messages to stop, just text reply stop.
Yeah.
But they sent you an advertisement to help them gain more income.
Yeah.
Right?
So in other words, you won't get upset if Netflix put advertising in the middle of a climax of your show.
Yeah, but okay, what you're talking about, let's give an example. When we used to go to the movies, you used to not have any advertisements before the movie started, right? Now there's like 20 minutes of commercials before you even get to the previews in the movie. And, that really annoys me because the movie theater doesn't really necessarily need to do that. That's just their revenue stream. So I understand where your point's coming from, Leonard, but the reality is that businesses are there to make money. And they're not going to do it. Now, for me personally, I don't have cable. I don't pay for it. I agree with you in the context that when I want to watch a content, I don't want to watch commercials along with it. Yeah. Another good example is I use news apps, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the apps, I think it's like CTV or something like that I use. And every time I go to look at one video, an advertisement comes up every single time.
That I have no issues with.
What?
Why not?
Okay. Why not? Okay. Here's the thing. Okay. I watch CBC shows like Kim's Convenience and all that stuff. I watch it online. Okay. I'm watching it for free, right?
No, you're not.
Well, you're paying for your internet connection.
I'm paying for internet. Yeah.
Okay. So
it's abroad. Okay. I'm watching it. I'm watching it. Like, doesn't matter if I go to free Wi-Fi, I'm watching it still. Okay. I have no issues with showing advertising because I'm getting the content for free.
You're not getting the content for free.
I'm not. Because, okay, here's the thing though, because you're paying for cable, right? Mm-hmm. My taxes pays for the infrastructure of cable, majority of it. Your taxes paying for the infrastructure. Okay.
You're really going wide here on Leonard.
I know.
You're really
Okay.
wide, man.
We'll just save this to a different topic. I'm just saying that
We should probably pen this for the next.
We'll just spin. Okay, fine. Stay tuned for the next episode for that one. We're just following. Okay. In other words, let's just close this privacy thing. We'll just move into the next topic here. Any final thoughts on Facebook before we move on?
I think I'm good.
You're
You
good?
know, I'm
Okay.
good. I mean, Facebook is going to be Facebook. Facebook will have to make changes, and it will make their changes. Now, will everybody agree to it? No.
Yeah.
Will everybody, dislike it? No. Again, it's what Zaki said. It's to each his own. Like, I have to do what I have to do for my Facebook to get what I want to see, and I'll do it. And I'm not going to bitch and complain that I didn't know. Well, ignorance of the law is not it's not an excuse.
Yeah.
So the information is available for everybody to read. It's completely there on their website underneath privacy. You can see what's going to happen and all that stuff, and it's up to you if you want to accept it or not.
Okay. Derek, you're good?
I think I'm good. Yeah. I appreciate Mark's position on it, and I think that you and I are a little bit more in line in regards to it. But I think the takeaway is just looking at personal accountability, and for the newer generation, I think that that's something as a teaching piece, you want to show them that personal accountability matters, and that just taking Zaki before Congress isn't really the problem here, right? Yes, them selling the data is the problem, but you have to expect that. You have to understand what the platform is, how they make money, and why they're using your information.
But that's the thing. They didn't sell the information.
Agreed. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. You're giving them the information. Yes. I totally agree with you on that, Mark.
Right. Okay. They didn't sell it. It was actually taken illegally. Well, according to the.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
yeah. Okay. So, we're just gonna close Facebook now because, to be honest with you, whatever.
I know we're trying to keep our little segments.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the next topic.
I don't know where we're at hour-wise, but
yeah, we're gonna go to the next topic now, and
we got a few minutes left before.
Yeah, so we'll go straight to the next topic is movies. What are you guys looking for this year's movie? A little bit more conservative conversation now, a little bit more easier to swallow.
Well, movies. Yes, I have not watched Infinity Wars yet.
Thank God we're not talking about it.
So yes, and you know me, I'm usually there the Thursday night before opening day. But I'm still looking forward to Deadpool, Solo. Actually, for some reason, I still want to watch Rampage.
Yeah,
Derek, what are you looking for this year's movie?
Well, I saw Rampage, and Rampage is one of those guilty pleasures. You look at the trailer, and it's pretty much what you expect it's gonna be.
And that's what I've heard. And
you're not gonna go. This is gonna change my life, But actually, Mark and I are on the same page. I did see Infinity Wars last night, and I can say to you, if you're a Marvel fan, it's
holy crap, it's amazing.
Yes, Leonard was quite excited. Yeah, but it's definitely worth it.
I don't really have to watch the movie because I follow the comic books as well years ago. So
let's just say, without us being spoiler alert here, I did not want to leave the theater. I can go another 2 more hours to
and that's why you gotta wait for 2020 or no 2019.
That's so annoying.
Yeah. The way it's interesting because, and again, we don't want to do any spoilers here, but I think if you're a fan of Marvel, I think if you watched all the Marvel movies, not that you need to watch this movie, you could still just go in and watch the movie. I think the only disadvantage would be that they don't do any real character development in the movie, because the expectation, I think, is that you've seen all the other Marvel movies and you know who these characters are. Say, for example, if you haven't watched the Black Panther movie or something, you may not completely understand the significance of him being in the movie, and that may take away from the movie experience. But you could still watch it as this is the Thanos trying to take over and so forth and destroy everything. That sort of idea, that you would still be able to take that link away, right?
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking for Deadpool 2, definitely. I've seen, I think, Tomb Raider this year as well. I've seen a couple other ones. The Star Wars one, even though people are really kind of knocking on it a little bit, and I will admit I have my own concerns about it, I'm definitely looking forward to that one as well. I'm not one of these people who's going to boycott it. I'm going to give it its chance. We're going to see what it's like, and it's still Star Wars. How can you beat that, really?
Yeah.
Well, I've been waiting for years. Like, I'm talking about years to see a Han Solo movie, right? So, you know, getting the the whole Star Wars from the prequels to the original trilogy to even now, it has always been about the Skywalker family, and you get the backdrop, like you get their storyline, but you know, with other significant characters like Han Solo, you want to know where he came from. You know, what was he before he became the, you know, a scoundrel and general of the rebellion, right? So
Yeah.
it's good to see. That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, for me, it's same thing. It's Deadpool, Solo, and Mission Impossible. Because for me,
that's right.
yeah,
It's impossible.
for me, Star Wars, I literally invest in this franchise for God knows how long, and I can't stop now. If I stop now, I'm kind of like just throwing my money out of the windows.
What, the Star Wars franchise?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been invested in it a lot longer than you have.
Yeah, I know. And for me, Deadpool is just why not? Because it's a screw you to everyone, to all the comic books out there. It's like all the PG-13 stuff. You know what? I'm gonna do a comic book movie. I'm gonna make it rated R. Why not?
But
I kind of like that.
Have the experience, though. I want to have the experience of being in the movie theater, because you think about those guys that are back in 1977 and they watched that opening scene in the original theater. You didn't have that experience. We know people.
No.
We are not that old.
I wasn't even born yet.
I'm sorry to say, but I did watch the double bill, Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, like A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back in 1980. That's when Empire Strikes Back came out. I stood in line for a long time with my dad, my sister, and my cousin to watch the double because it was Star Wars. So I got to experience watching Star Wars: A New Hope in the movie theater in its original format back then, as well as Empire Strikes Back. And then in 1983 for Return of the Jedi, I stood in line for that. Then for all the prequels, I stood in line for that. And even now, all these new ones, I don't have to stand in line anymore. I just, pre-order my ticket on Ultra AVX and I just go in.
So New Topic's going to be another show about Star Wars and the history of it. That'll be another one, because I know the three of us could talk about that for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
Plus, we're kind of geeky enough that we'll go straight to canon for this one. So.
True.
Well, no, see, canon. Again, are you talking about canon now, canon, or legends?
Legends.
Legends, I can go way back. Canon, I gotta catch up on all the books on the new canons, like Aftermath and all these other books coming out. So
that's another topic to talk. That's a long time. So okay, last part. Tip of the week, guys. Tip of the week. So who wants to go first?
Tip of the week or gear of the week?
Whatever you decide to show off.
Okay, so I am showing off GeForce Now. So what is
for
GeForce?
us non-gamers? Tell us about it in a very 1 minute.
It's basically you could change any Mac or PC into a high-performance gaming rig using NVIDIA's cloud-based GPUs. Well, I'll have the link for you in the description. It's basically you can play. As long as you've purchased the game, you can play any game using NVIDIA's cloud system at high resolution. It's like a high-end gaming system. So I'm doing my testing right now on it with Rise of the Tomb Raider, because Rise of the Tomb Raider has its own benchmark settings, setting on its own. So I'll have some more information. But right now it looks pretty cool, and I think it's gonna do wonders for the gaming scene.
Yeah. Would that do video editing as well too, or is this just gaming?
Just pure gaming.
Well, that sucks. Okay, Derek, what's your tip of the week or gear of the week?
My gear of the week is a small flashlight. It's an Olight flashlight. It's an SR1. It fits very securely in the palm of the hand, and the benefit to this light is that it has a high lumen count, which is the brightness of the flashlight. For a flashlight of this size, it has a lot of power, something like 550 lumens, which is a lot more powerful than most flashlights, are even larger than this. It doesn't last for that long, but the compact size of it is something I really like, and I enjoy having it on me. You can fit it in the small pocket in your jeans, and you don't even feel it there. It weighs virtually nothing, and for night and so forth, the times that you may need to have a flashlight to see something, for myself, that's really important. I really like this, and I can't speak highly enough of it. It is a little pricey, but like I said, for the amount of power that you get out of it, and it does have some interesting features where you can charge it. There's a magnetic charger port here. It does have a removable battery that you can also charge as well, and it charges up quite quickly. So even if you use it up, it'll charge up within, I think it's like an hour, maybe at most, or half an hour.
How long does the charge last?
It depends on the lumen. So if you use it on the maximum piece, it only lasts a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes on the maximum side. The lower ones, maybe 18 hours on the lowest setting. But that's pretty good. It's like 110 lumens or something like that on the lowest setting, and that'll still work for a very long time.
Okay. So it's my turn. So my pick of the week is actually... got my phone here. It's called... it's called CD Mapper. CD Mapper is actually an app that both iOS and Android. It's a navigation app for public transit. So because I don't have a car, I do take transit all over the place, and when I travel, the app actually adjusts itself based on the city that you're in. For example, if you go to Europe, if you're in London, it does switch to London Transit. So if you tell the app, hey, I want to go to Buckingham Palace to Big Ben, it'll actually show you how to get there by transit and how long does it take you. It tells you exactly how many stops and what stop to take and what train or buses to take. So if you're an avid traveler and you don't want to, if you want to pay for data, the app itself can actually go no data. It can go offline as well. So if you are an avid traveler, or if you're just taking transit itself, City Mapper is a great app for you to use, and it's free. I think it's being run by some of the transit guys out there. So it's a great app and service to use. So that's my pick of the week.
Cool.
Okay, well, that's it. Thank you guys for doing our first episode, joining us for the first episode. Hopefully you guys like it. If you have any comments or questions to any of us, just leave it down below, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next week.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Okay. This is the moves for those who.
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised.
Hi everyone, welcome to episode 2 of the Coffee Mug. If you guys don't know what a coffee mug is not what you guys drink your coffee from, but it's actually a show about stuff that we want to talk about. So pretend that you go to a coffee shop and you're just with your friends and decide to talk about nonsense. And that's what we're planning to do. My name is Leonard, and today I am drinking a coffee from Starbucks, sort of. It's just a mug, not a sponsor. And today I am joined by Derek and Mark. Derek, you want to go first and tell me what you're drinking and tell me about yourself?
Again, I'm drinking today. I actually have a mug from Mech, and this is sort of a plastic mug that you use for camping and so forth. I have chocolate moo in it today. No coffee today, but yeah. Mark, you know, we could hear the heavy breathing on the mic there. I think. We're gonna get the wrong impressions of the show. Yeah.
Yeah. No, nothing like that. Okay, hold on. All right.
Okay, Mark, your turn.
Oh, well, so I'm Mark. I just found this mug in my cupboard. It does say "Life goes on, days get brighter." It's one of those mugs that somebody made at those acrylic, those acrylic places. So, yeah. And inside of this is just lemonade.
Man, you guys suck. No caffeine for you guys, eh?
Not today.
Not today. Okay, so today's. I'm not sure if you guys actually keep an eye on tech news for the past week. Google finally released an update to their I/O. To their assistant. To their Google Assistant, and I just want to talk about that because that's just pretty cool. If you guys don't know about it, it's a Google Assistant, what you normally get from Google, but this time you can actually make a phone call to book your appointments or just do random stuff. I'll leave the link below. The videos, how it works, is actually pretty cool. It's actually, in my opinion, it's the future of home automation. So the question I have for you guys: do you guys believe in home automation, or do you guys actually have it now?
No, I don't want a Skynet to happen in my house.
Derek, I think Mark is done. Let's move to the next topic.
I think I would go back to Mark and say, Mark, really, when you talk about Skynet, you are actually talking about, I think, two different things. One with home automation is things like having lights and cameras and light switches connected in a way that you can use an app to turn them on, turn them off, and so forth. And the second point is more about things like Google Assistant or Alexa, or this amazing thing that Leonard is really excited about, where they can make phone calls for you. That's more Skynet to me than actual the home automation piece. So when I think about home automation, I'm actually pretty invested in the Nest system of home automation. So with fire alarms and so forth, cameras, it's all connected via an app. Now, there's no automation to that. I don't get to talk to Alexa. I mean, I do have a friend who was going to help me get an Alexa, but I haven't really seen it yet. It's been a while, but and I am interested in doing that. But there are some security concerns that I have about using Alexa, and as you say, about Skynet and so forth, right, to do that. But the first part about Nest and those kind of systems, like light bulbs and switches and so forth, even turn on your coffee maker, I don't really look at it as Skynet, more as automation, which I'm very much into and I really subscribe to. When it comes to the Alexa and the Google, though, I can see your point, and I'm very wary about it, more about the privacy concerns, because as people may know that Google had been listening to a person's conversation without not using keywords to activate the device to start listening. And I think, and I'm just assuming here, Mark, that's where some of your concerns come from.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when you look at it, the premise of Skynet, what happened? We got Skynet. It became self-aware on what was that date again? And it used the internet to take control of all automated things, including everybody's houses. Well, I mean, it launched the nukes to destroy the world, but when you look at it, it all starts with one thing. Like, yeah, we have home automation, but everything's connected to your network. Then you have Alexa and all the Google AI and all those other things. They use the internet and your network to connect to everything. So once you're all connected, it could just be one virus just needs to take it all out. You know what I mean? There's going to be people out there that they're going to try to hack into in any form of that they could think of to get into access to your homes, to disrupt our livelihoods, right? So that's my concern about this whole automated thing, all AI and everything like that. I mean, yeah, it has its good points, and everything always starts out with their good points, but you also have to look at the other end. People are going to use it, try to exploit it, and try to use it to gain an advantage to the people who are not aware of how to really protect themselves.
Well, I agree with that. I think let's take Nest for example. Nest is a holistic system. You can have an automated door lock on your door. You can have a camera. You can have your smoke detectors linked to it. You can have your thermostat linked to it, right? Now, I actually have an electric door lock myself, but it's not a Nest. And I do that, as you say, for security. I don't have all of my eggs in one basket because any system could be hacked. Any system can be, monitored. I don't have any cameras in my home. You'll see a lot of these Nest things online where they show people looking at their dogs and so forth. And that's wonderful. But to me, that is a home privacy issue because Nest can be hacked. Any account can be hacked. You know how that is, right?
Yeah.
Any Nest account. But for me, for security, even though I could get a Nest unlocked door, I don't. I have it as a different company. That's a standalone. I'll never change that simply because it lessens the opportunity for somebody to hack into it and so forth. As for things like Alexa and so forth, you're talking about taking over the world. The reality is that AI is coming. We're not going to, somebody is going to do it. Most likely it's going to be the Googles of the world that are going to do that. And that does have a lot of implications, a lot of concerns. They'll tout that as being able to control it. But, as what's the saying in Jurassic Park, life finds a way, kind of thing. Consciousness finds a way. So that's definitely a concern to think about.
I agree. For me, because I use Alexa. I use Alexa to control my lights right now, and I also have Siri on my phone, and Michelle's using Google Assistant. So all three of us, not three of us, both of us are using all three products seamlessly. I do agree about putting everything in one basket regarding your assistant. For me, assistant is the future. Sorry, AI. Let me just rephrase this. AI is the future. They should have a morality laws regarding AI, especially if your AI is actually talking to a human being, like what Google's actually showing now in their I/O conference, right? And I think there should be a disclaimer and saying, "Hey, this is Leonard's AI talking to you. He wants to set an appointment," or something like that, right? At least it gives the other person, the other side, sort of a fighting chance of like having a conversation to a person, not thinking that it is a computer trying to manipulate the conversation or trying to do something else, right?
On the other hand, on the other side of that, I would completely agree that something like what you're describing, to have an assistant that can go do certain tasks and so forth, is a wonderful thing. It would lessen certain day-to-day things that you have to do. It would allow you to free up time, which is the purpose of all automation, is the idea that, there's a task that you don't have to do. Back in the 50s when we started to have refrigerators and irons and vacuums, back in those days, those were the automation pieces that everybody craved and everybody had to have. We're just in this new generation where we have new tools to make other things that are automated. Automation has been around for a very long time, probably a solid decade or so. But that was mostly do-it-yourself kits that were done, not these integrated home automation pieces. So home automation is nothing new. It's just the integration piece is a lot newer.
Well, I mean, like that whole thing about automation, you're right. It's been around for a long time. I mean, how many, in the factories or in the industrial side of things, like how many, like a lot of it's all automated, right? For manufacturing cars, I mean, there's still a human element to it, but a lot of it is all automation. But again, I don't know. To me, it's like I think everybody. I know what it's going to be going forward. I mean, this is what everybody has been looking forward to. I mean, all the movies that are coming out, like, at this time, you were supposed to have Nikes that could self-strap, right?
Technically, they did make that. Technically,
yes, they did do that. They did do that, right? So everybody's still waiting. Everybody is, leaning towards the future. Now, but sometimes, again, like when you look at cars, a lot of things are being automated in cars now. But for me personally, I don't feel that it makes anyone a better driver. I feel that it's going to make them a worse driver, because they're going to rely on blind spot checking, lane, being in your lane consistently, you know, even ABS came out a long time ago, and it's still when you first learn how to drive without ABS, you actually learn how to brake slippery conditions by pumping your brakes. Now with ABS, you're not supposed to. You just keep your foot on the brake, and it should do it for you. But what happens when ABS does not work? Your ABS is not working. Nobody's going to know the technique to be able to brake properly when you're in a sliding condition. Same thing with these blind spot detections. Great, you look at your side mirror, you see a little red dot saying, "Oh, there's a car beside you." Well, what happens if that's not working? Is the person going to learn how to check their blind spot? So, again, I'm always the devil's advocate when it comes to new technology. I mean, like I said, I don't. It's great, it's coming out, but everybody has to also think about the drawbacks on it. Like, is people going to learn how to do things for themselves when this is not working? You know what I mean?
Okay. Here's the thing. Here's a little story. I agree with Mark 100%. Everyone should know the basic of learning, like basic skill set. Like, for example, learning how to pump your brakes, and especially if your ABS brake faults, how to check your blind spot, for example. For me, I'm sort of the opposite. I love technology. Technology, in my opinion, it is the future, but there is responsibilities the manufacturers should take regarding implementing those new technology. For me, I gave my parents an Alexa. Then I automated their lights. For that, because in my opinion, home automation assistants are great for seniors or people with disability, because that's where, in my opinion, that's where home assistance or home automation it will benefit human race, right? Especially if you have some type of disability. I automated their lights because a couple of reasons. One is just in case there's an emergency, or if they fall and they need to contact someone, it's connected to their phone. They can contact me or contact my siblings. If there's an emergency, they can just say it out loud, and it will make a phone call for them, right? And it's become sort of like a safety. It's a safety thing, right? And in my opinion, that's where home automation should focus on. Right. If you're just if you're a techno nerd like me or like us that wants to check out home automation because it's cool, because it's there, we want to know how it works, then yes. But that, in my opinion, that's just a toy now. But as soon as you get older and start using it properly, that's when the benefits of home automation shows. Like you can actually start seeing it in that way, right? And including here's a little FYI. A couple of weeks or a few months ago, I was walking and getting out of the subway. I noticed that there's a guy who was using FaceTime. I always make fun of people using FaceTime, and he's actually doing sign languaging through FaceTime. And in my opinion, that's a great way to use a technology. Technology that's will benefit a certain population that needs that visual communication, and same thing for home automation. It's a tool that can be used properly, can benefit a certain population.
I agree. I think that's a great point about people with disabilities. I mean, even the advent of automation in cars in regards to driving, when that comes along, you get an entire population of people who are even blind who can then technically own a car, depending on the laws and how advanced the piece becomes from a technical perspective and a safety perspective. When that hump is overcome, those people will have access to transportation that they never did. But another good example I like to point out is that each generation usually has something that they see as the norm. Right now, today, they have the kids, they have Google Maps. I had in my day, I had a map in my back pocket. I had a calendar of the bus times, and I had to figure it out on my own where I was going. And I was my own Google Maps. This is, they don't have that these days. And a second thing that they don't understand is what a payphone is.
Yes. Oh yeah, the art of the payphone. I mean, they're still around, and they look at it, and it's like, yeah, you put money into it, and you make a call.
Yeah, remember back in the day, it's only 15 cents. Then became 25.
25.
Yeah,
it's 25 cents. Remember those bell cards?
Yeah, the bell cards, and then the little tricks, pressing 0, hanging up twice, pressing down to be able to get a free call out of that cell.
Try to convince the operator that you need to make a call to somebody, and they'll just put you through.
And then
and tell your children who an operator was.
well, you know what I mean, in this generation, I mean, they have texting. The art of conversation is dying.
Yeah.
It's like, so how did you communicate and how did you get in contact with your friends? Easy. We pick up the phone, we tell everybody, okay, we're going to be at this station at this time. If you're not here at this time, we're going to go on and we'll be here. Just meet us there, whatever. Or picking up
ahead, right?
Yeah. or actually, picking up the phone and actually having a conversation with an individual. I mean, I could remember days, or I would talk to some of my friends, and if they had problems, we'd be on the phone 24 hours. Like, we wouldn't sleep. We'd talk about our problems and everything all night long. Then you get the knock, then you get the knock on your door. It's like, Mark, hang up now, or I'm going to take your phone away. Right. So,
yeah.
So, I
agree.
Bunch of old guys reminiscing. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's gonna, that's why I don't mind moving to a dumb phone. So going back to a dumb phone, in my opinion, is the best way to go for kids.
But no, I mean, that's the whole thing about automation and AI. You know what? It is the future. Don't get me wrong. It is the future. It's going there. And one day, and I would love to be alive to see, everything. Like, I got a food replicator at home and I don't have to do the cooking no more. I would love to be able to sit in my car and let the car just drive me somewhere and I don't even touch the steering wheel. I mean, I look forward to those things too. Being a techie nerd and all. But again, I feel that everybody should still learn how to do things on their own.
Well, the other, I don't know if you're aware, Mark, but they have recently developed a robot arms that will actually make a dinner for you. It can be installed in your kitchen, and it will literally make the dinner for you. It'll get stuff from your fridge. It will make it. It was amazing. I've already told Lo that I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna buy that because I think they priced it at about $15,000, and I'm like, $15,000, so I don't have to make dinner anymore. Oh yeah, that's great.
$15,000 is a good investment when you have to make dinner for 8 people.
Yes. Yes.
When you have a full household, yeah, $15,000. It's like, okay, great. Set it at this time. I mean, the first automated cooker is the slow cooker.
Now he's in automation. Now he wants it.
I want one.
What, a slow cooker?
Oh yeah.
Oh, grab it. All you do is chop up everything.
You don't have a slow cooker?
No, I don't.
Really? They're great.
I'm the slow cooker.
For a large family, you can't beat them, right?
Oh, I agree. Well, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny though, because after hearing all this, it's kind of like I had a conversation with one of the people I know that his stepson does not know how to do cursive writing. And I'm like, did he take that out from the school curriculum?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
they did. They took out cursive writing out of the school curriculum.
That I'm having trouble understanding. That's like, because now, like, I heard this comment before was made that kids today will learn how to type before they learn how to write.
Yes, and that is true.
And I noticed that to my nephew and my niece.
Well,
and I noticed that they're learning how to type on an iPhone or to a tablet before they learn how to write their own name. And that freaked me out. And now you actually have a mic now on your keyboard. You can actually say what you're texting.
Well, that's all phones. It's called text-to-speech. Microsoft has had text-to-speech for a very long time already.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
So even stenographers in courts have text-to-speech. So text-to-speech has always been around for a very long time.
Yeah, but that's the beginning of, in my opinion, that is the beginning of automation of something basic skills. Well, but now that basic skills are sort of going away.
Well, no, I mean, when you, again, they develop it to help individuals who have certain handicaps to be able to input what they want to say, like text to speech, right? They've also helped it to, like I said, a stenographer. When you're talking about a stenographer in a courtroom, needing to type out all the words, they would just repeat and say it, and it would, translate everything over to text. Sorry, we're saying text to speech. It's actually speech to text that we're actually talking about. Sorry, I want to make that clear. So, in a sense, that it's been around already. In regards to typing, when we were in school, typing was given to us as an afterthought. It was a optional course that you can take to learn typing. Now, kids these days, they already have computer labs when they're in grade 2. They get tablets. Some schools have tablets for their students, so they learn to type before they write. So I can understand why they took out cursive. I mean, I feel honored to know that I could write cursive. It's a dying art, and even to this day, when I write, my writing is a mixture of printing and cursive. And when people, younger generations, try to read my writing, they're like, okay, what did you just write? Can you just type it out?
I've had that experience too. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's I don't know. For me, it's like cursive. It's, as you said, it's a dying art. It's a dying, like it's a dying art. But I can't wait to see the younger kids. If you ask them to sign, how are they gonna sign it?
Sorry, you guys are freezing up.
Sorry. The question, the comment I have is, what happens if you ask a younger generation, "Hey, I need you to sign this document"? How are they gonna sign it? Are they gonna sign it with their name with like big letters? Or are they just gonna put an X? So that's what I'm kind of is what's next going to go away? Is like assigning a document is going away now because no one knows how to do it. Like, I don't know, for me, signing a document is not, I don't know, for what I've seen, it's like 99.9% is cursive, especially in English language.
Well, yes, but now when you take a look at a lot of documents, it's online. Just type your name in here, click on this box, and you've agreed to it. But let's take it back a little. We're talking about cursive in our generation. Well, what was before our generation? There was calligraphy. Were we ever taught calligraphy? No. But older generations were taught calligraphy in school. Right? So each generation has something that disappears from the next. So, and it's just.
So going back, so if that's the case, with that logic, well, it's not even a logic, it's actually it's a fact that if we lose something because of automation, just general automation itself, is that gonna, why are our generation sort of holding back on it? Because try to hold it from the past because we know it works, but the new generation is like, oh, you old timers, you guys don't know what you guys are talking about.
To Mark's point is that skills are lost. I don't know if I put a map in the hand of our children these days, that if they would be able to find a location by themselves other than using Google Maps and saying it in, to mark a location, to figure out a route to get there, to go on a bus without having that bus route shown to them on Google Maps to plan it out. And I think that planning process might be a little bit lost in the newer generation. Not necessarily the millennials, although I would sort of put them more towards that generation. But as you say, every generation loses something. Loses, I would say, a skill. And if we look even farther back than what Mark was talking about, things like woodsman skills and, can you build a log cabin? I can't, even for that, but yeah, I wish I could too. But, even things like bushcrafting and things to that effect. Now we're talking really long ago. But there are skills like are you able to, what are your math skills like? Our generation was very dependent on things like calculators and things to that effect, right? How good are your math skills? Back when they launched the moon landings, everything was done by hand. I mean, yeah, they had the first computer, but they did math on the fly when they needed to. And I don't know if I could do that level of math on the fly myself even today, from a skill perspective.
Well, I mean, every skill needs still, let's take math into consideration. Well, when we were in school, we weren't allowed to bring calculators into school. We had to do everything by hand. It was only when we got into when we got older and when our generation started crossing over where calculators were being more accepted into classrooms, that we started using calculators. But with any skill, from woodworking to even playing sports, if you don't do it often, you're not going to be as proficient as you would be as somebody who would do it every single day, right? And it's the rule of 10,000. You do something 10,000 times, you're going to be like, bang on every time you're trying to do it. Other skills that we're looking at, I mean, again, when it comes down to innovation and new technologies coming up, yes, it does make our lives easier, but something is going to be lost, right?
I guess that'd be our takeaway then. I think that would be our takeaway from this entire conversation, right? That something is lost with each generation in doing that, and we have to be mindful of that, what's lost, and maybe try to keep that. I agree with you about the cursive piece. I really do. I think that's something that we're losing it was very valuable. But I think, again, every generation will feel that way. And I'm very curious what millennials will think of that way when they're our age. What will they see as being lost?
Yeah. Well, they're probably going to say all this automation, the new AIs are like taking over our jobs.
Actually, that might be actually very true. You're right.
It is. Have you been to McDonald's lately?
Well, no. I mean, I'll tell you this right now. You brought up a great point, and this is what I'm saying. Something is always lost. Well, think about it. Ford Motor Company. They had the production line, and it was all people building these cars. When the first robot came in, and the industry started changing into making more things automated by using robots to do some of the heavier stuff, how many people lost their jobs? Every time a new technology comes into play, when you have, let's take a look at AS400, Unix, and then SAP. When SAP can do exactly the same jobs as AS400 and Unix and everything else, and you can integrate that into a new ERP, well, you're not going to need as big of a IT department as you did before, right? So, again, this is one of the drawbacks of having all this new technology, all this new innovations coming through. Great, AA comes in. These guys are going to be like, I could walk up, like right now we walk into McDonald's. We have the self-service where we just use the screen, we choose and we do our orders. They got rid of how many cashiers. One of these days we're going to walk up and we're just going to tell a screen, okay, this is what I want, and then there's no cashiers at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
And then you got, like, again, with the innovations in the kitchen. Well, I want a Big Mac. Well, guess what? Within 30 seconds, it's out. It's on a conveyor belt. No human hands has touched it. So there's, like I said, there's the good things about it, and there's always the bad things about it.
Yeah, I agree. So takeaway is automation is gonna kill us all.
well, we may have longer lifespans afterwards, but
Yeah. Okay. So any final thoughts in this home automation thing?
Skynet.
Skynet is taking over.
Skynet's taking over.
I think I want to make sure that we, I think for myself, I'd be curious in 20 or 30 years to have somebody watch this video, a millennial, and hopefully they'll refer to us in 20 or 30 years and say, this is what these guys thought from their generation. And, now that the AIs are running everything, like Mark said, we really should have listened to him back then.
Yeah.
Now we're slaves.
You know what?
Our overlords are taking over.
So.
Okay.
Well, I have a question for you. This is a direct question for you, Leonard. Star Trek or Star Wars? Right now, Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Trek.
Oh, you ass. I just had to say it because, well, one person's wearing Star Trek today, and another's wearing Star Wars, right? So.
I'm a Trekkie. What do you want me to do?
Yeah,
Come on,
Okay,
Star
that's a
Trek
great
was around before
segue to
Star
our
Wars.
next
Not that I'm
topic.
dissing Star Wars in any way, shape, or form, but Star Trek was around before Star Wars.
Yes. That'd be my.
It had two movies before Star Wars.
Actually, no. No, the first Star Wars,
Yes.
the first Star Trek motion picture. What year was it released?
Well,
Oh yeah, he's right. No, he's right. Yeah, Mark's
If you're
right.
talking about movie, yes, I agree. But if you're talking about Star Trek versus Star Wars, whoever comes first, Star Trek.
Yes, Star Trek was only.
Mic drop. Thank you very much. Let's move
Star
on.
Trek came out. How long did it actually last? The first series.
3 seasons.
3 seasons, but each season is like 50 something episodes or something ridiculous.
I know it was not 50.
20
episodes.
something or something. I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot. Well, this is a great segue. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
So, you want to take this one, or you want me to take this one?
Okay. Sorry, I just have to say, when it comes to monetary gains, Star Trek or Star Wars?
Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about longevity here. Okay, so our next topic is this, though. Thanks for the segue here. The topic is this: is Netflix and Amazon considered a film or just a TV show?
Neither.
The reason why I point that out because Netflix decided to step out from the Cannes Film Festival because Cannes says they're not considered a film; they're considered a TV show. Because they're not considered mainstream enough. Do you guys agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay, I need you to elaborate, Mark. I really do.
Yeah, I know. Seriously.
Okay. What is considered a film?
Is the film definition of film old school or the new way of thinking?
See, well, here's the question: what did they define a film as? How was that
Under Cannes,
definition there?
to be
That's the
considered
first
in the Cannes Film Festival, even Toronto Film Festival, that your film has to be shown in big screen.
Yes.
Right, that's the definition of being part of that festivals. Netflix did submit to film because it's considered film. It's been recorded and shown. To Cannes about a few years ago, they declined it because of those reasons. But now Netflix said, "Oh, we're not submitting films anymore in the Cannes." So now sort of a question's been asked that why not Netflix and Amazon films considered film, or why not shown in the film festivals, right?
Okay. Here's the thing. So if let's see, Rogers is only a cable company, but give me a production company here.
Alliance Atlantis.
Atlantis. Okay.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at just regular TV productions. Okay, or made for TV movie. Is a made for TV movie considered a film?
It is a film.
No, but is it considered a film underneath the standards of Cannes and all the film festivals?
Under Cannes, theoretically no, because you're just showing it on a. Well, they're defining anything being shown on TV is not considered a film, like quote unquote film or like film festival worthy.
Why?
Right, because they're not considered mainstream.
Okay.
Right.
So Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, all these streaming services.
Okay.
Yes, they do produce their own shows. Yes, they produce their own movies. A made for movie for streaming. Basically a made for internet movie. Not made for film, not made for movies like the cinemas. That's what they're talking about. Cannes, Toronto Film Festival, they're talking about films that are made to go onto like a full screen motion picture movie theater, because it is not mainstream. Because how can you say Netflix is mainstream when you have to subscribe to it? Right? So I can't go to Netflix. For example, if I'm not a subscriber to Netflix, I can't go and watch that film that they produced that they've sent to the Cannes Film Festival. I have to subscribe to them. And if it's the only one I want to see, I can go to a movie theater and watch any movie I want to without doing a monthly subscription to it.
With that logic, any film that's been shown
YouTube, for example, is that considered film because it's still mainstream? It's a definition that's mainstream is like not being paid, for example.
Which film are you talking about?
Let's say someone made a content and put it on YouTube and it's free.
If it's a
Is
free
that considered film?
No, because YouTube is not when they consider mainstream in the industry of movies and everything, mainstream to them is what you can see in a movie theater.
So if I put my film in a movie theater, is that considered a film?
Well, here's the piece that we really got to come down to is what are they defining it as? Because when I look at this, I look at it as more as them trying to protect something that they have currently. So they want these movies have budgets of 200 million, whatever that is, to go for a mainstream movie in a theater and so forth. Then the argument can be made that it's not shot in 4K or the format that would be able to be viewed in a movie theater. And that could be a good argument for it. But there's two sides to this. One is a technical side of what is the content of the movie and the way that it's filmed technically to be able to be shown in a movie theater, which is true. If Amazon or Netflix doesn't film in a way that you can present that media in a movie theater, then I would agree that you cannot have the content classified as, mainstream. However, having said that, Leonard's point is quite true. Mm-hmm. If from a directing perspective, from a acting perspective, any piece of artwork could be considered mainstream if it is available to everyone. And his point about being on YouTube is a valid point, where that is a publicly viewed mainstream. Obviously, they want to protect theaters and so forth because this is a revenue, it's an industry and so forth. And I look at this argument about Amazon and Netflix more as an industry reaction to something that is new form that's occurring in society with Netflix and the Amazon. And they are a true threat to it because what they're doing is producing movies at a very low cost compared to what these other companies, these production companies are making that.
Well, let me say this. Okay, so mainstream. So my 60-year-old grandmother is at home. No internet. Wants to watch this film. Can she?
If she goes to the theater. What happens?
She would have to. Not if it's on YouTube. Not if it's on YouTube.
Well, you have to leave the house, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
comment there.
Again, if somebody does not have an internet access, they're not going to be able to watch the film or movie on Netflix. They're not going to be able to watch it on Amazon. They're not going to be able to watch it on YouTube.
But with that logic, though, what happens if that person can't go to the theater? Same argument you can say. What happens if that person can't go?
Okay, but it's available to them. The fact that they can't go means it's because they can't go. They could be in a hospital, but it's available to them if they're able to go. If I'm able to watch it,
argument that you can say too for Netflix, if they're able to pay for it, why not pay for it?
But when you're talking about a senior citizen who's on a strict budget because they're on a pension of say $1,500 a month, but yet they have to pay $7.99 a month for Netflix, and how much, like $30 a month for an internet service, are they going to be able to afford that? We don't know. They're not going to be able to if they are, right? So being on Netflix it's not accessible to them. They don't have the means. They may not have the financial means to have a sustainable subscription to that service. They go to a movie, sure, they have to pay for a movie, but it's still available for them for a minimal cost of $13, or for them maybe $12 because they're seniors, or $8. They could watch that one movie that they want to watch. They can't watch it on YouTube. They can't watch it on Netflix. They can't watch it on Amazon if they do not have an internet connection or they don't have a subscription. So it's not available to them.
I think your argument is valid. It's a little narrow pointed in regards to it. I take your point. You can even transfer that argument to people that are on, social assistance or something to that effect. Yes, I agree. But at the same time, most people these days have some form of internet connection, whether you're senior or not. Maybe not so much, people who are necessarily in assisted living homes and so forth. But again, for even those people in those environments, they do have internet access now. It's sort of a more common piece. And again, your argument is more about a very narrow window there, rather than more mainstream, where's the logic being that most people will have internet access about that, right?
But
in this day and age.
I mean, that's the thing. Again, a lot of people's terminology of mainstream is based upon being on the internet, being on social media, being on all this. But we have to take a look at the film side of things, what they consider mainstream. Our definition of mainstream can be different from somebody else's definition of mainstream. So you got to take that into consideration for themselves. So the Cannes Film Festival, Toronto Film Festival, and all these other film festivals around the world, they all have a set of rules and what they consider mainstream. It's like what's considered to be when you look at sports. How many games do you have to play in the National Hockey League before you're considered a rookie? Wayne Gretzky never had a rookie season in the NHL. Wayne Gretzky never won Rookie of the Year. Why? Because he was in the WHL, which was another professional hockey league that he was playing for before the Edmonton Oilers came and joined the NHL. So this is what I mean about the different rules and what people perceive as a different form of definition of what their mainstream is.
So why don't we go back to my other point, is about not so much about the definition that way, but about the definition about the content. So is a piece of artwork that is made as a film as good as what is placed in a movie theater, from a directing perspective and from an acting perspective? And in that definition, I would say wholeheartly that it would be defined as a movie, with provision to say that there may be a particular length of time that that to be classified a movie has to be maybe an hour and a half, or as a minimum, or not to exceed 3 hours, or something to that effect, like some standards that are in place which aren't currently in place that I'm aware of.
Well, right now, if you put in a film together, as far as I know, if you do release a film, doesn't matter it can be a short film, could be a long, like Ben-Hur style length of film. You can still define it as a film because it is considered a film. It's an artistic form of visual artistry, I think. So I think the best way in my opinion, the only way you can go around I think the best way is just to redefine what is considered a film, what is considered film to be shown. Because right now, people are still defining, hey, are you a YouTuber? Your work is not considered film because you're showing it on YouTube,
and
or you're doing right. I think redefining what is considered a film, I think, has to be made soon, because there's a lot more content being shown online, or even just online, or even billboards. Some of the billboards I've seen, like automated billboards, has better production value than some of the stuff I've seen in film. Even advertising has better production value in some of the films I've seen so far. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think redefining what is the definition of film, I think it needs to be done soon rather than later. Because having the old concept of film has to be mainstream, or a film has to be shot in film, or it has to be shown in big screen, that's going to be going away soon because of online content and online distribution, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just had it here. Sorry, I actually had the meaning of what is considered to be a film. Not the actual film itself, but it's basically they actually had to be.
Sorry about that, guys. I got an ambulance passing by.
They actually had how long it should be, what the content was supposed to be like. I think the minimum was 70 minutes. Running time is supposed to be minimum 70 minutes.
Okay, but then the question becomes, when they rejected Netflix's pieces, I believe their only argument was that it couldn't be shown on the big screen, right?
Yes.
I think that was fair. And so, to be fair to them, if, and most likely, Netflix and Amazon didn't record these in a high enough format that it can be displayed on a screen, that is an excellent argument. But let's assume for the moment Netflix did record it in that frame rate to be able to show it up on the big screen. Would we still make that argument for them? And I think I would argue against it to say that it would be valid.
Yeah, I agree, because if film was recorded based on their minimum requirements, for example, then it should be shown.
Well, okay,
but as Mark said, like, if their rules say that, oh, you have to be shown in big screen, it has to be released in the big screen, that then their justification said, no, you're not considered a film. But here's the thing, though, because they're using the word film.
Okay,
that becomes to the point that becomes very kind of like gray area. Before
we go any further, and I mean, this is maybe my fault for not really reading into this. So I went back and I looked at exactly why Netflix is pulling out of Canes. And according to Reuters, and Netflix was told that they can't be a part of Canes because they did not want to release its movies for theatrical distribution in France.
In France?
In France. So this is basically, here's what it says here. Canes Festival director, the director of Canes, said last night that Netflix had refused to give its movies theatrical distribution in France and would therefore be banned from competition at the 12-day festival. However, Netflix could show movies outside the competition. So again, the Cannes Film Festival, if it's I never knew that the Cannes Film Festival was a competition.
Yeah, same thing as the Toronto Film Festival.
Okay, so if it's a competition, again, rules of competition. It's not that they're saying they're not a film. Netflix refused to distribute it in France to be able to be part of the competition, which is part of the rules.
Yeah, well, again, that we already established that if it's rules, is rules, right?
Yeah, rules is rules. So I'm just saying, like, I mean, in the beginnings of this, my perception was that Cannes was not allowing them to be in the Cannes Film Festival because they don't consider their movies as films. Well, according to this, what we thought and what my perception was completely wrong. They still could say, you know, they could show the movies outside of competition, and they're still considered movies and films, but they're not allowed to be in Cannes because they won't distribute it in France, in theaters. So I don't know where we went wrong here in thinking that Netflix says that Cannes thought that they're not films.
Okay. If that's the case, if Steven Spielberg actually made a comment as well that Netflix. He doesn't think that Netflix should deserve an Oscar because it's considered defined differently. So the question is Netflix the question was, is Netflix considered a film or just a TV show? Right. I agree that Cannes has the right to say yes or no.
Yeah.
That's never been part of. That's always been established that it's rules. Rules is rules, right? And I think I did this wrong, by the way. But at the end of the day, I think it's just the question is some people still considered Netflix and Amazon not film, right? Okay, or in other words, if I ask you, hey, the new made for Netflix movie, is that considered a film?
It depends on the concept. Again, is a made-for-TV movie a film? Or no, it's a TV show. It's a TV movie. Then we have a Netflix movie and we have a Netflix film. I mean, I've had, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, and I've had the question, what is considered a movie and what is considered a film?
Yeah, that's a good question to ask, yeah.
So what's a movie and what's a film? What's the difference? They say Schindler's List was a film. They say Star Wars is a movie.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty good question to ask, actually.
They say Casablanca is a film. You know? They say Fast Times at Ridgemont High, it's a movie. Both classics, both has its followings, but what's considered a film and what's considered a movie? I've never delved into it. The question was asked to me what it was. I go, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. And it
I'd
comes
agree
down
with
to
you.
this.
I don't know either. I would agree wholeheartedly that those are very classic movies, and I consider them movies myself. That's when we say film, I think film might be we have to look
There's an
into this a
old
little bit
school
more
doc.
myself. Is that film might be more of an artistic expression versus having a particular plot point that is intended of A, B, C to Z, right? Whereas a film is intended to express a particular concept or something to that effect. I mean, just off the top of my head, we'll probably have to look into it a little bit more. But most things that I watch that have a flow of A to Z, I would consider that a movie.
Yeah.
I really would. Casablanca is a good point where it's more of a telling of a story, which a film could still be. A movie could still be that, but a movie usually has a different connotation to it, right? It may incorporate more reality-based, fantasy pieces with them. I think more so.
Okay, here's a brief, very short definition. Movie is a slang for motion picture. Film is a medium in which motion picture are fixed to.
So we're really arguing about the same thing, really. Then
Exactly.
But like I said, I had that question: what's considered a film and what's considered a movie? And like I said, it's a question that has always stumped me. I mean, I do have Google, but I never did look into it. But again,
I did.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's like
technology, automation.
What's considered a TV movie? What's considered a Netflix movie? Is a Netflix movie considered a TV movie?
Is it just based on of the medium being shown into?
Yeah. So again, I think there's a fine line. There's a gray area about terminologies being used and being thrown around here. When it comes down to what we were talking about earlier, I guess it all falls down upon what the rules are. Right?
Let me also go back to the point about the comment about Oscars and whether it's Oscar worthy. As the same thing as we made a point earlier about the film festival, Oscars have conditions that need to be met in order for sound, visuals, acting, so forth. And I think his point that he was making was that most Netflix movies would not meet the high standard that is placed on the Oscars for these types of original music scores and acting and so forth. I'll actually take away that point of acting. I think actors can be very effective regardless of the medium. More it comes down to the visuals of the movie, the sound, and the editing. And editing makes a big point in most movies that you watch and how you feel about them. So I think that's another big one.
True. And then, I mean, when you look at it here, going back to it, okay. So the Dark Knight, the second movie of Christopher Nolan's trilogy of Batman. The Dark Knight itself was that an Oscar considered movie?
Yeah, it was very well done.
It was very well done. Heath Ledger, God rest his soul, won an Oscar for Best Supporting Role for it. As his role as the Joker. So what criteria was given to him getting the votes needed to win that category? But yet, The Dark Knight itself wasn't considered for Best Motion Picture.
That is a much larger conversation that we could have, which I don't think we should really get into because there are actually points that I think I could make about that, but I don't want to do it because we'll start into a whole different other.
I know, but it comes down to the point about what's considered like the Oscars and their criterias.
Yeah.
Based upon.
Sorry, here's a good example. Sorry, Mark. Here's a good example. Stranger Things. This is a Netflix show. It won 35 out of 125 nominees of awards
for everything from Golden Globes to Emmy time, Emmys, Actors
Okay.
Guild Awards, all that stuff. But they never won a single Oscar.
Yes, because Emmys, Golden Globes,
Are
Screen
nominated
Actors
by their peers.
Guild, by their peers. But Stranger Things is an episodic show, not a movie.
Yes.
Oscars only deal with movies.
Okay, hold on. Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Oscars only deal with movies. That's why Golden Globes is both TV, movies, another type of thing. Screen Actors Guild, Emmys. It's like the Tonys. The Tony Awards are for Broadway shows, right? And it's strictly for Broadway shows. But everything else is a free for all.
Oh, here. There's actually a list from CNET regarding. Actually, never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind.
I was gonna
Moving
say,
on.
but it's not actually the full list I was looking for.
No, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Again, a lot of shows have been. If you take a look at a lot of shows have been nominated for the Golden Globes, for the Emmys, but you have to find out like what the Golden Globes cover and what the Emmys cover.
Oh, at streaming service Go, Netflix has some grounds to make up against Amazon, who won the first Oscar Oscar from a streaming service last year. This is the Merchants by the Sea. So looks like, well, I'm not sure. I have to double check on this one, but so far, what I've seen, by the Sea is an Amazon's production and won its first Oscar.
Okay. So
I mean, we're not questioning the ability of Netflix or Amazon to produce or put this content out there. That's not in question here. It's just a question of whether they're going to meet those criteria, right?
yeah, and like I said, when we first started this subject, we had a misconception about exactly why Netflix was pulled out of Canes, and why they're not going back to Canes. And it's more or less they just refuse to follow one of the rules. It's not a thing about if their stuff was considered movies or not, or films or not. It was just the fact that, well, we don't want to distribute this in France in a theatrical, in the theaters.
Agreed. So why don't we segue into the next topic, guys?
Oh, well, we don't have any more. Well, what we can do is, well, I only chose 2 topics today, but if you guys want to go to the next subtopic, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, something fast and very simple. Okay, Derek actually forwarded me a link from the Toronto Star. If you guys don't know what Toronto Star is, a newspaper in Toronto. TTC, the Toronto Transit Commission, start offering passengers with disability or who needs special seating with a button that says, please offer me a seat. Okay. In my opinion, not in my opinion, there's actually an article and it's getting sort of mixed reviews, I think, regarding why is the Transit Commission doing this. Is this, some people think that it is considered, you're putting, well, here's the thing though, the TTC does not just giving these buttons away who thinks that that people needs disability. They have to request for one. They don't check for what is their disability. It could be anything, right? And before they release this little button that people can use, TTC do have a blue section in their transit. If there's a blue seat, this means you have to give priority. It's priority seatings for people who has disability. Now they're releasing this button telling people, hey, I have a disability. I need you to get out of my seat, or you need to offer me a seat. Okay. Do you guys agree or disagree with this this button?
Okay.
Personally, I have no issues with it.
Okay. First of all, priority seating does not mean it's their seats. Priority seating means they get first priority to it. However, if the seats are already occupied. However, as common courtesy, you should be giving up those seats to the elderly, to the disabled, and
people pregnant,
people who are pregnant, people, even people with small kids. It's like priority parking. We have a parking spot that says it is for families with small children or expectant mothers. Is it against the law to park there? No, it's not. Now, there is something that I am trying to find right now. The TTC themselves has a bylaw, and based upon those bylaws, will also determine whether or not it a finable offense to be sitting in those blue seats when there's an elderly person standing around. Because I mean, you can see many pictures being posted from many, transit systems around the world where you have one person lying down on the bench and taking up 3 seats because they want to put their feet up, they want to have a room for their bag. Or you have an elderly woman standing up while there's a young lady or a young man sitting in a priority seating, and they don't want to give them up. But who's to say we don't know if that person sitting down there right now has a sprained ankle, who has a hurt back? We don't know.
Is this is this a passive way to do public shaming?
I think so.
I think the other question becomes is I think TCC did this as a way to address a larger problem, which was that people with disabilities were finding these seats were not being given up to them, whether they're elderly, whether they're pregnant, and they wanted to have another visual way to give that person to, be standing in front of that person without having some awkward conversation to give a visual cue to those individuals sitting in the seats that the person might want to give that seat up. However, I look at this as more of a social question because, I would ask a person with a disability, do you want to walk around with a pin on your lapel or whatever to show that you're a person with a disability? Or because there are people who, besides having the visual piece of somebody who is with a white cane or blind or in a wheelchair or whatever that might be, maybe they want to self-identify. Maybe they want to put that out there. And I look at it as a cost-effective way for TTC to try to address the concern, but also I look at it as a social question where, if you have somebody who is elderly come on the train, is that individual sitting in that seat willing to give it up? And to me, that's a cultural piece, but also a generational piece, depending on how you look at that. Nobody when I was growing up, where I grew up in the eastern provinces in Nova Scotia, would actually say to anyone getting on a bus, they would give up the seat immediately. Without question, they would simply get up. But I've lived in parts of the country where that didn't occur, where you would see, and I'm not necessarily placing this on young teenagers or anything like that. I'm even placing this on adults where you live in the country where they would not give up their seat. So in the area that you're living, it could be a cultural piece as well. It could be something of the area that you live in, because if you did that in one section of the country, people would get angry at you. You would actually be heckled and ridiculed for not doing that, whereas in other parts, they would give it no mind. So again, I look at it as a social question as well.
Well, it's, for me, because I do take the TTC every day, and I do take the subway, I do take the bus, I do take the streetcar. And there are priority seating for all three of them. And I've noticed that since this article came out, I've been keeping an eye on the blue seats. I actually did an experiment as well too. I noticed that even before this article came out, or this button thing came out, that if you see someone that you think requires the blue seat, or even in seats in general, they're automatically offers 99%. I say about 95% of the time they will offer that seat. I've done that, right? Because again, it's courtesy, right? As Mark said, it's not the rules, right? I notice as well too that 5% who does not offer those seats, some people will do sort of like a passive public shaming of a person not offering a seat, like from a dirty look to like very passively commenting to their neighbor beside them, for example. Right. I think TTC doing this button thing is sort of like an awareness. It's like you say, it's a cheapest way to do public sort of like it's just showing them, hey, there is a problem. You need to provide just be more courteous. In other words,
well, yeah,
it's a very typical Canadian thing to do. It's like very passively say, hey, you have to be courteous. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it is such, it is a way of that thing. It's just like, again, like you go to the malls and you have the signs now saying, courtesy parking for certain individuals. It's not against the law to park there, but you should be courteous enough to give that parking spot to those people with expecting mothers, kids with small kids, um, and then some. Again, the art of chivalry.
Dying.
I just want to correct you on something here, Mark. In regards to those parking spots, there are actually passes and cards that you're supposed to hang on your mirror to show that you are designated as a person with a disability.
No, that's right. That's handicap parking. That's the law to park there. I'm talking about parking spots where they say it's for expectant mother, courtesy parking for expectant.
You mean
mother.
like the ones with the strollers and
Yeah.
So they have signs. It's courtesy parking, and it's priority parking for these individuals, so that they don't have to walk as far. But it's not against the law to park there, right? And it's out of common courtesy not to park in those spots if you don't have a child. But I've seen people who park there because it's a closest parking spot to the entrance, right? And then all of a sudden they're pulling out, and then you see a family with 4 kids walking down to get to their car, and having a difficult time when they could have just parked right over there.
If you see that, do you do passively shaming that person because they did something not very nice and courteous to their fellow human beings?
No, I don't, because when I'm in my car, they're not going to see me giving them a look or whatnot, or I'll be driving by, the car's already parked there, and they're not in there, so
Well, what happens if you see them like going to their car and you notice they're just literally have nothing. They're just.
It's a good question. Do you speak up when you see something like that? Let me give you guys an example. Let's avoid the question of disability for the moment and just look at another example I can give. A few weeks ago, I was at a movie theater, and and Leonard was there, so he knows what's going on here. What the story is. So we were at a movie theater, and it was full. It was a full movie theater, absolutely packed. There was no free seats. And in the front, there was a family who had a baby, and it was crying constantly. And so they brought the baby into the theater, and it was crying for about 15, 20 minutes or so as the movie was going on. And I assume that whomever was beside the baby, because they're being quite loud, probably asked the people to leave or something to that effect. So they removed the baby out of the theater. But then later on, they came back with the baby, and of course, it was crying again. And as we were leaving the theater, I went up to this person and I said, I really appreciate if you could, not bring your infant into the movie where everybody has paid a great deal of money to come in to do it. If you could arrange for whatever, babysitters or whatever that might be, and not bring your child in. Well, the person had a very bad reaction to that. He was yelling at me. He was putting his, finger up in my face and all of this sort of stuff. And I was approaching it from a courteous perspective, but he got very angry about it. And I look at that, once I had done that, more people stepped forward to say that they were objecting too. And I think it's a question of, do you speak up or don't you speak up, and try to educate that person, whether you claim it's a cultural piece or if it's them as a person, or you're looking at how they act towards other people, that becomes a moment of education versus the person doing it. And as people left the theater, other people expressed their issue with it and so forth, because it did ruin the movie experience to a certain point. But that comes back to the point of, do you say something? And for me personally, as long as it's in the appropriate situation and done in an appropriate way, I would speak up. I believe that that's important to do, because it would allow that person to believe that if they continue to do that action, it's socially acceptable to do that, which I don't necessarily always agree with.
I may not have approached the person directly. I would have actually went to management, because I don't have the authority or anything to say to this person, well, don't come back here with your kid, because it's it's disruptive to the other patrons. First of all,
let me be clear. I didn't do this during the movie. It was after the movie.
Yeah.
And we're done there and so forth to that effect. And, this was not something I was doing to interrupt the movie or to shame them in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I had a private conversation with the person, which then they overreacted to, which then became a larger scene per se, right, in regards to doing that.
When it comes to that, and that's why a lot of people, I feel a lot of people, including myself, sometimes I don't confront the person. First of all, some people might react differently, and they might be completely, I'm sorry for this. However, I don't have a babysitter, and I really wanted to watch this movie with my family, with my friends or whatnot, or with my other kids, and I had to bring my child, like my crying child, with me. And unfortunately, sometimes that's the only way that they can take their kids to the movies. In my respect, I would have taken it to management for one. It would have been a management's call to actually ask the person to leave, give them a refund or whatnot. As well, if my movie experience wasn't up to par, I usually get some form of compensation by the movie theater as well, by the management, for my troubles and everybody else's troubles. It's you're talking about the movie. How about if you're on an airplane?
A different environment, which I wasn't trying to make this a situational question. I was making more of a social question of education and peace. But I take your point. And actually, I would agree that one of my mistakes was I should have in the beginning, when I noticed there was a problem, gone immediately to management, which I did not do. I thought that after the fact would be an inappropriate time to go to management, because then I hadn't done that during the movie. And so management obviously would say to me, well, you should have come to me at that point, right? And doing that. So I looked at it as more of an educational piece versus doing that. But I agree with you. You should not be confronting the person in the theater or so forth. I mean, if there's somebody in behind us in the theater that's being noisy or something, you'll turn around and politely ask them to be quiet, that sort of idea. And then if they continue on, yes, you go to management. You don't deal with it directly yourself, right?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, unfortunately, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know. You confronting somebody, perfect example, road rage, right? I know Leonard has road rage. Leonard has one.
Since I moved out here, yes.
But
I haven't seen that. Is that a bad thing? Is he pretty road rage?
Well, from what I heard from Michelle, it's pretty bad.
Okay.
Like, and mind you, this is a guy who came from living downtown, so I don't know why his road rage would be even worse here in Mississauga. But confrontations can bring two things. It can bring a resolution, or it can escalate. And as a person myself, there are times where I've confronted people and it escalated, and the turnout could have been really, like, the outcome could have been really turned out really bad. So for me, because now I know myself and I can get hot-headed at times, I try not to do the confrontation. I try to find another means of dealing with the situation. Or you know what? Sometimes I just shake my head and says, okay, karma's a bitch, right? One of these days that they're going to do this, and guess what? Somebody is going to either key their car or they're going to get blocked in. And I've seen it happen where individuals will see a car that's not supposed to be parked there. They park so close to the car that the guy couldn't open his door, and they had to wait until he had to wait until these guys came out, or he had to find some other way of getting into his car. It's the exact same thing with people with luxury cars taking up 2 parking spots. Why do people do that?
Okay, so let's return back then to the original point. And Leonard, what do you think about this? Because you haven't really spoken too much on it yet.
Well, for me, it's like I see it differently though, because for me, because I do take the transit every day, and for me to seeing those blue seats, because I sit in the blue seats until I see someone needs that seat, right? And every time I take for example, the subway, every cart has a total of I think a total of like 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 12 to 15 blue seats for every cart. And I noticed that everyone who sits in those blue seats, to see someone that deserves to use that seat, for example, with disability or with kids, they do offer those seats. And I did experience that before as well too, because I do long time ago, I did walk with crutches and canes because of sports injuries, and they did offer me those seats, and I'm very appreciative of those. And I also seen people who do not take those seats, did not offer those seats, and I noticed that people do publicly, passively shame those people who does not give those seats.
But
right?
But in general, majority of the time, people give up their seats.
Yes, majority of the time they do give those seats away. And for me, for the TTCs giving those buttons away, people do have an option to use them or not, or to ask for one. And the biggest issue, or the potential big issue, is if you, as Derek said, what happens if you walk around with that button?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to look you differently? Do they automatically? Do they think differently about that person, or do they automatically, or do they offer those seats? Right. So it is it's a very Canadian thing to do. It's a very passively way of saying, hey, you should offer the seat. Okay. Right. I have no issues with them. I don't see any potential issues. Again, it just becomes very social. I think it's a social experiment of like, shall we do the right thing? Right. And if you don't, if you see this button, if you don't offer it, the people surrounding you automatically shame you passively, or even like actively. Yeah, I think, because for example, if I had those pin, if I show up in the subway and never offer me that seat, I can guarantee you right now, someone will say something.
Well, I mean, with or without the pins, someone's going to say something. It just takes that one individual. You could be an 85 elderly person walking onto the train, and there's a blue seats there. Nobody gives it up. So with or without a pin, if those people don't want to give up their seats, they're not going to give up their seat if the person's wearing a pin.
No, I agree.
Will the passive and active shaming happen? It might. It all depends upon who's on that train at the time.
Yeah, right? With the advent of social media, it's going to be more escalated than normal, right?
You know,
I mean, record this and post it on Facebook or post it on Instagram. Next thing you know, TTC's commenting, this person or this person's employer sees it that this guy works for this company. Next thing you know, they're fired.
Not offering a seat, you cannot be fired for that.
No, I know. I'm just saying that
you can't be fired for it. See, that's the thing. You can't be fired. Like,
you should tell that to the guy who actually said something where you read comments in a Toronto FC game.
Toronto FC. Oh no, comments are completely different. Where it's an individual. Okay, so I take a picture. You take a picture of me sitting in the blue seats. My face is down. I'm reading a book, or my face is down on my phone, or I'm asleep, and I take a picture, and you've publicly shamed me saying I did not offer the seat. How do you know that this person at the time did not see this person coming in and offering their seat? You don't know that 5 minutes later, 10 minutes, I look up and say, oh, sorry, do you want to have a seat? But yet the picture's already up. How can you stop that?
No, you can't. You can't.
Yeah. So, again, the public shaming and it's all up to the people. There's always going to be two sides to a story.
Yes.
And the fact that if it goes on social media and then it's on it's being put on Facebook, well, you know what? There's going to be consequences on both ends. And the fact that, yes, you can make certain comments and you make certain derogatory comments can get you fired because it's actually in people's handbook. But for sitting down on the seat and not giving it up, you can't be fired for that.
Okay.
Because if you are fired for that, then that company is going to have a big legal battle for wrongful dismissal.
Yeah. Derek?
No, I agree with Mark. And we're moving into a different topic there in regards to consequences of doing that. But I think that in Canada, it's a generally prescribed that courtesy is the first point that you are to put forward. That we are generally considered to be a courteous country. We're proud of that. There are cultural pieces that involve in that sometimes where you might have a cultural difference that might impact that perhaps. But as a rule, I think that's a well-established point within Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm out. I need a refill. So
Yeah, okay, we'll do this fast then. Pick of the week. Who wants to go first?
I've got nothing this week. I just
Oh,
been so
you
busy.
suck.
No, I pick of the week. Yeah, well, I forgot it was Mother's Day today, so yeah, I was.
So let's
Okay, so now you just put that in a record. You should have said, I totally remembered it was Mother's Day, and it was my first priority today. Yeah.
my tip of the week. Keep an eye on the calendar, right?
Yeah, keep an eye on that. That's my tip of the week. Keep an eye on the calendar.
Okay, if that's the
do you
case,
got,
Derek, what's yours?
Oh, mine. I recently looked at purchasing a backpack called Pack Safe, and I think it's at Exhibition 45. It's a 45-liter backpack. But the interesting about this is that it has a lot of security features in it. There's a link there that Leonard has that he can put up on the screen about it. It's from Mountain Equipment Co-op here in Canada, and it's sold by them. And it actually has some good security features. So inside the bag is a metal mesh, which prevents it from being sliced by, say, a knife. So you couldn't take a knife to and cut through the material into the bag. It really has a lot of protection. You can lock the zippers, so you can interlace the zippers through a locking mechanism. So it has a lot of security if people are traveling. And you also have the ability to, it comes with a metal wire, which you can then wrap around like you would with a bike lock or something to that effect. So there's a lot of security options with it. It is a little bit heavier than most normal backpacks, but it's very well made. It's very good quality. And for the price, it is a couple $100, and for some people that might be too much. But between the quality and Mark's laughing, yeah, between the quality and the features, I think it's a good option for those that are concerned about security while abroad.
I don't like their design.
Well, it's about functional than design.
Nothing catches my eye.
Well, well, to be honest with you, that bag is actually pretty cool. I do have one of their bags, and I do travel with it, and it's worth it. To be honest with you, it's worth it because
that's the camera bag that you have, right?
No, the version I have is just sling bag version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I agree. That bag is pretty awesome. I do have it. I do have a version of that, a smaller version, and it is heavy, but it is worth it, especially if you're traveling, especially if you're doing one bag travel. It's definitely worth it.
You got the sling bag?
Yeah, the older version of the sling bag. So, but
sorry, I'm on the website right now. I'll take a look. Right.
Oh, okay. But I'll have that link below at the description, so we'll have one there. And for Mark's link, we'll just put Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day. Yeah, but
yeah,
hey,
okay.
I made it up with breakfast this morning. So
there you go. So mine is more sort of like a admin stuff than anything else. I just want to let you guys know that this is our second episode. The channel is up and running now. If you do look at the playlist itself, the playlist actually has two versions of this show itself. The coffee mug. There's a video version of video podcast, and there's an audio podcast. The video podcast, of course, if you're watching this video. The audio podcast is just going to be an audio version of the podcast. Because we haven't finished, or we haven't really finalized the podcast hosting yet, but for now we'll start with this. We'll move into a podcasting hosting soon. Then we'll let you guys know when that's up and running. Our goal is to host it or distribute it through podcast hosting, and distribute it through iTunes and Google Play, and hopefully more. Again, this is give us a while. It's gonna take a while, but it's gonna be out there soon. That's why we have a video and audio version of the show. So, yeah, if you definitely subscribe and stay tuned for more. Do you guys have any more comments before we go to our closing?
Yeah. So if anybody out there has any comments, suggestions, or like whatever you want to hear, or us rant about, or us where we should be doing this, let us know with the comments below.
In other words, Mark needs more ideas regarding his pick of the week.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm one of those guys that if I see it, I'll see it.
Just be sure to click on that bell so you get the most recent uploads that we put up.
Yes, yes, please. So, again, thank you again for listening or watching. Please don't forget to subscribe and like us. And if you have any comments, definitely write it down below. It'll be awesome. And we'll see you guys next week. Thanks, guys.
Seven, six, five, four, three, two, one.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
This is the moves for those who.
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 3 of the Coffee Mug Show. Welcome. And today we have a very interesting topics that we're going to be talking about. And yes, we are going to be talking about Solo, Star Wars, because all three of us actually saw it in the span of like 2 days. So, but before we go there, we're going to start talking about a couple of things that kind of interesting. So again, my name is Leonard. I am drinking coffee on a Christmas themed Star Wars mug. So Mark, what are you drinking today?
Again, I just got an owl mug. Found it, so I'm just gonna drink some juice out of it right now.
Derek?
I have my Game of Thrones Winter is Coming mug.
Nice.
Yeah, and I'm drinking just some OJ today.
Okay. Well, today, your plan today is to go to Harry Potter escape room, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's the one in Ajax?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to talk about that next week then, because we need to know how was it.
Question is how long did you guys have to book for? Because I heard it's all sold out.
I booked probably 2 or 3 months ago.
All the time.
Yeah.
Wow. Jesus. Well, apparently it's only for 1 year, right?
It's only for an hour, yeah.
No, sorry, I couldn't hear. You guys froze up there on me.
How long is this going to be a permanent escape room, or is it just a theme for this year? You guys know?
Well, actually, they've had it for some time, and actually they're going to tear it down in June, I believe. So that's why we wanted to go now before it does. I guess, they swap them out every once in a while, keep things fresh, keep people coming back, right?
Yeah, best way to bring kids in, right? Okay, so we'll start with something simple. As you know, if you live in Canada, we receive a massive nationwide update on our cell phones for the emergency alert system. If you guys don't know what it is, the alert system is in Canada. It started as a radio and television. So when you receive an alert regarding natural disasters or an emergency, you'll get you'll get something in your TV or radio saying, "Hey, this is an alert." But now the government decided to expand it to mobile devices. So about a month and a half, 2 months ago, or even 3 months ago, we received an update to all cell phones, all mobile phones, with smart mobile phones, with an emergency system. So how it works is there's an emergency, it goes into our phone, it tells us in bilingual language in French and English saying that, hey, there's an emergency, stay tuned for more information, for example. And so according to the government, this alert system was deployed in partnership with the federal, provincial, and territorial emergency management system, including Climate Change Canada and the Weather Network. So it covers the whole country. It's actually a pretty cool system. But unfortunately, last week we received our first emergency alert. It's for an Amber Alert in Thunder Bay. I have no issues with that because that's pretty cool. But unfortunately,
explain what an Amber Alert is.
Okay,
first.
so Amber Alert is if I remember correctly, it's an alert system for missing children or kidnapped children.
Yeah, it's also implemented in the States.
Yeah, it's implemented.
I don't know if it's really for kidnapped children. I mean, it's the idea that they want to get the message out to the public about a child that's missing, either for them simply being missing or possibly, as you said, perhaps abduction or something to that effect.
Yeah. So we receive an Amber Alert in Thunder Bay. So if you guys don't know where Thunder Bay is about 1,300 kilometers away from Toronto. And the system itself is supposed to be geotagged. So in other words, if you are in Thunder Bay, you get the alert. But if you're in Vancouver, you should not be getting this alert. but unfortunately, they accidentally transmit the alert all over Canada. So, but the good news is they did find the child. We did receive another alert saying that the child was found, but now critics are criticizing how the system works. My questions for you guys is: what do you guys think about the system? Does it work, or this is a great first step?
Well, it works. We can't deny it. It works because I got the messages. Other colleagues of mine got the messages. As long as you're on the LTE network, right? If you're not, and if you're on like say 4G, you don't get it because at my at the job site that I'm working at, multiple of us got it. Well, like the same number didn't get it. So, I mean, the system does work. It is working as advertised, as what was explained to us, and how it's supposed to work. So, that's a good thing. Now, regarding the types of alerts, I just didn't like the fact that I received 3 text messages about this, about the Amber Alert. One in English, one in French, and then a third one of the Amber Alert being canceled, both in English and French. So,
Derek?
Well, I agree that it was a little frustrating to have those 3 messages, but I think also that's important to have those 3. I think the thing that I'm taking issue with more that it was from Thunder Bay, and not necessarily that us in Ontario or in Toronto. I mean, if the police believed that whoever this person abducted the child was coming to Toronto, that might be relevant for us for that geolocation to be advised. But I think my concern with the system is a couple things. One is that, firstly, it's a great system, wonderful. Apparently, they spent a lot of money on this thing, and it really hasn't completely worked very well. The second thing is about, and I don't know if this is the case, but in regards to trusting the alerts as well, because in the States, they've had a lot of problems, and I know, Leonard, you have a few points to point out about that, but they've had a lot of problems in multiple different states about this. And if the system is hacked or something to that effect, can we rely or trust on the information that's coming through that?
Well, here's the thing though, because the issue. Well, there's one issue when this actually came out. It happened in Florida. Some guys hacked the emergency system, similar to what we're talking about here, telling people that there's a zombie infestation in Florida, and they found out that someone hacked it, and it was a publicity stunt for Walking Dead. So it is there's pros and cons in the system. The system does work, but unfortunately, it needs to be fixed. It needs to be fine-tuned, right? But is this a worthwhile investment for the government? I say yes. It needs to be fixed, yes, but at the same time, it can be very, very dangerous in the way that if someone uses the system in a publicity stunt like what happened in Florida, right?
Don't get me wrong. I think it's very valuable, especially for children who are lost and so forth. Yeah. That's very valuable. The next question comes up is, where's the balance between the inundation to the people, the public, about having these text messages come out, and public safety and the public assisting the police in various investigations and so forth. Right now, I believe it's limited to emergency messages on natural disasters and also the Amber Alert. I believe that's the only limit, the type of text you're going to receive at the
local moment. Weather as well too, I believe, as far as I know,
for like extreme weather, right?
Yes,
yeah.
But here's the thing though. Here's the little thing that I kind of had to double read because I wasn't really sure if I'm reading this correctly. Whoever got the update on their phones, right? You cannot opt out. There's no opting out in the system. It is an emergency system. So a person can say, no, I don't want to receive a text or a message. It's literally on, no matter what.
And I don't have a problem with that either. I think it's an emergency system. If it's treated as that, great. As you said, if we start getting zombie alerts, then I start raising the question either of security or of how the people that are running it are making these decisions about the balance between the inundating the public and the public trust, right?
Well, I mean, it's just like, again, it was like back in the day when you got the emergency broadcast on your TV. It is for life-threatening situations. Um, did they test it sometimes? Yes, they did. Did it have they had to use it at times? I mean, from what I can recall, I've never seen an actual alert coming on the TV, but it was there. And I don't have an issue of having this alert system here and available. I mean, it's the next step, right? Everybody has majority of people have cell phones. You get this alert out for life-threatening situations, like, and I don't think it's going to be used often. I mean, every time that an Amber Alert comes out, it is sent on, it's posted on the TV. Now they're going to just send it out through text messaging.
And also the other thing is, with the old system, as you said, it would come on the TV and it didn't matter where you were. It was an all or nothing system. Yeah. It wasn't geolocated. If something happened in Vancouver, we would still hear about it.
That's right. And you couldn't opt out of it. So
yeah.
Yeah, the only time you opt out is if you change the channel or turn it off.
No, you can't change the channel because it's actually based on the cable, right? So the cable networks will send it out. Now, is it even on the American channels, because it's our Canadian system that sends it out, you're going to receive it on all channels. That's what it's all for. So regardless of what channel you were on, you were going to receive it.
Yeah, I think the reason why they did this because in Canada, especially in the border cities, or pretty close to the U.S. Canadian border, we do receive stations from both sides, right? So if you're in Canada, you get like radio stations and sometimes cable TV or stations from the U.S. or vice versa. I think this is the way to separate what our definition of an emergency compared to the U.S. emergency, right? So, it's for me, I have no problems with it, but I do have a problem if the system is not fully tested or fully vetted out, right? That can be very, very, it can be very annoying, and plus it loses the importance of the system. Right?
Yeah, I mean, then again, with any technology, that's the whole thing. It's like, again, it's there's always going to be someone who's going to try to hack the system, and unfortunately, nothing's 100% hack-proof because everybody finds a way of hacking a network. And it's again, it's one of those things where we have to. It's the growing pains of having a new system being implemented, right? And that's with anything in life.
I agree. Okay. Any last comments about this system?
Honestly, not really. I mean, it is
pretty straightforward, right?
It is pretty straightforward, and I mean, it is being used for life-threatening situations, fire, natural disasters, biological hazardous, Amber Alerts. So it's just gonna follow the old ways, but on a new system, like on just a new way of getting it out to the people.
I think if people are looking, we go back to the point of opting out. I think that if you're looking at this for people that want to opt out, I'd say, why do you need to? What is so inundated? You get more inundated by Facebook than you would ever by this system. And so anybody that says, I want to opt out of this, people's lives could depend on it literally. So seriously, let that go.
Yeah, exactly. So. Okay, so we'll go straight to the next discussion. Here's, I think this is going to be a very interesting discussion. The question I have is this: from a normal user perspective, like none of us, not power user, like all three of us, just a normal user. Okay, is the traditional laptop dead?
I'm gonna let Mark.
Okay, so here now, before you jump into this one, I've noticed a lot lately. Okay, commuting to like going to coffee shops and all that good stuff. That more and more people are using tablets with a Bluetooth keyboard, or not even using laptops anymore, or they're using a phablet, like an oversized phones with a Bluetooth keyboard. And I'm one of those guys, by the way.
So is the word traditional laptop users or laptops, is it dying or is it slowing down in a way that it's just evolving to something more easier to carry, it's easier to use? So or is it gone? It's dying? What do you guys think about? But remember, this is just a question in a non-power users. You still have the workstations. I use a workstation at the office because I do CAD, right? So is if you're using it just for doing sales work, people are using laptops now? A tablet, right?
Okay,
So
your
Mark,
question
we'll
is
go with you
no.
first, because I have this feeling you have something to say about this.
No, it's not dying out, and I don't think it's slowing down either. I don't know where you're going, but all the Starbucks here I go to, there's at least 4 or 5 people sitting down with laptops, and they're not power users, but they're students. Um, they're just regular people who are doing their stuff or regular work, like an everyday person. I see a lot of tablets. Yes, I've seen a lot of the Microsoft Surface. Um, a lot more people using iPads. The Samsung Tabbies. Um, Again, it all depends upon what the person wants. Um, Regarding tablets and all these other mobile devices, you still don't get the feel or the necessary power, I would say, when you want to just even do a simple spreadsheet.
Right now I'm using, because I have an iPad, I use Microsoft 365 on it. Okay, I do. I agree. There's a couple of things in Word and Excel you can't do, like pivot tables. In Word, I think it's like art. It's like the word art thing that they do for titling is the only difference. I also use G Suite a lot because my work requires us to use Google Docs a lot. And to be honest with you, every time I go to a meeting, I use my tablet. I don't bring my laptop anymore because I have apps. The apps will work exactly the way the desktop version works, right? Or close to it, right? So for me, when I see this, I see it a lot in the trains, subways, even streetcars, even the coffee shops downtown Toronto. Majority of the people I've seen is just using their tablets now.
Well,
right? That's what the question I posed.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay, you gotta, first of all, you gotta take away from streetcars, transit system and everything like that. I mean, of course, everybody's going to be on a tablet because it's a lot smaller to be able to read something on there. Mind you, also when you're on the subway system, or even on the just regular taking a bus, if you don't have a SIM card on your tablet or a Rogers stick for your laptop, you're not going to have any internet access, really. So basically what you're going to be doing is just reviewing some stuff, reading something, playing a couple of games on your tablets when you're on that. Going to coffee shops, like you said, the area that you've been going to, a lot of people have just tablets. None of them have laptops. But in my area, I've seen, like I said, I've seen quite more people with tablets, with laptops than tablets. Again, it depending upon where you are, it will determine what these people need. Like I said, a lot of the places I go to have a lot of students. They're all on laptops.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think that your first point is about what is the person actually doing on it, and if you're going to write out a huge essay or whatever it is for school, you're not going to do it on a tablet.
Yeah.
From an ergonomic perspective, just in typing, that amount of typing, even though you can attach a keyboard to it, physically that's going to be really difficult to do. So I think laptops do have a good space in there. A lot of you wouldn't be able to do high productivity stuff on it, run very large programs. That's why they have MacBook Pros and so forth in regards to art students and things to that effect. So you'll never be able to do that on a tablet. But when we're thinking about casual, everyday work, I think a tablet would be fine if, as long as your work doesn't involve high volume pieces. My computer for work is a laptop, but it has a lot of security features on it because of the kind of work that I do and so forth. You can't have those kind of security pieces on a tablet in the same way. Things like fingerprint scanners and stuff to that effect, right? Now, most laptops nowadays come with that. Personally, I'm a laptop person. I used to be a long time ago a desktop person, so I used to build my own base stations, but that's long since passed. I'm too old for that anymore. I'm not a heavy gamer anymore, and I think, even for a laptop, you can have a heavy gaming laptop, but you can't play a lot of these games on tablets now that are high usage. And, when we're talking about people in coffee shops and so forth, and Leonard, you're talking about your work works well with that, but I'd have to use a laptop for mine. So it's all about the situation that you're in.
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly because I made a self-conscious effort for the past year now to get away from laptops or even computers alone, and try to do all my personal work, all my photography work, even video editing on a tablet, because it's one of those things that I try to minimize what I have with me. Right. So when I travel, I only travel with a tablet and a keyboard, like a Bluetooth keyboard. And so far it's working for me, and I agree with you guys. It's depending on the situation you guys in, the work that you're planning to do. If you're a gamer, may or may not work. You prefer having a laptop or a desktop, right? So, but with the advent of like mobile apps that's actually getting more powerful, more and more, or desktop apps are being moved into a tablet version or an app version. That's why I asked the question: is it a revolution of like mobile devicing usage of just leaving?
It is a revolution because again, like it's these companies want to have the market in everything. Like, so if people are moving from laptops over to the tablet, okay, well, let's make a version of our software for tablets. Get into that market. Again, this is all business decisions. These are all not because everybody's going to tablets. It's because, well, it's another way of generating, profits for a company. For example, like take Microsoft. Microsoft was basically an application company running Windows, Word, Excel, and all that stuff. All of a sudden now, they started building what? Xboxes. They got this Surface. Why? Because there's a market for them that they can generate more income going that way and that forward. It's so in a sense, yeah, like they wanna access these guys and make port over their applications into tablet form and mobile forms because they know they can make money from it.
Okay. So what do you, like, in your day-to-day, what devices do you use? Do you use your tablet, your phone, or your lap? What do you normally like? If you put a percentage, okay, for me, okay, I'm telling you right now, I'm about 80%, about 70% phone, about 30% on my tablet. Am I doing that right? Sorry, 20% on my laptop and 10% in my 10% 20% on my tablet and 1% and the 10% is in my computer and my laptop.
You had that much time to actually calculate how much you did? Wow.
Yeah, it's surprising I did because when I was putting this together, I was like, I need to figure out, okay, how much do I actually use?
So, as you can see my setup right now, I'm on a laptop right now doing this, doing a recording here. I got my desktop right over here. I still have my tablet over here, and I got my phone over here. So
that brings up a great question. Do you really need all that?
Actually, if I had a second monitor, maybe not. But I can't afford a second monitor right now, which is the next deal. But well, again, my phone is pretty much on me 24/7. It's my only form of contact for people to reach me via phone. Well, again, I got my emails on here and I got my games. predominantly when I do a lot of my stuff, I'm on my desktop and on my phone. The tablet I use whenever I need a bigger screen to do something, and then the laptop is if I'm downstairs and I don't, I don't want to come all the way up here to use the desktop. I have the laptop downstairs to do all my whatever I need to do. So I'm pretty much, yeah, this is me. Like, I got
pretty much balanced then.
Yeah, I use my phone most of the time. I have a laptop as well here, both for personal and for work. And so obviously I use, if we're talking about work-wise, I use it from a majority of the day. But my personal laptop, I use it. I've been using it a lot more the last couple of days. I was telling Leonard the other day because I'm playing a new game called Surviving Mars, and I'm kind of crazy into it. But so that's skewing the numbers right now. But most of the time, it's just the phone in the pocket that I use.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead.
Like for me, I'm like, as I said earlier, like I use my phone a lot and my tablet a lot. I also have a laptop, a tablet, and a phone, right? The laptop I use is mostly for video and photo editing. That's it. That's all I use it for. And for my tablet, I can do the same thing exactly what I'm doing on my laptop to my tablet because of Adobe Cloud. Their CC system, their product line. And to be honest with you, everything I do in my tablet, it just goes straight to my desktop. So my desktop is actually turned off and only turned on when we do this podcast and editing, and that's it. Majority of the time, the rest of my productivity is actually on my phone or on my tablet. Even my work, I do everything on my tablet and just get syncs. Even all my drawings that I do, all the schematics that I do, gets ported into an app called Bluebeam, and it just syncs to my tablet after that. Right. Okay. So
let me ask you this though: if you had to choose between your tablet and your laptop for video editing, what would you do? Which one?
My tablet, because right now I can do 4K editing on my tablet right now.
You can do 4K editing. How long? But how long does it take for it to render?
Actually, it's not that bad. It's a 10-minute rendering only takes me. Well, but I tested with a 1080. It's half. The best way to describe it, because when the last time I did a 10-minute 1080 60 frame edit rendering, including graphics and all that stuff, it only took about 10 minutes. Right, for a pinch is fine, right? But if you're for example, if you're traveling or if you're a vlogger and you're out of town and you don't want to carry your laptop, this is a great solution, right? But if I'm doing like this podcast is about an hour long, and if I need to do a rendering to video and rendering to audio, this is gonna be dead by the time it goes like the first 10 minutes of it, right? So, but there is a drawback going to the tablet form, but but at the end of the day, I can still do what I need to get done in the tablet. But it's gonna take a longer, but it is possible, right?
Okay. So it's gonna take longer. So out of a productivity standpoint.
Oh yeah, I never use for productivity wise, as you said, if it's something like a heavy user or if you do need a workstation, like workstations, ability of a workstation to do rendering or anything like that, then yeah, for sure I have no issues going to laptop because it is what it is. It's a hardware problem. It's a hardware requirement, right? But if you have other productivities, as in you're just looking at PDFs or looking at or doing markups or anything like that, or even writing emails or anything like that, the tablet, in my opinion, is like, for me, it's a great solution for me. Plus, I don't like carrying my laptop with me all the time. And personally, it's getting heavier and heavier. It doesn't matter. I have a Carbon. I have a Lenovo Carbon at the office, and it's still annoyingly heavy compared to my iPad. Right.
And that's where it comes down to for a lot of people. It's the weight. However, a lot of people still carry they go with MacBooks or MacBook Pros, even Windows laptops have been getting smaller and thinner. Now, I mean, the thinner the machine gets, I mean, you lose a lot of you sacrifice a lot of things. You may not get an SD card reader. You may not get any of those things also. But there, everybody's trying to balance um, the weight issue, and some people even have complained about tablets being too heavy.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so not everybody's going to be happy.
Yeah.
Everybody's not going to be it's not a tablet's not going to be the 100% go-to thing. A laptop's never going to be a 100% go-to thing. I mean, your question is, are laptops dead? No. Are they slowing down? No, not that I've seen on my in my end. Again, and it's what Derek said. It all depends upon what you're going to be doing.
And I'd say
what
that.
the
Sorry, I'd say they're displacing the desktop. Desktops are more for very specific usage now. I think that is true, that they are replacing desktops.
Yes, that is correct. However, when you're in a big company, guess what? A lot of them still prefer the desktops because they are still cheaper than getting everybody laptops, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
I know, and it's a lot easier to maintain a desktop than a laptop is. So.
Mm-hmm. Before we go to the next topic, I have one more question to ask you guys. What do you guys think about Chromebooks? Is it a good alternative to a laptop? Is the Chromebook? In my opinion, the Chromebook is a great example of evolution from a full-blown laptop going into a tablet space. It's almost like a stepping stone, or is it a different niche market? Because I've been looking at Chromebooks for a while now, and it's totally like intrigues me in how simple it is and it works, right? Is it a good laptop replacement to traditional Windows or Mac laptops? You know what I mean? Does it make sense?
So you are making sense. And because, yes, me being the techie I am, I did not really look into Chromebooks because I thought they were,
children's
I would say that they're a niche market, and they're very targeted.
Yeah.
It's just like the Microsoft Surface, right? What is a Chromebook? What makes a Chromebook a Chromebook?
Yeah. Well,
right? I mean, you got Asus Chromebooks, Acer Chromebooks, Google Pixelbook. You got Dell Chromebooks. So, what is in a Chromebook? Like, what are their specifications that, I mean, I think the largest screen size is 15 inches. But what's the guts of it?
Okay, well, right now, based on my limited experience in Chromebooks, I noticed that you can actually get a simple Celeron with 4 gigs, with like 16 gig hard drive, and it will run at least, I think they said, about 6 to 8 tabs in Chrome OS, right? Because it's the browser based system. As soon as you get to 8 gigs, then you can do at least 10 to 15 tabs, right? So to run like in the background, and right now, based on my research, Microsoft 365 works in it. G Suite works, of course. Even Apple iWorks works in Google Chrome, right? So the only caveat in that is it needs to be online, but they are moving in slowly into to be offline, right? And school boards are both US and Canada are actually using Chrome OS as part of their educational computers now, because they're cheaper to run, easier to maintain, and as far as I know, because my niece actually uses G Suite for student, they do have their own email, but it's not connected to the outside world. It's just internally to the school itself, right? So that's why I'm kind of like intrigued about this Google Chrome thing, and I think this is a great solution for me. For example, if I decide to buy another laptop or my tablet dies or something, or you can actually make your own pretty cheap too if you have an old laptop.
Yeah, so a Chromebook is basically a laptop with a Chrome OS on it. That's all
it is what it is. Yeah, it's just a Chrome browser.
Okay, so in your question, so the difference?
My question is it a good stepping? Is a good technology for you to leave or even
to instead of going to a tablet, you still want a full size keyboard with the Chrome OS sort of a better fit for productivity, let's say, in a student or in a business situation.
The student considerations are weight, partially, right? Obviously, that's a definite consideration for them. I don't necessarily think that it has to be something that a student or somebody would pick that as a specific device for what they're doing. I don't personally, Mark might be able to speak to it better. I don't see the innate benefit out of it. I look at it as simply a niche market.
And you know what? I honestly, Derek, I agree with you. It is a niche market. Like, yeah, it's like Microsoft Surface. There's Surface units. Again, it's like how Linux had some Acer machines out there, and you could bought them at Walmart, and they had Linux on them. It's another different OS to play around with. I believe it's like a crossover. It's like a crossbreed between a laptop and a tablet.
Okay.
Will it benefit anyone? It might. Again, I don't know too much about it. I haven't even read any reviews or the productivity behind what you can do with a Chromebook.
Okay. Okay. So we'll just die that now, as in like laptops are here to stay, depending where you are. Okay, so let's go to our third topic of this for this podcast. I think this is going to be a very interesting conversation. Star Wars Solo movie. Okay. Spoiler alert.
It's Solo. A Star Wars movie.
A Star Wars movie. Sorry.
So if you haven't seen it, you want to stop listening to this podcast, then you should go to this time index right here, and Leonard can do that.
Like time index, and like you can stop now and go forward for about 18 minutes, and you're good to go. So I saw it last night with Derek. Mark, you saw it on Friday night.
Yes, I got to see it Friday night.
Without telling the story itself.
Hey, you already said spoiler.
We already said spoiler, so we can talk about this.
Okay, fine. If you haven't seen it yet,
if they're still listening, they accept it.
This show gets broadcast starting on Monday 7 p.m. So after 7 p.m., if you haven't seen it yet, it's your fault, not ours. So rate it to one as in the worst movie ever, to 10 as the best movie at all times, as in it's going to win every single award in every single country in the world. Okay, that's 10. How do you guys rate it without, as of like what you've seen? So what you've seen after you watching the movie, how do you guys rate it?
8. I ran it's an 8 out of 10 for me.
Okay. Hold on, Mark. Hold on, Derek.
I'm gonna go a little lower, just at a 7 out of 10, just for specific reasons. But yeah, I'll go 7 out of 10.
Actually, I'm gonna go worse than that. I'm actually going to 5.5 to 6 out of 10.
You can't go 5.5 to 6. It's either 5.5.
Okay, fine. I'll round it up to 6 out of 10. Okay. Mark, you go first because you have the highest rating here. Let's see if Derek is actually
okay.
Disagree with you.
As you know, I've been a big Star Wars fan for many years. I was heavily into the extended universe. I read all the books. I've actually read Solo's the Corellian trilogy, which delved a little bit into Han Solo's past, but not really into it. After all the drama and all the issues with the first 2 directors being fired, them getting Ron Howard to come in, all these other things where the lead actor had to take acting lessons.
Jesus, are you serious?
Yes, there's reports out there that they sent it to actors. These are things I've read, and speculations that he was sent out to get more to get trained on how to become more of a better Han Solo. the movie was quite entertaining. I actually enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it. Like I was expecting to something really, to bomb. Uh, but from the get go, I had a smile on my face. It was quite entertaining, and then at the end, and then the first person that I see get credited for the movie was Ron Howard. That's where it is. It's Ron Howard. I've been a big Ron Howard fan for a long time. Even in his days of being, Richie Cunningham in Happy Days, so that's why I gave it an 8. Like, the actual movie itself, like I said, it was quite entertaining. It was actually a lot more humorous than I expected. Woody Harrelson did a great job. Even Paul Bettany being in there, like I was even surprised. Like, I didn't pay much attention to any of the other of Solo because I already had this feeling about it. I didn't even know Paul Bettany was in the movie. Right.
And if someone doesn't know who's Paul Bettany, like me, who is he?
Paul Bettany. If you guys are a big Avengers fan, he plays Vision.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, okay, I know. I can see the face, but I don't know the person's name.
Yeah. He also played Shaggy in the Scooby-Doo movies. He was also in Priest, Legion. Is it Legion?
Legion, Priest, yes.
I believe he was also in Legion. I could be wrong about Legion, but yeah, he was in Priest. So, that's why I gave it. Like, they salvaged. Ron Howard was able to salvage that movie and made something of it. Is it the best Star Wars movie ever? No. Was it the worst? No, because I can name one that's really worse than that. So, to me,
is?
Well, episode 1, but
well, we could really get into a discussion here.
But it's not. That's the thing. It is not the worst Star Wars movie.
Okay.
Okay. So, I think first thing I would say is people have to put their expectations on a certain level here in regards to this, because we had Rogue One, which was its own standalone movie, which I got to say, I really loved Rogue One. I thought it was beautifully done. To create an entire mythology around one line from a Star Wars intro was a great thing. This is an origin story. This is about Han Solo. Han Solo is a smuggler. He is a villain, not a villain, but just somebody who's not playing by the Rebel Alliance rules and so forth.
He's a bad guy, nice guy.
Yeah, exactly. So what is this? This is a heist movie, okay? And I went in having sort of that expectation. This is not a movie that's going to be huge star battles and so forth. So if you go in expecting that, I think that's an unrealistic expectation. So when I give it a 7 out of 10, I'm giving it a 7 out of 10 as an okay heist movie. Do I think it's the best movie I've ever seen? No, it isn't. Do I think the acting was good? Woody Harrelson was great in it. I love that guy. Yeah. Any movie he's in, he does a great job. I had concerns about the main actor playing Han Solo, and to be fair to him, you could feel sometimes that Han Solo kind of coming through in his acting, and I like that. You got to also remember, he's acting as a young Han Solo. Han Solo is not Han Solo yet. He's learning how to be that. Woody Harrelson was giving him all these tips and tricks in the movie, don't trust anyone, so forth and so on. This is how he acts when he's older, right? So it is that origin piece. I did like to see his origin story. There's a sort of a romance in there that was kind of interesting, where he's not really close to a lot of people and so forth, and I like that aspect of it. And then also when you look at people like Lando Calrissian, how they met. So I enjoyed seeing how everybody met. I enjoyed seeing how everybody became who they are. But that's what you get out of this. Same thing that would happen with a Yoda movie. It will be coming out. That'll be the same thing. It's not going to be the Yoda that we know. It's going to be a young Yoda as a Padawan or something to that effect. And that's the kind of movie we're going to get. From a Star Wars perspective, yes, it was great. We got to see the Millennium Falcon. They were in a fight scene with a couple TIE fighters. That was great. But that was your action in the movie, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you take a look at it, you're right. This is Han Solo as a kid, as a young person who has his ideals, and then it changes to what we know him as being the rogue scoundrel, you know. However, even if you see him now, and you see him in the actual in his older self in the trilogies, the original trilogies as well, Force Awakens, he still had a heart, and that's the one thing he it's like there's this internal turmoil between him. Do I do the right thing, or do I just turn my back? And it always comes around that he tries to do the right thing, right? You see it in this movie as well, right?
If you see, and also think about the next movie. The next movie would be, if they do another one, it would be along the same lines as this one. It would be a little more development. You'd probably see a little more about the rebellion being interlaced with what he's doing, because he came to the rebellion only as a second thought in A New Hope. It wasn't something he was seeking. It wasn't something he wanted. They even made a point in this movie to say, hey guys, I'm not part of your rebellion. I'm just, so through all the next, whatever it is, we'll arguably say 20 years of his life or 15 years of his life, he was a smuggler. He wasn't part of the rebellion. It didn't,
No, he wasn't. And that's the thing about him, right?
Well, they said that this Solo movie is like 10 years before episode 4.
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
So for me, is like, okay, it is an entertaining movie. That's hands down. It's very entertaining. I have no problems with that. The biggest issue I have in the whole movie is actually the acting part. Woody Harrelson is amazing, of course. That's not a problem. What's his name? Who played Vision again? What's his name?
Paul Bettany.
Paul Bettany. Amazing actor, no problems with that. What's his name? Glover, no issues. Emma, whatever her name is, Khaleesi. I'm really bad at names, sorry guys.
Clark.
Yes. I always have issues with her acting.
Hers,
yeah. I always have, even Game of Thrones, I always have issues with her acting. And the guy who played Han Solo,
Alden Ehrenreich.
Yeah. His particular acting really, in my opinion, sort of brought it down a bit, because I don't feel like he's actually doing I feel like he's not even acting at all. He's just saying the lines and smiling. He's just a pretty boy, in my opinion, right? So it's not like I'd rather see someone in Han Solo's character as a little bit more rough, a little bit more nice guy but rough. A bit more like worn out, right?
But that was my point, that he is not Han Solo that we know yet. He's a young kid and so forth, right?
But in the acting side, in my opinion, the acting side is just horrendous. There's points that last night I got bored from watching them, especially when Emilia Clarke and him like conversing on screen. I was falling asleep.
I had more issue with the guy who played Lando Calrissian. I had more issue with that character than I did with Ivana.
Okay, let me go to that side now too. The weirdest things, I'm not sure if it's just me or you guys, the scene that when the robot died, I feel like he had an affair with the robot. Okay. It's like just sort of like a robot, like a robot human sort of a thing happening here. It's like it's nice to have like a relationship with a robot, but when that robot died,
do you have a relationship with a robot?
Okay. Here,
if I have a Dyson, yes. All
right.
But to be honest with you, that was just the weirdest scene in the whole thing. It feels like it was like some fetish that the writers had.
No. Okay. Here. Okay.
I'm just gonna leave it to you, Mark. I'm just leave it to you. Go ahead.
You gotta leave it. Okay. Look at Luke and R2-D2's relationship.
But it's not like not like been sexualized that way, though.
No, see, you're over sexualizing it. As I see it, Lando had one person that he could always count on and always had his back, and that was L3. L3 was his co-pilot. L3 was L3's mind was not wiped for how long, because she had the best navigational unit, like all the navigational charts for their smuggling days, had it. This is his friend, his partner, right? If you take a look at Lando, it was just the two of them. Lando didn't have a crew. Lando didn't have anybody else. Lando had no other human companion on his ship. except for L3. So, in a sense, they shared a bond, and his bond is a friendship. It's something that it could be a machine, but because this machine you consider it your friend, and that closeness, and losing this person and not being able to see, it's like I've seen people freak out and cry over their phones.
Yeah.
I agree with Mark. I think that's a very good point. I think I think you were kind of over sexualizing it a little bit. I don't think it was a sexual piece. Do I think that the scene was a little taken out in regards to the length of it? Yeah, I could see where the director was going with it. As all these other intonations of the BB-8 and so forth, the other robots we've had. I can't remember the other one. What is it? What is
the one from Rogue One?
Yeah, what is it? I can't remember. Anyway, I love the one from Rogue One. I love BB-8. This one, I gotta say, I didn't care for it. I think that they didn't hit the mark with it. I think it was. You know
what, and that's the thing. L3 wasn't supposed to be anyone really. It wasn't.
I feel like there was something's missing.
L3 wasn't supposed to be like a C3PO or an R2D2 that was always in the main front. L3 was supposed to be again in the background. Now, if you remember what Lando's lines were. You could also take it. He's losing this robot, but he's also losing his business. But him being him, he doesn't want to show that. Well, it's because of my business I'm losing. That's why I'm crying it. I'll just say, okay, well, L3 was this person, but L3 was this one. That's why didn't you see when Han came up with the idea, take her, processing unit, stick it into the Falcon. He just it just dawned on him that he's not going to lose L3. And lose all that information. Don't forget, L3 was more of a product for him. Like it was his computer, right? So,
do you think that that's part of the storyline sort of missing? As you said, it's been cut too early, or it would be nice to explore that sort of, even take 5 more minutes to explore that relationship, to make it more easier to understand why that relationship exists.
I mean, for some, they may have been able to do. They should have done that because. Like yourselves, you didn't get what was going on. I just, like I said, I remember certain lines in the movie that he said about L3 that, okay, well, you know what, this robot is his friend, but it is also his business. Mm-hmm. And when you have a smuggling business like Lando does, or it's like, what's the number one thing that you need at your navigational routes? You lose that, you pretty much lose out your business, right? Mm. But then again, like in a sense, and as I was saying before, he also lost a friend.
Yeah.
Right.
Derek?
I think the other piece that I took a little issue with again was Lando, and only because I think that his character was betrayed more as a villain, and also the piece I really just liked was the very ending of the movie, where they went back and they had that card game where he wins the Millennium Falcon. I would have preferred to see them, him save Lando and then, him give it to him or loan it out to him or something like that, so that we see that relationship build a little bit more, other than, I just beat you at cards, the ship's mine now.
Sorry, you know what? Unfortunately, I got to stop you there because it was always known, it has always been known that Han Solo won the Millennium Falcon in a Sabacc game against Lando Calrissian.
It would be nice to actually.
That was the bottom line for that.
Yeah, I guess I meant more about their relationship being built, because in the movie they didn't interact that much, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't necessarily have a problem with him winning the Millennium Falcon in that way, but you didn't really see the relationship build very much. So he was really a secondary part of the movie where I wanted him to be more folded into the story arc rather than being so off on the side.
But that's the thing. Lando's and Han's relationship first started, well, now because of this,
in a bar.
Like in this movie, the relationship started this way. But don't forget, Han and Chewie are going up now to go to Tatooine and hook up with Jabba the Hutt. In those 10 years or whatever, Lando and Han will build a relationship within these years to the point where we saw them in Empire Strikes Back. Right? It's going to be at times they're the best of friends, then they're frenemies. Then they're going to hate each other, they're going to love each other, but they respected each other. And they're going to build that. And and because this is in the beginning, an origin story, not everybody's going to see that because it's going to be years of building up that relationship. And like I said, because I've been following the extended universe, which is now known as Legends, you get to see where their relationship actually form and how it intertwined with each other from the time that they met until Return of the Jedi.
It would be nice to actually have that card game with the first card game they actually had in the movie. It would be nice to actually start that scene of like, okay, I lost my ship to Han, right? And they have that like sort of, as you say, frenemy feel to it throughout the rest of the movie itself. It actually gives you a bit of like, okay, I won the ship from you, but I flew the ship this way, and now Calrissian is sort of like respecting Han slowly, right? But it still has that little tension on the whole movie. It would be nice to have it there instead of at the ending. The ending feels like, oh shit, we forgot something. Sort of like they forgot a moment in time, in my opinion. It would be nice to have that sort of tension throughout the half that movie. It would be great.
Yeah, but again, I love the way the movie ended, right? When they did the first game, honestly, I was disappointed that Calrissian won. I thought, okay, this is it. I was so anticipated. Okay, this is when Han's gonna win the Millennium Falcon. This is when he's gonna win the Millennium Falcon. But it didn't happen.
But on the other hand, I going back to what you're saying, I actually would have preferred that he won in the beginning and then have Lando around afterwards, sort of, to build that relationship and have a different thing. So I'm not against him winning the thing. I just wanted to see more of that interaction.
More tension.
Okay. I'll let you in a secret. Han has won the Millennium Falcon against Lando Calrissian twice.
Did not know that.
See, and this is what I mean. This is like if you took all the extent, like the relationship, you're gonna find out a little things. Yes, Han Solo won the Millennium Falcon against off of Lando one time. Then they had another sabacc game. Lando won it back. They had another sabacc game. Han won it again. So this is where this is where the legend side of things comes into play. And this is what I did not like about what Disney did. Turning the extended universe into Legends, and everything that was in Legends is no longer canon, and they're starting a new canon. And I can understand, and there's one piece of information why I believe that they did this. It's to bring back Chewbacca. Right? If you guys did not know, in the extended universe, Chewbacca actually dies in one of the series.
Well, we learned yesterday the guy is like 200 years old, for the love of God.
He needs to rest.
No, yes. Chewbacca has always been old. Chewbacca was 200 years old, and I've known that. Wookiees have a very long life. However, Chewbacca died during the Yuzhan War because of the planet, Serpentidal. I forgot the planet's name, but it does start with an S and has a P in it. Exploded because the Yuzhan Vong used a planet-destroying weapon, and he died. Now, The Force Awakens comes along, and how do you bring back Chewbacca, who's supposed to be dead at this point in time, back into the movies? Well, you take all the canon stuff that was before, make it Legends, and you start a new canon. So all the stuff, like I said, with the relationship between Han Solo and Lando Calrissian disappears.
Okay.
And they're starting something new. But it has always been their mutual respect for one another as gamblers, as scoundrels, as smugglers, that they've always been close.
Okay.
I think that's a good point to end on. Yeah.
Yes, I agree, because we do have a hard stop at 11 o'clock. So let's do pick of the week really fast. Derek, you want to go first if you have one? Or no one has one?
Actually, my pick of the week would be this new PC game I've been playing called Surviving Mars. It's a strategy game, sort of like Civilization and building cities and so forth. I've been very into it. It's taken up too much of my time. It's been out on Steam for a couple months now. That will be mine.
Well, sorry, I just spent I'm at 70 odd hours now on Skyrim.
Okay, Jesus Christ, guys. Okay, okay. So Derek, if you need to go ahead and go. I'm gonna do my closing. I'm gonna do my pick of the week.
Do your closing. Fine. Go ahead.
So my pick of the week is actually a light meter because some of you guys know I'm actually an audiovisual designer, so I do a lot of theater work. I do a lot of boardrooms and buildings. So I do need to measure light. So because I'm also a photographer, so I ended up getting a few years ago a light meter from Sekonic, and it's a Sekonic L478D. This light meter is amazing. If you're looking for a light meter for photography and cinematography, get one of these. It's not the entry level one. It's actually the mid-range one. It's a great light meter. Definitely recommend it. I'll put that link below in the description. So if you find this on sale, I suggest you get one. If you don't find it on sale, start saving because it's pretty pricey. Mark?
My pick of the week, I'm still waiting for it because it's been 2 years since these graphic cards vendors have released anything. So there's nothing new for AMD or NVIDIA yet. There's been rumors something's supposed to be coming out, but I'm still waiting. So my pick of the week is, I was hoping that there would be some information by this time of new video cards coming out and the new architecture that they're going to be doing on, I believe, on 7 nanometers. But nothing yet. So Fortunately, I got shot on that.
So before I let you guys go, there's actually one more update in this whole podcasting venture we're doing. We're officially in iTunes now. We're officially in Google Play. We're officially in twitch.tv. So if you actually, all the links are actually below now. So if you guys actually check it out, it would be great. Subscribe, it would be awesome. We did arrange the schedule slightly different now. So if you're watching this in Twitch, if you're planning to watch this in Twitch, every Monday at 7 o'clock, it will start televised. It will start showing live, and podcast and YouTube shows the next day. So we're hoping to get more subscribers in Twitch because all three of us need to get paid to do this. So plus we want to get more.
We do it because we love to do it.
Oh,
that too. And we do want to make our production a lot better. So more subscribers will be great. So we can create more content for you guys. Plus, there are plans to have more shows in this channel. So stay tuned to that one as well. So yeah, let's go ahead, Mark.
Sorry, I just want to say one thing. Did you see one of the Easter eggs in that movie?
No.
What was Woody Harrelson wearing?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either, my friend.
Okay. His disguise when they went to Castle.
Yes. That was Cal's disguise in number
Return of the Jedi.
6 or something. Yeah. Okay, guys, thank you very much. We'll see you guys next week at all these channels. So if you have any comments, questions, just leave it down below. We'll definitely answer them. Please like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next week.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Okay.
This is the movement for those who.
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 4 of the Coffee Mug Show. And my name is Leonard, and this morning I am joined by Derek and Mark. And this morning... Sorry, go ahead.
Good morning. What? No, I can't do that. That's copyright.
Yeah. Well, you can change it a bit, then you'll be fine.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I don't want to get sued on our first live broadcast. Okay.
Yeah, good point. So we are living in Twitch this morning. This is a test record just to make sure that everything's okay. This is not the official broadcast, our live broadcast, but it's going to be a test. So hopefully our live broadcast will be the next, I think, our 10th episode or something, but we're still having technical stuff that we need to go through. So this morning we decided to take it a little easy topics because it's been a little hot week, and we just want to make sure that we cool off this week before we ramp up again next week. So our first topic today is books versus audiobooks. If you listen to an audiobook, is it the same thing as reading, or is it considered cheating? Any thoughts?
We're 30 seconds behind.
Well, thanks.
No. I'm just like, as our test, I got our Twitch stream up on here on screen as well, and it's kind of weird because it's like a broadcast. We're 36. What we're saying here now is 30 seconds behind what we see in Twitch. So it's like watching a live hockey game online and another group of people watching it on TV, you hear them yelling and screaming that they scored, and I'm still waiting for the results on online here.
So you have a 30-second delay, Leonard. If Mark says anything you want to cut off, just
Exactly. It's called censorship.
Censorship, yeah.
So
Well,
what do you guys think about the topic? Our first topic.
Well, let me ask
don't read
Mark.
much.
You actually listen? Have you ever listened to an audiobook?
When I was a kid.
Okay, we know what Mark's position is going to be on this.
When I was a kid.
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I'll take that as a no too.
No, you know what? No, like, is it cheating? Is it the same? Guess what? It is the same. You just got somebody reading the book to you. I mean, in elementary school, I had one teacher who would read a novel to us. Part of our English course, she would read it out loud to all of us. And then I would go and read my own books. And then if I'm too lazy to read and I just wanna hear it while I'm driving, yeah, throw on an audiobook. Is it cheating? No, because you're getting the same content. Content doesn't change.
How about
know,
you, Derek?
Well, as I drink out of my butterbeer mug here from Harry Potter, which
Oh, by the way, how was that?
Butterbeer.
Let's go back to that after this topic. I want to hear about that.
So, I love audiobooks. For myself personally, I have some eye problems, and it's hard for me to focus on reading for an extended period of time in an actual book. So I think the experience is different. When you're reading the book yourself, you go at your pace, and you understand things in a certain way, but when you listen to it, it's a different way of processing the information. For me personally, I can shred through an audiobook in a day. I can listen to it at high speed and so forth because I'm just able to process it that quickly. So I can actually finish a book a lot quicker via an audiobook versus just reading it myself. It would take me a week or so to finish a book. It's kind of crazy just reading it every day. But with an audiobook, you also get the additional layer of listening to somebody narrate it. And depending on the person who's narrating it, can actually really impact your experience of the book. Some people who do inflections and not so much voices, but they kind of tailor the voice to each character of the book. Let me give you an example. Ready Player One, Will Wheaton read that one, and he loved it.
Oh, no way.
And he really enjoyed it. It really was a great way to listen to the book. I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much if I just read it myself, listening to how he enjoyed it. In fact, he's even referenced in the book, which is kind of funny because originally when I had heard it, I thought, did he plug himself in there or is he actually in the book, which was kind of cool.
Apparently, he's been doing a lot of audiobooks, reading a lot because, he actually enjoys it. So it's pretty cool.
It is. But, when it comes to audiobooks, there's a couple other points to make is that, for people who are blind, or visually impaired, they can really enjoy those books a lot more, especially for schoolwork. There's an entire division of the Canadian National Institute for the Blind that actually does audio recordings for people who are blind and visually impaired. And these are volunteers that come in and they read these books. They put them in audiobooks, textbooks, and things to that effect to help students in learning. So there's a lot of benefits to it.
No, I agree. For me, because I could do commute to work, and for me to listen to audiobooks is the best way to go through a book faster than me reading. Because when I read a book, I have a tendency to, when you walk between trains and a bus and a subway, you do need to stop reading. But if you're listening to an audiobook, it's so much more continuous, and it doesn't break the way you read. Because for me, when you read a book or a chapter, you have to stop halfway. Next thing you know, you got to go back to it again, and sometimes you do have to go back a couple of pages. You just catch up. At least in the audiobooks, you can do a full chapter without stopping, right? And you can get the full story. To be honest with you, it's a great way to travel, especially commuting. I do love the physical book. I don't consider cheating. It's just, as Mark said, it's the same content, but the only The only difference is just the medium of telling the story, right?
I mean, there is the downside to it, keeping your reading skills sharp and so forth. I mean, as adults, that's not as significant, but obviously it's a good idea to keep that ability to read in an effective and quick way as sharp as possible. But Mark, do you read a lot at all, or?
You know what? I did, and I want to get back into it, but I'm just been too caught up in Skyrim, so I don't have much time for that. Yeah, I finally was able to. I know Skyrim's been out for a long time already, but it's just now that I've actually been able to sit down and really delve into it. So, yeah, I have not much, don't have much time for reading, but I do love reading a good book. The last time I read a book in a day was when Harry Potter Deathly Hallows Part 2 came out. I actually read that book in 24 hours. I didn't sleep. I just kept on reading it.
Wow.
In regards to reading on subways, I love reading on the subway. Actually, I prefer reading the book itself than having an audiobook. Yeah, I know I do have to stop when I have to change trains and everything like that, but I don't know, there's something about me just diving into the book and just forgetting about everybody who's around me, and I can just read it, so it's a distraction. But yeah, I mean, if there's another book that comes out, I'm a big Tom Clancy fan.
Yeah, same here.
And then I am a Potterhead. I read pretty much all the Star Wars extended universe books before it became Legends. So yeah, I have my little niche when it comes to reading. So, but yeah, if you guys can recommend a good book for me to read, I'll definitely look into it. Like, I mean,
well, if that's the case, if you are looking for something like a series, Expedition Force is really, really good. It's a 6-series book, but it's also an audiobook, and it's
is it what, sci-fi?
It's sci-fi. It's more modern day sci-fi, so you get the same year, for example. The only difference is one of the main characters is the best way to describe it is he's a smart, very smart, very old AI with an asshole personality.
How?
It will like the whole book, the whole time when he announced that he's talking to human beings, or he's talking about humans overall, he will literally blatantly call them stupid monkeys the whole time. And it's actually very comedic. To be honest with you, it's a very, very good read and or listen to the audiobook itself.
I'd also recommend The Expanse. I'm a huge fan of the show. The books are great. There is a TV show. There's been 3 seasons of it. Not a lot of people have heard of the show because it's been on Sci-Fi, and they had very restrictive rights to it in regards to streaming. But Amazon has picked it up for season 4 because for some reason Sci-Fi canceled it. It's sort of like that old Firefly piece where Fox canceled Firefly, and everybody was like, "What are you doing?" It's like one of the best science fiction shows I've seen in 10 years. It really is great.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Fox does the same thing. I mean, they canceled out Brooklyn Nine-Nine, one of their strongest shows, and then with what people did, like the viewers did, they stood behind the show, and NBC picked it up again. But Fox has a habit of doing that, so
yeah,
well, it's Fox.
It is.
Well, I don't know. Well, now Fox is don't forget Fox is owned by Disney now, right? So
really, and that's how they think.
Well, Fox, Disney bought Fox Media, I believe. It's just the media side of Fox that they bought.
Yeah.
So, guess what? We might see a crossover soon of X-Men and the MCU. So
okay. So in other words, listening to an audiobook versus reading a book is not considered cheating then?
No, it's personal preference.
I think people would really enjoy. Some people really love the tactile sensation of holding the book and reading it and falling asleep with it, whatever. And I think that that's a wonderful experience. It comes down to personal preference. It comes down to sometimes circumstances when, you need to be alert or watching where you're going. You can walk and listen to an audiobook at the same time, right? Mm-hmm. So you can have the efficiency of walking and listening at the same time and enjoying the book while you're moving around, or just sitting down and reading the book. Plus, if you have headphones on and so forth, people might think you're listening to music, so it's a lot easier to have that immersive experience, right?
Yeah,
I agree.
Well, I mean, like, put it this way. I prefer having the actual book in my hand. I had an e-reader and I had my tablets, but I still prefer the actual book in my hand. Like turning the pages, having that weight of the book, marking the pages. I don't know. I feel more. That's more suited to me.
Very old-fashioned, very analog. No, I'm not joking. I'm not teasing you here. Personally, I prefer having a physical book. It feels more. It feels like, to be honest, in today's era, it feels like that if you read a book, you feel like one of those intellectuals or one of those hipsters just walking around with a book and reading it instead of reading it through a tablet or to your phone. And to be honest with you, I kind of like that special club of one of those people just reads books, like physical books.
Well, then again, I also want to have the book because if I'm reading on a tablet or an e-reader and the battery dies on me and I'm at a crucial point in that book, I'm gonna be pissed. It's like watching a TV show and they put it right into commercial, right? So.
Oh, I agree. When I backpacked a few years ago, I decided to bring an e-reader, and I was gone for a month. And the second week of my trip, my tablet actually died on me. And I had like 3 books that I was planning to read in the whole trip. So I had to physically go to a bookshop and actually bought the physical book and finishing it. I was so annoyed. I was like, okay, I'm gonna be minimalist when I travel, but that was a big fail.
Take solar panels next time.
No, the whole thing actually physically died. So I charged it; it just will not work.
Your tablet broke, basically. So
it broke. Yeah. It was my the third e-reader I had like in 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, yeah, you got to deal with the weight and the bulkiness of a book, but it's always there, right? So.
Yeah.
And I mean, don't get me wrong. You know what? If I'm on a long drive and I want to listen to something and not the radio, yeah, I'll throw in an audiobook, and I want to try to experiencing that driving and listening to the experience and having an audiobook. But I don't know how much I'll be able to take if I'm driving and trying to keep concentrating on the road. But
yeah.
So.
Okay. Okay, so let's move along. We're going to keep going with this test broadcast because we officially have 4 viewers. I know 2 of them is us.
So for the other 2 people, welcome.
Yeah, so if you are watching, if you want to go ahead and chat with us, I think the chat room is open. Go ahead and say hi. It will be awesome, and let us know what it looks like. What do we need to tweak for the next broadcast? So
my lighting.
Yes, lighting.
My lighting.
So before we go to the next topic, so Derek, you went to a Harry Potter escape room last weekend. How was it?
I did. Yeah. It was interesting. It was well done for what it was. I've gone to, this is the second escape room I've ever gone to. I'm not a huge escape room person. I do enjoy the mental exercise of trying to figure out puzzles. Like, it can be kind of infuriating at times. And when the woman ushered us in, she gave me a walkie-talkie, which is a little different than the first time where you had to, knock on the wall or something. The first room I went to was very bad. It was it was sort of like an insane asylum kind of thing, and you were all locked in a very, very small room together, and I didn't really like the experience. So when I went and did this, I had a lot more hope and joy for it, and it was a good experience. I won't say which one it is because that could impact their money, because I'm going to talk sort of about what they did in the room. And the puzzles are great. They had the 9 3/4 platform, but what they did, what was interesting, was they had a series of rooms that you had to get into, and they had for the quote unquote magic aspect, they had a weighted door. So at the end of a hall there was a mural, and you had to unlock all of these wands to be able to unlock the mural. And by putting them on, some weights released the latches for the door, which allowed you to slide the wall over, which was really good. And then in the last room, when you had to figure out a puzzle, you actually had to stand on pressure plates, which you didn't know they were pressure plates, to unlock it. So I was really happy with the quality they put into it, the thought they put into it, to put quote unquote a little magic into it as well. So yeah, I was pretty happy about it.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so would you go back there again, or would you recommend this place?
I would recommend the place. I think that they seemed like they put a lot of effort into it. There were a couple other things there that you could have done. I don't know exactly what they were. The place is fairly busy. It was also fairly large. So again, I had several rooms we had to go into, which is, I find, a lot better of an experience than just being in a single room. So you need to go from one room and unlock a door and go into a next room, and that kind of motivates you forward because you want to see what's in the next room, right?
Oh, cool. So the chat room is officially open. So if you have any questions regarding the Harry Potter thing, please feel free to leave your comments there. We'll try to get you the information if Derek is logged in. But yeah, so pretty good.
They want to know now. I just told them everything that happens.
Well, you didn't tell us where it is, how far it is from Toronto. All got it good. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so our next.
From me.
I'm sorry.
It's about an hour away from me.
Oh Jesus. Okay, so our next topic is so when you guys travel, what device do you guys bring with you guys, and why? So do you guys bring your laptop, tablets, phones, cameras? Everything
depends where I'm going. Okay,
let's say you're just going to a trip for the weekend with your family.
Tablets and phones.
No laptops?
Not for a weekend trip.
Well, for a week as well. Do you bring a laptop for a week where you're gone for a week?
Yes, I will bring a laptop. Just because that has some things for the kids to do, as well, if I need to do anything. Well, sorry, you know what? Let me backtrack. When I was working in an office, yes, I would always bring a laptop wherever I went, from it being a weekend trip to a 1 week trip. Now I haven't gone on a vacation in a while. I probably wouldn't bring a laptop anymore. Just because of the change of my careers.
Okay. And how many tablets do you bring with you? Do you normally bring, like, I know you got a couple.
One, two or three.
Yeah, but is that with you having your entire family in tow, or is that?
Well, that's the thing. If it's the entire family in tow, it'll be like 2 or 3 tablets, and then all our phones. If it's just, if it's not the whole family, maybe just one tablet. So it all depends upon how many people are going.
Derek?
I'm actually quite a minimalist when I travel. I'll take my phone, and that's about it. Maybe a tablet if I really have a need, and usually for me that'll be, I want to have some entertainment, or I expect that I won't be able to, go on a plane and you won't be able to have your ability to watch something. For me, I like to have a larger screen size when I do that. But overall, I never travel ever with a laptop if I absolutely can get away with it. Maybe a tablet, but I just prefer my phone because I'll just put videos or movies or whatever on my phone, and I can watch it like that pretty comfortably because I do that in general day to day. So yeah, I mean, when I travel, I only travel with a backpack. Like even if I'm going on a week trip, I go with a backpack. Why? Because if you're going on a plane or something, you don't have to check a bag, and I have a pretty awesome bag for that too.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as well too. I only bring my tablet and my camera because again, I'm a photographer, so I do have to bring a camera with me. But more and more, I'm sort of leaving my camera behind now because the phones are getting a lot better for taking image or still image. But plus, on top of that too, I'm sort of experimenting with just shooting with a phone because the phones now are they're pretty close to a full blown like professional cameras that I'm using. So I like doing experiments with that, and it's working out really well. And the same thing as you, Derek. I'm very minimalist when I travel, and I try not to bring as much stuff. The last time I went to a trip, a weekend in New York, I just put everything in one tiny, I think it was a 10-liter bag, and had everything in there for like 4 days. So, and I prefer not to bring too many things when I travel as well. So, like even the first topic we talked about regarding audiobooks versus books and the e-reader thing, I prefer reading it on a tablet. But unfortunately, if the tablet does break, you do have to bring books, and now you have to bring that books back home, right? But yeah, so when you travel,
go on, you do it.
So when you do travel, do you guys try not to bring too much technology with you, or just the essential? It sounds like you only bring the essential stuff. You guys are one of those one of those travel warriors will bring everything with them.
Like I said, I used to bring everything with me, but that was because of the type of job I had. Like, yeah, even though I'm on vacation, I'm not on vacation. But now, like I said, I mean, I've changed careers, and I just have to bring the, whatever, just the bare necessities to keep my sanity.
Oh, here's a good question. How about camping? How much tech do you guys bring with you?
Oh, I will bring my phone.
Have a very strict rule: no tech.
No, we bring our phones.
Wait, is that your rule, Leonard?
No, I'm asking for all of you guys.
Oh, well, see,
I figure if you're gonna go camping, you want to have that experience. Obviously, we're a connected world and so forth, so I do bring my cell phone when we go camping. However, I will say that I make effort not to use it while we're camping, because the whole purpose of going camping is to enjoy nature, is to have that experience. I do have connection, a connection issue where I'm losing that connection, so I still have to have it on me. I usually will leave it in the tent or something, perhaps, although I won't leave it in the tent for a long period of time. You don't want somebody rummaging through your tent, but yeah, I think if you're going camping and you're taking laptops and so forth, you're not camping.
No, you're not. When I go camping and I take the family camping, it's a time for us to really disconnect. Yes, we have our phones to take the pictures. We also have it for our music, and then also for emergencies, because we go, when we do go camping, you have to be stay connected in some. Even though we're in a provincial park, it's good to be connected. But it's a time for us to to get disconnected. But we do bring it for taking pictures and some music, and for some lighting as well. But that's about it.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's good. I would agree completely with that. Yeah, music and so forth.
Yeah, for me, I have a very strict rule that when I go camping, I normally leave my phone in a car.
When do you ever go camping?
I go camping twice a year. Three times a year.
Derek, does he ever invite you to go camping?
He goes camping with him.
Dude. Oh, you guys are harassing. Thanks a lot. Oh, now I see how it is. All right, okay.
Well, when you go camping, you don't tell me. You tell me last minute. Next thing you know, I'm like, dude.
I told you in January I'm going camping July 19th to the 22nd. So you can't tell me I didn't tell you.
Okay, where are you going then? Let me ask you.
Big Bass Lake Provincial Park.
Ah, okay. All right. That's good. I'm a McGregor fan. I like that. Yeah.
I'm a pinery kind of guy.
Yeah, he wants a luxury.
Yes.
Yeah.
He wants a
Glamping.
He wants to go
Glamping.
glamping.
Glamping, yeah. Well, have you seen his tent? The thing's a fortress.
Well,
I got
Like it's like 16 by 8 or something.
well, you just
I like to stand up when I change clothes.
well, yeah.
I forgot how
like-
tall it was. Yeah.
yeah. Like, and I don't have that issue. I'm like, how much taller than you, Donnie? Leonard?
Well, we're talking about me here. Okay.
Okay. Well, I have
prefer- Like stretching when I change. I don't like. I've done the small tent camping thing and I hated it. So I paid the extra to upgrade to something bigger.
Okay, well, I do have an 8-person tent, and yes, it does stand up it's a 6'1" tent, so I actually can
Yeah.
fit in it and stand up in it. But I got a lot of people to sleep, so actually there's a new tent that I want to get. There's a tent from Coleman I want to get, the WeatherTech tent, and it's like an actual cabin tent that can fit up to 8 to 10 people.
I've seen that. It's actually a good tent. I was looking at getting a tent that actually has the inflatable beams on them with just air. They're really expensive, but the weird thing is that the great tents seem to be made in Europe. Like the
Yes.
really good quality tents seem to make in Europe. And the one question I can't actually answer is, why don't they sell the tents here in Canada? Because Coleman actually makes a tent in the UK as well that is similar to the tents there. And so my thought process is, because we have such a humid environment, are those tents not good enough to be in a humid environment that we're in versus the tents that Coleman generally produces here in Canada or North America? I mean,
It could also
I think
be
it's
safety standards as well.
Itself, right?
Like, I mean, just because they make stuff in in Europe and they can't sell it here, sometimes it all has to do with safety standards.
see, I wonder about that too, but I couldn't think of any safety standard that would really be applicable via North America versus Europe. Obviously, Europe is generally not as humid in general, and the ventilation in those tents is not as significant as a general pitch tent we have here in North America, right?
Yeah, that could be true. It could, like I said, it could also be the materials that they use, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, put it this way: my tent came from REI. I had to drive all the way to Pennsylvania to grab it because the tent that they don't have the tent that I'm looking for here in Canada.
What tent
And
is
all
that?
the tents. It's the REI Dome 6, I think. It's a 6-person tent. So I think they don't make them anymore.
Why do you need a 6-person tent? There's only 2 of you.
I have
And
like
your girlfriend is like smaller than you, Leonard, and you're already small.
Well, I need to fit a double, hopefully a queen size bed for now soon.
Can you hear this?
Oh my
living
God.
area, a change area. You know, it's like, come on.
Oh my God, you really are glamping. Holy crap.
I like to be in nature comfortably.
Oh, then definitely you're not coming camping with me, man. You're not like there are times when we go camping and it's like, okay, how many days we're out there? We just take a shower before we leave and take a shower when we get home. That's how we go camping.
Hey, I shower every night.
Oh my God. Oh my God, man. Holy
Well,
shit.
when you do camping, do you guys normally get a power plug for your tech stuff, or no?
No,
we take a cell phone and we don't use it. However,
no,
I do take a power bank just for safety, as Mark was saying. So I do have a power bank with me to charge it, just for safety and all that.
We do get electrical sites for the electrical fans. We bring fans with us.
Fans.
Yeah, and one of our
But
buddies.
to be fair to you, how many people in the tent versus Leonard here?
Okay, Leonard, here's the thing. I got 2 double air mattresses in my tent. And in between, we have a sleeping bag, right? And then at the foot of those beds, we have 2 more sleeping bags where people sleep. Plus, we still have all our gear in it. And most of the major stuff, like major big stuff that we have, stays in the truck or in the van. Other than that, we have power, to for our electrical fans, and yes, to charge up our phones because again, we like taking pictures when we go camping and we play our music on our phones, so our batteries do die. Um, and you know me, I always want to have a full charge on my phone every day just because I'm that anal for emergencies. Um, but yeah, but you having a living area, dude. Oh my God, it's like
It's comfortable.
okay. Now you know what the tent that you should get. Speaking of Coleman, I was at Costco yesterday, and they had one left at the Costco for $165. You can get an 8-person tent from Coleman, which is
Surprisingly, I did almost buy the 8-person tent version of my tent, but I couldn't fit it in my car because my car was already full.
Okay, if you can't fit it in the car, you can't pitch it on the site because it'll take up the whole darn site.
holy crap, man.
Listen, those fans that you use, are those sort of cheap Coleman ones, or are they the actual fan that you have?
I actually have like my actual fan from home. I bring them, and actually I have one small Sunbeam, like the little mini turbo fans. I bring that for the other tent. Yes, sometimes I have to bring 2 tents.
I'm surprised that you're not camping with 2 tents.
Well, we do try to bring as minimal as. Trust me, when it's only you who's putting up both tents, you gotta bring one. That's much.
Oh, wait, yours is an 8-person tent, right, Mark? But
Yeah.
there's 7 people who are living in the thing.
Yeah. So, and then you put all our gear in there. And like I said, all like everything to. So.
And let me put this out as well. You have daughters, so Leonard has the living area, and you have 5 daughters.
Yeah.
And they don't need a living area in there. They deal with it.
They deal with it. Yes. Like this.
I'm
camping.
dealing with it too.
Oh my. Derek, you've been camping with him, so I don't know. Like,
I cook my food on fire.
Yeah. Actually, what I picked up for this year, we finally picked up a Woods propane stove.
I have one.
5,500 BT. Is it 2,500 or? I think mine's 2,500 BTUs. And then what I've done, I've also bought the cable, the hose to connect it to a full propane tank.
Yeah, that'll work out real well. I mean, you're cooking for a lot of people. You know,
Well, when we go camping, it's not just us. Like, I mean, when we go camping, we go with a group of friends as well. So it ends up there's like about 20, 25 of us, adults and kids, going all together. So we cook at one site, has all the cooking, pretty much, and then we have our own sites where we cook our own breakfasts. But we get that. I also picked up because at Canadian Tire they were going on clearance the rechargeable LED lights.
Yeah.
So great for $10 you get a strip, you plug it in, and it's plugged into just a regular portable battery charger like that you have for your phones, and it's great. It's nice and bright. We don't have to fumble anymore. And then next year, I don't know. Next year I'll probably pick up a couple of more things for camping.
Well, right now for light wise, I use a headlamp. It makes life a lot easier that way rather than using just flashlights, regular flashlights.
Oh no, we have headlamps, we have flashlights, but in the actual main tent itself, to make it easier, I got these LED lights. So I got one strip for one tent and another strip for another tent. So you just turn it on, and no more fumbling. There's no more fumbling trying to find that headlamp or trying to find that flashlight when in the middle of the night. So
nice. Okay. So let's keep going here. This is the best one so far for today's topic. Restaurants. Everyone eats. Do you guys leave online reviews, and why? And also, before you guys answer, do you guys look at other online reviews like Yelp, Google, OpenTable? Do you guys read that review before you guys go to a restaurant, or you just go straight to that restaurant and said, screw your review, I don't like your review, I'm just gonna go try it out myself? Are you guys that daring?
No, I don't leave reviews, and I should, because a lot of people have already told me I should have started a a food blog long time ago. Even you, Leonard, you told me to start a food blog. If nobody really knows, if you guys really want to know, I'm a foodie. Like I love food and I love to try new places. But yes, I do not leave reviews. Do I read other reviews? Yes, I do sometimes, but not always. I like to go into a restaurant that I have never eaten at and experience it for myself, and not try to be influenced by what other people have said about it.
Okay. Okay. How about you, Derek?
I don't leave reviews. Generally speaking, I think that when we're talking about looking at a review online, I do sometimes might look at a review, but I take it with very much a grain of salt. And there's a couple of reasons for that. First is that you don't know the intentions of the person that's leaving it. Maybe that's an employee of the restaurant who's leaving the review. Maybe that's the son of the owner who's leaving the review. So you actually don't know the context of the review. Poor reviews, maybe they had a bad waiter or something, so they give it a poor review, right? But maybe that wasn't because it really actually had bad food or something in it, right? So I give it very much a grain of salt. I tend to look at it. Usually I'll rely more on friends and family to give me advice as to whether it's a good restaurant or not to go to.
I agree with you there, Derek.
Yeah, I do the same thing too. For example, if I if I go to a restaurant, the first thing I'll do is I look at it, I look at the reviews. What I do is I actually look at the latest bad review. And actually, I read all the bad reviews first before the good reviews. The reason why I do that is I'm very curious what was the review about. Like, for example, if the review is, hey, my food was good, but my service was bad, and I'll give you 2 out of 5 stars. Fine, whatever. If they said the service is amazing, food is awful, I give it 5 out of 5. Well, it sort of doesn't really compare. Mm-hmm. And or if the review is this, the food is good, service is amazing, but they forgot to give me my fork, I'm gonna give it 1 out of 5 star. So those kind of things, because I see that they give bad reviews because the server forgot to give them water. Those kind of things. And I'm seeing that more and more, especially in Yelp. And that's why I read the bad reviews first. Then I go to the good reviews and see how the food is. Right?
But are you basing your decision on the reviews, whether to go to that restaurant or not? Because when you're... yeah.
Sorry, I will go to that restaurant if the food is good, the service is good. If the review says, again, like, for example, the fork issue, it does not go into the factor why I should or should not go to that restaurant.
Let me give you an example. So let's take a pizza place, for example. Mm-hmm. I was over in an area there the other day in the GTA, and I was looking at just for a pizza place to go into, and I was looking for something a little different. It didn't feel like the pizza, it didn't feel like so forth and so on. And I was looking at reviews. But here's the thing. When you look at a pizza place review, the people will say things like, oh, it was great pizza. It was kind of like I make it home or something like that. And I find that all people's pizza reviews are the same. Like, they don't compare it. Like, if you're going to give a true review of food, you want to give context to the review that you're given, right? So you want to say, okay, this is sort of like a pizza. It's a little more greasy, but it's better. It's less greasy than Pizza Hut, or give some context to the review other than saying it was a great pizza. So to me, that gives me no information that I'm going to be able to base anything on, right? Let me give you another example. I had steak the other day, and actually it was a suggestion from you, Leonard, to go to this place and have a steak, and it was a decently priced steak and so forth, and it was a wonderful experience and so forth. But when I read the reviews of the place online, it didn't really give me any context of why is it a good steak place. It's a steak place. Is it better than the Keg? Is it better than a steak from Montana's? Why is that? And I think that's the part where you lose me in looking at online reviews, because professional people who actually do reviews for a living give context to what they're saying and usually give very specific details, whereas the average individual person just gives it a yay or nay kind of thing.
I agree.
and I agree with you. Like, I mean, for me, anyone tells me, like, if I saw a review about food, like, okay, and if they said that the food was not bad, but you know what? Everyone's palate is different. Um, I can go to the same pizza place that you've gone to, and you guys may not have liked the pizza, but I go there and I would have just loved the pizza just because I love the way um, it tastes, right? And or what it does for me. Um, Again, like reviews are it's it's a personal opinion, and because if I'm gonna not go to a restaurant because of somebody's personal view about it, I might be losing out on something, on great food, right? Um, so yeah, taking everybody's review, you know, like you were saying, yeah, Derek was saying, there's no context. But if a food critic was to write up a review and it gives you more in depth as to what the food was, what was wrong with it, what was good with it, um, and at least I get a sense of how it will be with my palate and if I'm going to enjoy the same food or not.
Okay.
Right? So.
How about this question for you guys? Actually, here's the last time I left a review in Yelp, it was actually in a hotel, and the experience I had was pretty awesome. The hotel itself was really great. The restaurant is really good. I left a review saying that, hey, overall experience was amazing. The staff is great. The food is great. The hotel room is great. The only thing that I'm want to let everyone know that the bathroom was a little grimy because there was a little stain. So I left a message to say, hey, the hotel's great, but just keep an eye on this.
Yeah, but was that fair? Was that fair?
Oh, yeah, it was very fair. Yeah.
No, well, what I mean is,
the thing though,
maybe it was just that room, that bathroom in that hotel.
Exactly.
Maybe it was just that particular room. So
I still gave a great review, right?
I know,
but I did get a message back from the hotel. It's like, hey, thanks for letting us know. I'm fixing it now. Then I replied back, yes, thank you very much for acknowledging my review. I recommented back, yes, the hotel fixed the issue right away. I'm still gonna keep the score of 4.5 out of 5.
Okay, but
right?
when did you do the review, and when did they respond to you about when did you tell them about when did you tell them about the issue?
I'm sorry?
When did they find out about the issue? After you wrote the review?
After I wrote the review.
Okay.
Why didn't you tell them?
Why did you tell them?
I did.
But you said they responded to your
yeah, I
comment
let them know. Then after I left the review, they replied back in Yelp. Then I acknowledged that they did fix the issue right away. Like when they replied back like a day after I checked out in Yelp.
We're kind of off topic in regards to like.
But I'm just saying that
but again,
restaurant.
Here's my next question. I guess your point is that you're making a specific detailed criticism of the place to give context to what was wrong with it, which I agree, that's a great context, but it actually, I think, does a disservice to the hotel because that was a singular room. And I think if you provided greater context, you'd say, okay, well, I wouldn't think because everything else about this hotel was so great that it was a one-off versus the standard, right? Because other people would take that as the standard, right?
Yeah.
Well, the hotel itself is a 5-star hotel in Europe, so.
No, I know, but the way your context was, it's like, okay, everything was great except for this one thing, and you guys should keep an eye on it because they had a grime, like a small stain in their bathroom. Okay, so if this is something that I have to keep out for, so what? I have to keep checking their bathrooms now. Everybody's going to keep checking their bathrooms to see if there's a small stain. But what was the small stain? Like,
no, what's
a small
stain? The purpose of my review was just to let people know that, hey, this is the review that I gave. They acknowledged it. They fixed the issue, right? And to be honest with you, I did check the Yelp review before I did my own review. Everyone's giving it a great review. I gave it a great review, but at the end of the day, the hotel did try to fix the issue.
What I'm trying to find out is when did you tell them about the small stain?
I told them I think the fourth day that I noticed it there. I thought they were gonna clean it during the.
So it
room
took
clean.
you 4 days to notice it, or like?
No, they were doing a room clean like normally do, right? And they did clean it, but it keeps coming back over and over again. So it's an ongoing issues that I did report it.
Wait, grime came back within like a day?
Yeah, you should see it. It actually stained the towels.
That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure. Like,
Yeah, it's. I think I saw photos. I'll show it to you guys. It's pretty weird.
Okay, yeah, but I'm just saying is that okay.
But
So you didn't
going back to
report
the content.
you didn't report it on the first day.
I reported. I did mention it to the housekeeper in the first day.
But you didn't. How about okay? That's the housekeeper. But when did you inform management of this?
A few days later. I was there for like 6 days.
Okay, and then so after after a few days, you tell management, and then did they fix it right away, or did it need time to get fixed?
I think they sent a cleaner the next day. Tried to clean it.
but you said it came back.
Yeah.
Okay. So what? They didn't clean it properly, or?
To it. I don't know, but they said they fixed it. So when I left, so. But either way, go back to this topic.
Hey, you got us off. That was all you.
Okay. Did you? Well, Mark, you don't leave reviews. Derek, you do, right?
No,
you do leave.
I know. I don't, and it's not. That's not fair. I have left a review. It was actually for a bed and breakfast place I went to, and the reason I left the review, and personally, I don't leave reviews for a couple reasons, because I don't know how much value people are going to get out of the information. Number two, as Margaret said, my palate is different than his. So especially for restaurants, I don't leave reviews. I left one for this hotel because I felt that the experience that I had was wonderful. And I wanted people to know that experience was wonderful. And it was a small mom and pop place, bed and breakfast. And I thought, hey, I can help them get the word out there and so forth. But in general, no, I don't leave reviews.
Well, I mean, with bed and breakfasts and small bed and breakfasts like that, if I've gone to one that gave me the service was great and I enjoyed my stay there, sure, I might really put a review up. But again, restaurants, no.
Okay. Well, that's kind of interesting. I really thought you guys would leave reviews.
No, you know what? Honestly, it's like, again, I could put up whatever, but again, I look at it as the same thing as me. I don't take whatever somebody else says at face value. I want to experience it myself, and then guess what? If I go there and the food wasn't the greatest, and for example, you or Derek asked me, Mark, have you ever been to this restaurant? I can say, yeah, I didn't enjoy the food. But go ahead and try it out because I don't know what you guys like. Right?
Okay. So, yeah, well, that sucks. This topic just went down the hill.
I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that as my tip for the week, Leonard. And this is to help you out. This is my tip for the week. Never ask a question you're not willing to hear the answer to.
No. No, to be honest, because you guys eat a lot. Well, you guys eat a lot, and you have very good comments on it. So I presume I was hoping you guys do leave, because I've talked to some people who do leave comments in online reviews. They said that, yeah, this is great because I'm helping my other foodies or travelers say, hey, this is the reviews that I got, or this is what experience I got. They also got backlash from the restaurants or even the hotels or to their Airbnb they stayed at, regarding how dare you leave these comments, you have no right. There are actually some articles or some stories that came out on the internet that they got harassed. People who leave comments sometimes get harassed by the patrons, by the owners.
Here's the thing, and leaving a comment, right? Leaving a comment or a review is also very risky.
Yes.
One, you do get that, you get the backlash of the actual property itself or the restaurant itself, and then you could get sued as well. There was I believe it's a story in Vancouver where a photographer, like a photo studio, lost their business because of one woman's scathing remarks and reviews about their staff that they lost all their clients and they lost the reviews. They actually sued this person because her remarks became too what's that word? The defamation. The defamation. Yeah. It was like it really ruined their business. And after what the courts read and everything like that, they sided with the business, and this person had to pay them back a large sum amount of money for loss of business because of her review. And some people have gone out and really put out scathing reviews about establishments and businesses that may not be warranted. And it can cause a company and a place of business to lose their livelihood. So that's one of the reasons, and that's one of, I think, also is the back of my head about leaving reviews. I don't want to leave a review, and then next thing you know, I'm getting a knock at the door, getting subpoenaed. Well, why did you leave this review? It's defamation of their business, and I don't want to go through that.
Well, the other point is that when you're thinking about this, is that probably part of the reason that she was sued also was that when people leave these reviews, they're generally, they walk out of the restaurant, they're like, oh, that was a terrible experience, and they go on and they leave 2 sentences or a sentence or whatever on the restaurant without putting care and thought into what they're saying. They're angry, they're upset, they're emotional, and they leave this bad review without considering the context of what happened, giving reasons for it. They'll simply say, oh, worst experience ever. Why? Give me the context, right? And, so as you said, that people put themselves into that situation. I think from a business perspective, also, it's a business, Yeah. No business wants to have bad PR. And if you as a person are going on there without just cause, and when I say just cause, I mean that if you say worst experience ever and you don't give context from a business perspective, I would say that that's an unfair comment. Right. Yeah. If you have a specific complaint to raise and a specific context to raise, great. But I would make the argument that most people that go on Google or whatever and leave a review do not do that at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair to say. Okay, so I think that's all we have. We did 54 minutes. So that's actually the shortest video we have so far.
Yeah, well, this comes up to do we have enough time for Tech of the Week?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Do you have one?
No, but I need your advice. And whoever is watching this, I want a new cell phone.
Oh, okay. Heads up, I just got my
no apples.
Apple iPhone 10 is arriving on the mail tomorrow this week.
No apples.
Well, the next the new Google phone is actually pretty good. The new one, I can't remember. It's the second version. My friend has it and he loves it.
The Pixel 2 XL.
Yeah, he really likes it.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like I have an S7, Samsung S7. So, and it's 2 years old now, and I am been looking to getting a new phone. Again, I'm a Samsung guy and I'm an Android guy, so yes, I prefer the S9. Reason why I prefer the S9, I still have my headphone jack, and I can still use an external memory card.
I just went through this a few months ago, man. I just went through this like a month and a half ago. I got the S9 Plus. I think the S9 Plus might be a lot if you're not really into taking pictures. Like if it's not your main focus, just stick with the S9. I did get the S9 Plus. I'm really happy with the phone. And I think, I had the S7 too. So, when I went, but I did do a lot of looking around, and I think that from a quality of the phone, firstly, we're not going to talk about Apple. Let's
no, go, yeah, please stop.
It's very well. It does
we're
not
talking
explode.
That's also something we don't talk about. If you're just looking for a day-to-day phone, I'm not I'm not as big of a fan because I find what a lot of other of the cell phone companies do are gimmicks, right? A lot of gimmick phones are out there. And when I went around and looking about a month and a half ago, it's not that long ago, I didn't find any other phones that really spoke to me that did the functionality. And also, as stupid as this is to say, and I know you agree, is the headphone jack is a big deal.
Yes, it is.
Yes, actually, surprisingly, you guys said that.
Actually, a leaning part of the reason that I stayed with the S9 was because of the headphone jack.
And that's why they kept it. And they know that a lot of users want that headphone jack. And you know what? And the fact,
sorry, Mark, I just need to stop you there because Apple was not the first one to remove their headphone jack. You know that, right?
He's so far down that Kool-Aid.
LG started it first.
So much, I can't even know.
And guess what? Google phone got rid of theirs as well. And now everyone's making fun of Apple because they have that stupid lip thing that they have, that little tongue that they have on top of the phone for the 10. Guess what? Everyone has it now too.
What lip are you talking about?
Remember the top of the 10? They have that little sort of a notch for the earpiece and the camera. They made fun of Apple because of that. Now everyone's having it now.
Not Samsung.
Nope. So my advice, if you want to go for the new phone, go with the S9. I'm happy with the phone. I think that, of course, it has all the functionality that, the S7 had plus more. I like the screen a lot more, but the one thing that I really enjoy most about it is the dual speaker. It really does make a difference.
Oh, it has dual, actually, and that's the thing, because, it does have the dual speaker. It still has the headphone jack. And like I said, the S9, and like with most Samsung phones, except for the S6, you're able to expand its memory.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and I do that. I do
and
that.
Yeah, and I know that the Google phone has, you have unlimited, Google Cloud, and you have 128 gigs of RAM. But when you're on a plane or when you're not connected, to be able to grab the movies or whatever you have on it, you want that space. And then, you can have a 128 gig phone, but with me, with the amount of movies, like if I go on a long drive, a 5-hour drive, I got to make sure my phone is covered with movies, just because if the little one wants to watch something, here you go. You watch it. You keep
I'm
watching.
I'm totally on your side on this. I'm totally in complete agreement. I'm with Mark 100% on this. Yeah.
So no, I agree with you. The only thing that I miss, because I had the Samsung Galaxy 7 to test it out, because I really want to expand my horizon.
You do.
After less than 3 months, so I went back to Apple. But I do miss the expansion part of that phone itself. It's actually, to be honest with you, I never, since I had the iPhone, that's the biggest gripe I had. It's just the storage, right? And when I moved to Samsung and I had that expansion micro SD card, I was like happy. I popped in a 64 gigs in it. I was like dumping everything there. But when I moved back to Apple, I had to go straight to a 64, and it was cost like twice as much. Right. So
think about it.
I do miss that. I really do miss that.
I could get the smallest. Okay, I think on the S7, the smallest was 16 gigs, I believe. But I have the 32 gig phone. So I have a 32 gig phone. I throw in a 64 gig, SD card that cost me what? How much? $30?
Yeah,
exactly. I could add as many apps as I want, and everything else is saved to my SD card. Like I could even put Netflix on my SD card right now and download all the movies and shows that I want onto my SD card, and not worry about my actual phone losing memory.
Oh, I agree.
So I think it is the S9 then. Like, I was really leaning towards trying out a Google, the Google Pixel 2.
You are going to get a better Google experience.
It is going to be a better Google experience. But again, the fact that if I'm not connected online and I want to be able to watch my movie that's stored on the cloud and not on my phone, right? I'm also using up data that way too, that I have to bring it back down onto my phone.
I have like a 64 gigabyte on my phone. I have probably two different TV series plus several different movies easily, plus all my pictures. Like that, you would take days to watch all that if you were to do it. So, that's just so much more convenient. All I have to do is keep my phone powered. That's it.
That's it. And guess what? I'm able to install a lot of apps on this phone without even having rooting it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I rarely use apps. Like I only have a handful of apps that I use all the time, so I minimize that a lot.
Why do you have a cell phone then?
Yeah.
If I don't need a smartphone for my day to day, I'm willing to go back to like a brick phone. Seriously.
You know what? That's right. You know what? If I
need this smartphone.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the fact that I could do my banking and my emails and everything off my phone, I'd probably just have a regular phone, just a regular.
There's one point in my life, like last year, I'm willing to go back to a pager. That's how dumbed down I'm my technology I want to be.
Hey, if you want, I got a couple in my drawer still.
So you got my tip of the week. Get his. Do you have anything, Leonard, or do you want to close it off there?
Surprisingly, for me today, I have none. But well, actually, I do. My tip of the week is stand by for our official live broadcast. This broadcast, if you guys are watching in Twitch, it's just a test run to see how everything works and if it does archive to YouTube. If it doesn't, well, we're back to stage one again. So, but yeah, it's gonna be more interesting. Next 2 weeks, topic hint for all of you guys as well on the panel. We're gonna be talking about Elon Musk and his issue with the journalists.
Oh,
so that's our main topic for next week.
Analyst?
Trust me, it's all journalists. I've been following the story for 2 weeks now, and I decided to postpone until next week because I want to get more information to send to you guys. But it's going to be a good topic for next week, so definitely join us for that one.
Wow, okay.
If the stream is good, we're going to stream this next week, so stand by for that one. So, but yeah, that's all I have. If no one.
If that's all that you have, by the way, today is just a standard coffee mug for me with juice in it. So
yes, we didn't go that far. Sorry, I forgot about that. Derek and I said something. Apparently, you didn't. So tip of the week.
Wait, did you say something about your mug? I didn't hear. I don't remember.
I didn't hear nothing about his mug. I heard about your mug.
Sorry, okay. It's a blue mug.
Wait, you guys have matching mugs
with coffee stains already.
No. That's not matching.
No, I meant blue-wise. Okay, yeah.
The color of blue. Okay, guys, thank you very much for joining. Definitely subscribe us on YouTube, subscribe us on Twitch. Also, we are in popular podcast distribution like iTunes and Google Play. Just search the Coffee Shop Studios. Just search for that one. You'll get us from there.
Oh, wait. Sorry, guys. Just before we end, oops. We weren't even looking at our chat here, but Michelle289 did respond to us in our chat.
Oh, Leonard, you missed it.
You missed it.
My computer is like way far.
Dude, you're supposed to moderate.
You're the moderator here. Come on.
And she would bring a phone on her weekend trip. And Harry Potter Escape Room sounds pretty neat. So, well, to Michelle289, hi back. And
thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your comments.
So next week, you know what? Screw it. Doesn't matter for having technical issues. We are gonna live stream this next week. So everyone logs in. I'll send you guys the link so you guys can chat with everyone else. So let people know in your social networks that we are live streaming this next week at 10 o'clock sharp. So heads up, people. So yeah, I think that's all I have. Anything else?
No,
that's everything. Wait, hold on. I'm just replying back to Michelle here and apologizing for our moderator.
Hey, I can't be everyone here. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciate. We'll see you guys next week, and see you guys later.
See you later, man. Bye.
Guys.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Is the movement for those who
We are loud, obnoxious, and completely inappropriate. Viewer's discretion is strongly advised.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 5 of the Coffee Mug Show, and we are officially live at Twitch. This episode is sponsored by Enter Your Name Here. We are looking for new sponsors to join us in this adventures of ours. So if you're interested, drop us a line. Then we can chat and see how much money we can grab from you guys. So this morning I am joined by Derek. Unfortunately, Mark is not here. And Derek, what are you drinking this morning?
I'm drinking just the OJ in a nice Campbell's mug.
Nice. Yes. And this morning I am drinking a cup of Joe on a MIT mug from the gift shop with coffee stains in it, and it has a caffeine CH3. Fuck, I don't know. It's too early.
Gotta drink more of that, man.
Oh, I know. So this morning, because Mark is not here, we were supposed to talk about Elon Musk, but we decided we're going to postpone it a bit and to have this conversation. But if you are watching on Twitch, you can actually watch us. You can join us in the conversation by just entering your comments in chat, then we can actually look at it and read your comments back. Also, if you are watching us live and you don't have Twitch, you can also watch. You can also leave your comments through Twitter. We do have access to it, and we can actually read it from there too if you have any comments and questions. Okay, so today's topics will be Facebook's little blunder on the private posting that they had last week, and also after that we're going to be talking about Solo and possibly Ocean 8. Derek, is that correct? Is it Ocean 8? Okay. 8. So first, we're going to be talking about Facebook's little accidental exposure of people's private post. It happened between May 18th and May 22nd. So if you decide to post something privately to your friends, it may be online for everyone can see. So if your friends decide to look at you differently between those dates, they probably saw your private post. Derek, what do you think about this little issue that they have?
I actually didn't hear about this until you and I were talking about it. Usually I try to stay up on the news, but I actually didn't hear about it. So I'm a little surprised by this, that it wasn't a little more covered in the news, or at least here in Canada that I'm aware of. I know you sent me a few articles and so forth, but I didn't really hear much buzz about it. And I wonder if it's becoming that, we've seen it before from the news agencies, so they didn't really tout it at all. So, we're through the Congress and all that, so now it's kind of a boring thing that they don't want to look at anymore. It's yesterday's news, so they didn't really cover it as much. But 14 million people is a heck of a lot of people, and there's a lot of implications to that. I mean, if you're having a private, not just about a private conversation with your friends, you could have something nefarious going on. If you're a corporation, you could have private messages within a corporation, although I don't think any business would really use Facebook for that, but there's still the possibility where privileged information could be out there in some way. So there's a lot of risk there, but also, as you said, trashing your friends on Facebook or something and then finding out about it would be pretty darn bad too.
Oh, tell me about it. It's kind of funny though, because when Facebook got in trouble with the Senate from the government regarding their privacy thing and the adoption of the GDPR from Europe, they have to disclose every single issue or privacy issue that's been compromised to the public. And if the European Union never actually adopted this law, you think Facebook will actually release this information, or they'll just keep it internally and hopefully no one notice?
Well, that was my other question. How long did it take them to advise people? Because if it happened on May 18th to 22nd, when did they start telling people? I think in the stuff I read, it was like 9 days it was out there. And I wonder, why did it take them 9 days to fix it? that's a big question for me, right? Did they notice on the first day, or they didn't notice till the seventh day, or kind of idea?
Well, as far as I know, the law requires them to tell the public in 5 days of finding out the issue. Right. So if they knew about it for 9 days or even before that, regulation said that they have to say something about they have to say something about it. If you don't say anything about it, they're actually violating European law. So I think because everyone's adopting European law in North America because it's a lot better for consumers. I have this feeling, to be honest with you, Derek, that Facebook's just doing this because everyone's keeping an eye on them. And I have this feeling if this happens again, let's say it's 4 months from now, 5 months from now, I have this feeling they're not going to say a single thing in North America, but they'll say something in Europe.
So Congress in the States are not looking to adopt the European model. They're not looking to do that, are they?
I don't think so. But I know, as far as I know, in Canada, they are looking at adopting some of the laws that they have it, but they're going to modify it to Canadian businesses, Canadian culture. But right now, the strictest one is Europe and North America. I think the Americans are hesitant to adopt similar things, but I think they're just going to modify it to what they have right now.
Okay, well, I like the European model. I do. I think it's a good idea. I think that, there has to be some regulation or some industry standards to that, because people's privacy is involved here, and that's not something to, joke about, right? I mean, personally, I'd be more concerned about, social insurance numbers, phone numbers, addresses, all that kind of stuff. But having said that, when we're talking specifically about Facebook, people themselves are putting that information out there, right? And no platform is perfect, right? I mean, when you can have, we talked about before, like Equifax and so forth, who have far more sensitive information on people, having security breaches, and they don't go in front of Congress, but Facebook does. I have serious concerns around that, but
yeah, they actually made money out of that little fiasco.
Yeah, I know. It's really disturbing.
It is. Well, hopefully this gets a little better in their end, but we'll keep an eye on this and see what happens. Before we continue to the next topic, this is going to be a very short video because again, we are missing one of our troublemakers. So, we're actually, before we could go to the next subject, I just want to let everyone know that we are having buffering issues in our end regarding streaming because we are sucking up a lot of bandwidth. We do have gigabit, and it's just we're working on it. This is theoretically our first official live stream. Last week was just a test run, so just give you guys a heads up on that one. Derek, for the past couple of weeks, we've been watching movies together.
Well, before we move on to that,
sorry.
Do we have anybody on the live stream that want to ask a question about that topic or Facebook or whatever?
Good point. We do have people saying that they like our mugs.
Good.
I think they're talking about more yours than mine.
Well,
where did you get your mug anyway?
I don't know. I think it's my partner's mug, and I actually, it's the first time I've seen it. I was like, "Can you get me a mug?" And he pulls it out, and I'm like, "Oh, okay. This is different," because I personally haven't even seen it before. I mean, it's a plastic mug where you could just pour soup into it. It actually has a cover as well, which is kind of cool, so you could keep your soup warm or whatever while you're walking around.
Oh, nice. Well, here's the little thing, guys. If you are a mug company or you guys make mugs, if you want to sponsor us, we're definitely willing to show your mugs in our show. All our guests will have mugs. Your mugs. So
we like interesting mugs. How's that? We like unique, interesting mugs. So
yeah. The colorful it is, the wacky it is, it's better for us. So any other comments regarding the Facebook thing? Anybody in the chat room or Derek? Okay, so none, but yeah, I just want to remind everyone that we do have our whatchamacallit, our chat room open. So if you guys are willing to, if you guys want to join us in our conversation, definitely feel free to join us. Also, we also have our Twitter account up and running. If you guys want to join us there, you feel free to join us there as well.
Is there still a delay here, like last week? Do we have a delay?
The delay is still there because I think it's just a buffering thing that's just acting up a bit. But hopefully next week's show will be a lot better. So just keep that in mind while watching us. If you do want to watch us through YouTube, we do re-air this episode in YouTube as well. So I think the next day. Okay, so let's move on to the movie review. We'll start with Solo. Derek.
A lot of people have very strong feelings about Solo, but personally, I have a very simple premise here, and I don't think I'm gonna I'm a person who doesn't like to do spoilers or anything like that, but essentially Solo, there's sort of the setup for Han Solo. There's some interesting things in there. You learn a few personal tidbits of him when he's young and so forth, which I found very interesting. A lot of people have really disliked the movie, but here's my point to everybody is that this is not a Star Wars movie. This is an origin story of Han Solo, and you have to approach the movie from this perspective, because who is Han Solo? He's a smuggler. He's, a guy who runs a ship and so forth. So what does a smuggler do? He gets stuff from one place, he takes it to the other. Essentially what you have is a heist movie. That's essentially what you have is a heist movie. And I like heist movies. I actually really like heist movies. That's good. We were talking about that. I mean, I watched Ocean 8 last night, and that was a heist movie. So I personally love that. But when people go in and expect to see the Death Star or something, it's not going to happen. This isn't the kind of story you're going to look at. As an actor, it was interesting. The guy, I think, did a good job. Again, people would say, oh, he wasn't like Harrison Ford's role and so forth. But again, this is Han Solo before he's Han Solo. So you have to understand that he's going to be a little different in the beginning, and they give that progression throughout the movie. And I will say that progression happened nicely during the movie for me. You could see those moments where you could see the true Han Solo come out in him and so forth, but also the caricatures, and there's sort of like a backstory from him, and that origin story. I think if they want to do other movies for him, they can expand on that, and I enjoyed that aspect as well. The supporting cast, and also you get to meet Chewie. You get to see how they meet and so forth, and how they work, and you learn a lot of personal stuff about Chewie, which I never knew. I mean, apparently, if you read the books and all that, you'll know this stuff, but I didn't know it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. The movie itself was. We'll start with the feel of the movie. For me, the feel of the movie is very 70s style. It's an amazing feel to it. It's just how they shot the whole movie and how people are walking around, the costume. It feels like it was in the 70s, and that's how I sort of pictured Solo and Leonard Calrissian decades was. Like, their decade was based on the 70s, and to be honest with you, that was just an amazing feel and look of it. Regarding the origin story, it makes a lot. It's great that they went back to that far back to get his origin story, but how they captured it, in my opinion, it's too weak from my tasting. Like, if we compare to other Star Wars movies like Rogue One was made based on one sentence from the New Hope. This one, where they're trying to build something that everyone's been asking for, but at the same time, it was just. I think they tried too hard. I think Disney's executive got into it. It just became too Disney-ish. I think is that.
So what you wanted more? You wanted more action in it. Is that sort of where you're going with that, or you wanted more?
I want to see it more sort of
a little more grittier sort of feel to it. It feels like the whole premise in the movie is supposed to be origin, as you said. I definitely agree with that, but it feels like it's catered for younger kids. You know,
I don't know if I'd say younger kids. I think that it is more PG than what Rogue One per se was. It did have Star Wars elements in it. You know, you did see some Star Wars pieces in it, and there were references made to Star Wars, even though it wasn't the primary focus of the movie. But again, if there is another Han Solo movie, this isn't going to be about Star Wars. It's going to be about how he's getting into the the smuggling trade, and it'll probably next movie probably some kind of smuggling piece, right? In the Star Wars movies, he gets caught up with Jabba the Hutt and so forth, and so they'll probably explore how that happened and why that happened and so forth and so on. I think it was like 10 years before the premise was set, like 10 years before A New Hope. So that's 10 years of him going around doing his smuggling thing before he gets into the rebellion. And you got to look at it from that perspective as well. And I think when you say, oh, I wanted something a more gritty, I don't necessarily think that was needed, because again, it's a heist movie. There were some weak parts for me in the movie. I think some of the caricatures were a little weak. And specifically maybe more the villain stuff. I mean, there's some stuff that happens at the end of the movie to give you, again, a little payoff at the end of the movie as well, which I thought was cool. But again, that was at the very end of the movie. It didn't really meld into the movie that well. And maybe if they introduced that aspect earlier in the movie, as you say, it might have gotten a little more gritty. So I can say that it was a very straightforward plot. It was very you could basically guess what it was going to come next. It was easily enough to do, and the acting in it wasn't always the greatest. And I'm terrible at names, I really am. But there were some actors who were doing better than others. I know you have. I don't know the woman's name. I'm so bad with names.
Emily Clark? Is it Emily Clark?
Yeah, Khaleesi. Yeah, I thought she was great. I know you have a personal issue with her. I thought she was great in the movie. I'm a big fan of Game of Thrones, and I love her from that as well. I thought she brought up the movie a bit. Especially, and it was funny because you could see the acting difference between the guy who was playing Han Solo and her. You could actually see the acting difference between the two of them, where it seemed like he was a little less experienced than she was. And I heard rumors that he had gone to acting classes before the movie started and so forth. I was going to mention that, yeah. So I mean, you could see that, her experience versus his, and that did come across a little bit, which does take away from the movie slightly for me.
Yeah, it's I don't know. To be honest with you, it's like you're right, because I heard the same rumor that Han Solo. I can't remember his name, but it was chat room. If you guys know his name, definitely enter that out. Let us know. I wasn't very fond of his acting. It feels like he just get out of his high school and try to make it to the business. It's so bad. It's I was cringing half the time while watching him. And
well, here's the thing.
It's like
don't you dash her. You're gonna get a lot of backlash from people.
I know, but to be honest with you, it's so bad.
What, her?
No. So the guy who played Han Solo, it's so bad. His acting was so bad that I agree with you. Emily Clark was a way better actor than him. Emily Clark did push when they interacted with each other. It became the only time it become very nice to watch because of her acting skills. But as soon as you put him in the mix, it becomes sort of it becomes so dry that it was just hard for me to watch, right? But if I end up watching, let's say, Game of Thrones, right, compared to other actors in Game of Thrones, Emily Clark was sort of falling behind. But either way, anywho, I really like when Emily Clark and Danny Glover actually have a scene together. You can actually see the difference between them and according to chat rooms, Aiden and in Reacher, I think that's his name. It feels like that his acting skill wasn't there. But if they end up casting someone else to as a solo, as Han Solo, I think the whole movies will be a lot better.
Why don't we pose that to the chat room? What do you guys think of the Han Solo movie? Are you agreeing with what we're saying, or is there something different that you're thinking about the movie? And
Gonzo the Third, the Gonzo the Third thinks that the movie is really, really good. They think it's really good, and it's first major iconic. So I'm just reading. Okay, Gonzo the Third says, I thought that he was great. I started to forget that Harrison Ford has Harrison Ford, and since it's the first major icon, I think he held his own on the screen. That's based on Gonzo the Third. And to be honest with you, you're right, Derek. He is. We are comparing Harrison Ford to him. You're comparing if it's a character thing, you're comparing Han Solo the young versus Han Solo the old or mature.
Now, having said that, I think what Disney went to do was Mark Hamill was an unknown actor when he was cast for Star Wars, and I think they tried to do the exact same thing with this guy, right? Which, Mark Hamill was a really hard worker on screen. He was really enjoying it as a young actor, and I think that he brought a lot to it, the role. But also there was chemistry there as well, right? And I think that you have to have chemistry amongst the actors as well. And I didn't necessarily, with his backstory, I didn't necessarily always believe the relationship between him and other people in the show as much as I wanted to. Like, I remember when Mark Hamill role was there with Star Wars, he was really young and naive, and he put that across a lot, whereas I think they went with Han Solo to give him a grittier side where he went through this terrible stuff when he was young, and he had this motivation that he was going through, but you didn't believe it as much as you did Mark Hamill when he was acting in that way. And when you get a young actor, you kind of take that risk, right? And now he's signed a multi-movie deal, and this was the first outcry. And a lot of Star Wars fans did not like this. And I think I would say to Star Wars fans, if your issue was that there wasn't enough quote-unquote Star Wars in it, you went into the movie with the wrong idea. If your issue is with the guy's acting, then I can see your point of view, right?
Yeah, I agree. For me, it's like, I think the movie, I didn't have any issue with the movie. I had an issue with the acting. Yeah. Right?
So, did anyone on the stream have issues with his acting? I mean, they said they liked him, but
they said they think it's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. It's a little cheesy, but it's people are commenting that it is hard to fill a shoe like Harrison Ford on screen. Right.
Okay, so do me a favor. Read out the comments of the people that are doing it, because I don't know. You're kind of just skipping over it a little bit here and there.
Okay, so the only problem is like the streaming computer is slowing down, so I'm having trouble getting the stream sorted out right now. So hold on. I do apologize for everyone's watching this. Our stream is kind of getting slow. Oh, sorry. They literally can't hear us anymore.
They can't hear us?
Yeah, it's weird. Hold on. How about, we're having issues. So, I should, and I think we should just keep going because until I get this thing sorted out. Sorry, guys. I really do appreciate your patience on us regarding the stream. Again, this is the first episode.
They can't hear us. You've already told this information.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently, we're back. We're back. So
I'm not get a faster internet speed. Trying to get more internet speed.
The internet is fine. I get this feeling it's just my system is slowing down. Because I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. So what I'm gonna do for next feed, I'm gonna put the chat on the right hand side, so you can see the chat while we're going, so people can actually see while we're
that'd be
going.
good. That'd be good. Yeah.
So, let me figure this out. But we're gonna keep going. Keep going. Not bad for the first stream. Bear with us. I was gonna have a technical difficulties sort of logo, but I'm not
as I was asking everyone, I mean, I don't know if everybody were commenting. I'm not looking at the stream, guys, so you guys can comment here. We were just trying to see if you agreed about his acting, whether it was not as strong as some other people. I was comparing Marc Hamill and the new guy who I know you guys said the name, but I'm terrible at names. So Aiden something or other, yeah.
Is Aiden something? Sorry, I have the chief here trying to tell me something. I do apologize for that, guys.
It's our executive producer is chiming in to give us information. So
yeah, telling us you guys are screwing up. This thing is falling apart. But okay, let's go back to the question that Derek posed. What do you guys think about overall the whole movie itself? Like, okay, everyone in the chat room, tell us right now, what do you guys think about the movie? One as in like overall movies or overall movie thing. One as like the worst movie ever, it should not be shown again, like compared to the movie Room, and the other one is like
compared to the movie Room. So yes. Apparently you don't like the movie Room. the movie called Room, or the 10 that's supposed to be like the best. It should be winning every single award in the world.
So if you guys can tell us your ranking in this one, we'll definitely let's see if both of us agree or disagree on this one.
So we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to come back to the movie Room and ask you why it's so low on your list, because that is not the worst movie I've ever seen in my life.
To be honest, okay. Here, Gonzo the Third said it's 8 out of 10. 7 from Platinum, 7 to 8. 7 cause the droid should have been better. That was the comment.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the droid.
Oh,
shame on us.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk about the droids. Oh, call ourselves a fanboys. Okay, let's start with the droid, not the room, according to Michelle 289, or the disaster movie. Okay, so let's talk about the droids. Derek, let's talk about the droids. What's your favorite droid in the whole movie?
For what, Solo?
In Solo, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, we only really had the single droid in there. There was a couple other droids that were put in there. But for me personally, I wasn't a fan of the droid in this movie. I didn't really... I mean, when we think about Rogue One, and again, I don't remember the robot's name in there. I feel bad about that. I love that guy. He was great in that movie. And I think they missed the mark on this. They tried to make the robot too personality-driven. And the droid, there were some events that happened with the droid that we don't want to spoil the movie for anyone, but I wasn't a fan of what the direction they took with the droid. And as a personality, I didn't really care for it either. It didn't hit the mark. Number one, they tried to make it funny, like other droids, like BB-8. BB-8 didn't even speak, and you were laughing when that droid was on screen. But this droid, I didn't really laugh. It wasn't really that much of a funny point, even though they tried very hard to make it funny.
No, I agree. Yeah, the K2SO is the K2SO is the name of the droid. I agree. The droid itself has the personality is there. It feels like the droid itself tried to steal the show, tried to steal the scene itself. In my opinion, the droid should be a secondary character. If you want to make the droid as one of the main characters, treat it like a main character, but don't try to to be better than some of the in other words, they try to make the droid as the main character above the main character. You know what I mean?
I take your point, but with K2O, the other interesting thing was that there was a lot of humorous moments with that droid, but it wasn't forced. I mean, there was a scene where they were fighting a bunch of other droids, and K2O, one of the main character, she shoots an identical droid, and he comes around the corner and he goes, "Did you know that was me?" And that was kind of, it was like 3 words, and it was still hilarious, right? So that's the kind of comedic timing and comedic pieces that makes me laugh. And with BB-8, it was always situational where, he gives a thumbs up. That was funnier than anything this droid did in Solo, right? Him giving a thumbs up was awesome. That was kind of funny, right?
It is, yeah. Like it's sorry, I called the droid in Solo K2SO or K2 whatever. Sorry about that. I'm mixing up my droid names now. Yeah, so I'm just gonna call the Solo droid. I remember.
Thank
the
God
name.
we don't have Star Wars fandoms on here.
I think I'm screwed now because people are telling me that I'm doing this wrong, or they're telling me the name of the droid and I'm not listening to them. So
okay, you gotta do that.
I do apologize for that. But yeah, I do really bad at names, especially droid names. But I agree. The all the droids in all the Star Wars movies, this particular droid itself, the one in Solo, it's trying to be funny, and it's trying to be part of the gang, right? And I think I got this feeling that they try to if something happens to the droid, they want to have an emotional response to it. And in my opinion, they if they do that, they're just going to take that away from the whole movie itself.
I think the plot line did take away from the movie. I think if they had kept it in the same line as BB-8 as a supporting, mechanism of the plot, that would have been just fine. And you would have probably enjoyed it a great deal. They forced everything with the humor and the personality, and it was very forced in the movie, and you could feel that quite easily.
No, I agree. It feels like the droid itself is like being a crybaby half the time. Yeah. So, any other thoughts about this movie before we move into the next movie? Derek?
Oh, I thought you were talking to the people on the stream. Important people, not me.
You are very important.
You were like looking at the screen where the chat is at, so I thought, okay, he's asking them. All right. No, I'm not the important person.
I'm asking
there.
for both. Before we move on, any last thoughts, Derek, about the movie?
No, I'm good. No. Let the stream.
Okay. So the next movie that I want to hear your opinion on is actually the new Ocean 8 movie. I haven't seen it yet, but you've seen it. We talked briefly before the show started, and I really want to hear your review on this one.
So let me ask you: have you seen the other Oceans movies yourself?
Yes, I have. I've seen all of them.
Okay. So then you know
the original.
So there's like Oceans 11, 12, 13. So you've seen all of those?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's good to have that understanding, because then I can, what I'm going to say will probably be relevant to you. So this time around, Ocean's 8 is, I wouldn't necessarily call it a prequel, because I think the intention is to show that the events of this movie are happening after the events of the other one. And I'm not going to do any spoilers here for this, but essentially it has that feel to it. I will say that we had a couple cameos from a couple actors from the Oceans movies, which was great to see. It was wonderful. I enjoyed it. I thought it connected this movie with another piece, but we have essentially Danny Ocean's sister, who is played by Sandra Bullock. See, I got a name right. Isn't that awesome? Who is similar like Danny Ocean, gets out of jail, and she wants to go and essentially get back at a person who put her in jail. And that's similar to Danny Ocean's plot in Ocean's 11. So we have sort of a similar plot, but it's a cast of all women who do this. And it was an enjoyable movie, I gotta say. I don't have a lot of criticisms for it. if you've watched another Oceans movie and you enjoyed them, you will like this movie easily enough. Simple, straightforward. It's as good as those movies, hands down. The interesting aspects of it were that, one of the people that were, I went with a movie group there to go see this, and one of the people had commented after, which I didn't even think about. She's like, "Dude, do you remember with the Oceans movies that, you know, the guys, something would always happen, there'd be a problem, they'd have to adjust and so forth." And she's like, "But there are a bunch of women doing this, and it went like clockwork. Nothing went wrong because it was planned out and it was good. That was it." And nice. I was like, I never even thought of it that way, but okay, all right, sure, we can take it that way. There were some things about it that I think the only criticism I have, and that's just a personal preference, was that in the quote unquote planning stages with the other Oceans movies, you would see the guys sort of explain the plan. They would walk you through the plan, and you'd have a sense of what to expect. But this movie didn't really do that. They didn't really walk you through the plan. You had a general idea what was happening. There's a couple twists and turns in the plot, which made it also kind of interesting, even though I had some questions around the plot twists as well, where was that really realistic, or why did they have this in? And I felt like when they did this plot twist, they were deceiving the audience, because what they had set up before in the scene would imply that that the person or people didn't know what was happening, even though in the end they did know what was happening. And so when I thought back on the movie after we were done the movie, I thought that was a cheap trick to the audience, whereas the Oceans movies didn't really do that. I still enjoyed the movie. It was sort of dispelled disbelief in that particular moment, and anyone who's watched the movie will sort of understand where that came from. They're stealing diamonds, which made sense to me in this movie. A lot of good actresses were in it. And Anne Hathaway. See, I'm doing great today. Names off. I'm doing great. Anne Hathaway was great in the movie. I think she was a really strong actress in it. All the actors were in there. What's her name? Now I'm gonna struggle. Was it not Beyonce? Rihanna. Thank you. See, I almost had it. Rihanna was in it. I enjoyed her performance. I mean, I've only ever seen her in one other movie, which was Battleship. And if anyone's seen that movie, it's one of those. I wouldn't say it was like a stellar role for her.
Yeah. To be honest with you, that movie, she did actually pretty good in that movie. The movie itself wasn't
the movie
good,
was. Yeah, okay. Well,
basically the movie was. She did carry her own weight, and it was pretty good. I had no issues on that movie.
That was a very bit role for her, though. I mean,
it is. Yeah.
But overall, I give it. I give it 8 out of 10. I give it a take down a little bit because of those little plot issues I had. The acting was superb. That was wonderful. All the people involved with acting were great. I found that the other thing that now that I'm thinking about, the other thing that I really felt was a bit of a downgrade for it was that in most of the Oceans movies, except for the first one there, we had a protagonist, a bad guy that the guys were working against. And I enjoyed that aspect, the villain aspect of the movies. It gave it a different layer. It also made the Oceans movies a little more complex in regards to a plot and gave them the ability to do twists, which there wasn't a lot of breathing room for this movie to do a big twist on. They did do a twist. They did. But again, I said that I felt like it was sort of a cheat to the audience. They kind of tricked the audience in not a good way, in my mind. But I would recommend the movie, definitely, especially if you like the other Oceans movies.
Okay. So you're giving it a 8.5 or 9? I think you said 8, right?
I said 8, yeah.
8, okay. Okay. Personally, I haven't seen it yet. Definitely I can't wait to watch it. Actually, it looks a pretty good movie. The reviews I'm seeing online, or even just even TV, they're giving it a very good review overall. And I'm just the biggest thing that when I found out about this movie that's coming out, that I was afraid that they're gonna be they're just doing a girl version of the movie for the sake of doing one, but all the reviews I'm seeing is giving it an amazing reviews, and I can't wait to watch it.
It's not, I mean, yes, there are women doing it, and yes, it does change the dynamic a little bit, but essentially the formula is still there. So what I'm saying is, if you enjoy the formula of the Ocean, you'll like this movie. Yeah. Having the women involved in it, it's a bit different in the context of the relationships. There are sort of similar relationships where Sandra Bullock and I don't remember her name either. Let the stream tell us who the other person is, who the antagonist was. Not the antagonist, but her friend. Sort of like that relationship between Brad Pitt and George Clooney. It had that kind of same feel to it, which is great in the movie. It kind of gives them a sounding board to shoot off of for Sandra Bullock to have that discussion. But overall, you can look at the movie and say that the formula was
so. By the way.
Pardon me?
It's Kate Blanchett. Sorry, Kate Blanchett.
Oh, okay. There we go. See,
gone through the third. You're awesome.
Somebody's on there, like on Google, going, "Let's Google this." Okay. Yeah. There are Google people.
I can't wait to watch it. Again, it's one of those things that if they do it right, if the formula is good, the acting is great, the chemistry they have on screen is great, the movie's gonna be a great success. Right, so I can't wait to watch it. It'll be awesome.
Well, I was opening weekend, and our theater where I was in was pretty much full. I mean, so even with movies that I've very much enjoyed over the last little while, such as Ready Player One, that was a very big movie for me to watch, and that wasn't as full as this movie was. Oh, really? And so I think there was a lot of hype for it and a lot of interest in it. And unlike other movies, and I'll make this comparison that. Unlike the remade Ghostbusters movie, where it's all female cast, to me, I felt like that was a rehash of the original Ghostbusters in a lot of ways, whereas this movie isn't a rehash. It's like an addition to the franchise, which I enjoyed that a lot more.
Okay. Gone to the third. Disappointing Ready Player One. I had this feeling this person doesn't like it.
Well, I mean, I don't think we talked about this on the street on this at all. But I personally, really loved the audio book of Ready Player One, which is read by Will Wheaton. The book itself has so much depth into it, and for the movie, to be fair to Steven Spielberg, it was hard to capture all of that in a movie. However, I think some of the choices made in the movie did a lot of disservice to the book. I think, what would have made more sense to me is to do 3 different movies based on the book, where you could have one movie for each gate. And I think that would have been a lot more successful, even though I'm sure the production time of all of that would have been just insane, But they did take a much different turn on it, and people who love the book did have a lot of strong reaction against the movie, and I understand where they're coming from. It's a shame.
It is. For me, I love the book. I ended up listening to the audiobook as well, and when I got to the movie, I had a very high expectation. I think that's partly my fault, having the expectation that they're gonna do everything that they have in the book and try to compress it in 2 hours, and for them to take a creative licensing and tries to get the feel of that movie, I had no problems. I did have an issue with it, but again, it's just partially my fault. Well, it's actually my fault having that expectation going into that movie. But overall,
I think a lot of people did that too. A lot of people had this high expectation. They loved the book. It was their thing. They went to the movie, and the movie just went click, click, click. And it wasn't even true to the book in a lot of ways. And the key pieces that they didn't make it true to the book, I understand why Steven Spielberg made the choices he did, but I didn't agree with them. I thought you could have approached it a very different way. I would even say the argument, make it an extra hour long, make it like a 3-hour movie, and I would have been happy with that. To get that other content in there that would have really made it much more interesting, because he didn't have enough time to make you feel the struggles that the character went through. And personally, for me, I didn't. There was a particular plot point in the movie where the main character goes to fix a problem, and in the book they did it a way that I personally loved, and in the movie they just completely glossed over that. And I understand that was probably for timing, that you have to do a setup for that, you have to show it, and they completely rearranged that, which totally took away from the enjoyment of the movie for me.
No, I agree that the scene that you're talking about, it was just it was crazy how the Wade did it, the main character, if you guys haven't seen it yet. How he actually did that problem solving was just amazing in the book. When they did it in the movie, I was hoping they'll keep that, because it was such an amazing way. There's an amazing way to work around the issues, right? If they just kept that part and they changed the rest, I think I'll be happy, right? Even I think that's the and I don't know. To me, it's like, if I haven't read the book, I'll give it an 8 out of 10. But unfortunately, I read the book and I'm giving it a 6.
I think anybody who read the book has that same approach. I mean, I think if you went, and I personally, as somebody who likes to look at movies objectively, when I look at the movie objectively, it was a fine movie. It just wasn't up to the standard of the book, right? If I hadn't read the book and went anyway, I'd be like, yeah, that was fun, you know. Not knowing the subtlety of it. I think if I read the book after, it might have impacted my view of the movie also, because of how well the book was done.
Yeah, I agree.
So any other comments on the stream there?
Everyone's just saying that they like the book better than the movie. The movie sucks. I'm just paraphrasing now. Yeah, they said that the book is way better than the movie. The book is a little more interesting.
So let's ask the stream, what topics do you want us to talk about then?
Yes, that's a good idea.
Let's ask the viewer, because we don't have Mark today. He's away. He's taking care of something important, and so let's ask them that, what do you want us to talk about? Because I don't even know what time it is yet.
We have 10 more minutes.
We have 10 more minutes, so let's ask them to see what they want us to talk about here.
Anything that you want us to talk about, we'll talk about. Doesn't matter how weird it is.
Shouldn't say anything. Okay. Maybe
somewhat anything, but we're still gonna be musicals. Ooh, let's talk about musicals. Are you into musicals?
Apparently you are.
Okay, I was a theater student, so I went to an art school. So
that was like a very big reaction there.
Yeah, Platinum wants to talk about Harry Potter. Gonzo wants to talk about who built the pyramids.
I don't know that one, guys. Okay, I know what Harry Potter is. Sure. Okay,
let's talk about Harry Potter. I think we have a better grasp of Harry Potter, because I don't know. A couple of weeks ago, you went to a Harry Potter escape room, so you sort of liked it. But if
I'm more familiar with Harry. I'm not a Potterhead, but my partner is. So I mean, I understand Harry Potter enough to be able to speak to it, but don't consider me a subject matter expert here.
Yeah, same here. But for me, like, I watched the movie. I haven't read the book. I know I'm going to get a lot of slack about that. I am planning to read the books soon. I just have to push myself to reading it.
So wait, are we talking about the Harry Potter musical? Or is that what we're talking about then?
The book versus the movie. So I'm just saying that I haven't read the book yet. I've seen the movies. I've seen the play. To be honest with you, the play was interesting. If you're ending up going to your own city, that the I can't remember the name of the musical, the Harry Potter musical, go to your city. Definitely check it out, because it's very interesting. There's a lot of scenes there that can be very very disturbing. So if you get a chance to watch the live theater, definitely watch it. And
I think there is a Harry Potter musical. I think it's in New York and London or something like that.
Yeah, there's 2 versions. There's one that's the off Broadway or off West End. It's the synopsis of Harry Potter in the span of so in other words, the whole Harry Potter movies, the books, got compressed to 2 hours in a live theater show.
This one I'm thinking is like 5 hours though, or something like that, something crazy like that. You have to go see it in like 2 different settings. Like if there's an A and there's a B performance, and they have like you could do it on the same day, but it's like 5 hours long, and they have like an hour intermission or something like that. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but
I think the name of this show is Potter. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the name of the show. Yeah.
So that's a lot of time. 5 hours is a lot of time to sit in there, you know, to watch a play or a musical or whatever. I'm not against musicals. I love things like Les Miserables. I was a big fan of that. But usually for musicals, it's not necessarily my full thing.
Okay. Well, okay. Harry Potter is out of the question. Then we can't talk about that because we're not subject matter experts. Okay.
All right. So, well, what's another question? What are these other? Because you could speak to this stuff. I don't know. You go ahead.
So, any other questions? While we're waiting for more questions to come in, one of the questions is where did the pyramids came from? They came from aliens. If you watch Stargate, it will explain everything for you. So,
wait, what are we talking? Are we talking about a musical here?
No, one of the comments says how did the pyramids was built and where they come from. I'm just saying.
Oh, that's a question.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that if you want to know about it, you should watch Stargate the movie. It'll explain everything.
Well, yeah, you know, that's an interesting topic. There's a lot of question of how would they be able to make it and so forth, and you know, going to movie theories and so forth about having aliens build it is cool. I'm a big Stargate fan, so I completely get this reference, and I think it's very plausible based on what they've expressed in Stargate and so forth. I think it's a plausible idea because of just anyone who looks at documentaries about how the pyramids are built and so forth. You literally sit there and go, "Wow, there's logistically a lot of things that would go wrong with that," right?
Yeah.
But I think maybe we should save that for a topic for another time, perhaps.
Okay. Well, our stream is sort of slowing down, so what I'm gonna do is we're gonna end the show soon. But Derek, do you have any pick of the week before we close this?
I actually don't. Not this week. I don't have any picks of the week.
Well, I do. Do you remember back in 2005, Derek?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a little.
What is 2005? What are you talking about?
There's a little product called Flip Cam. Do you remember seeing this?
Flip Cam? No,
Yeah.
Actually, it's not ringing a bell.
This Flip Cam, it's this is before YouTube became where YouTube is. This is when vloggers became very popular in YouTube. Before smartphones. Or the beginning of smartphones, just before the beginning of smartphones, Flipcam started this little company. This little company called Flipcam started, and they had a series of cameras that to record videos, just like day-to-day lives, and people upload. I bought this when I was traveling in the US for like a month, and I noticed that I was trying to record videos through my point-and-shoot camera. And it wasn't the best quality. So I ended up going to Best Buy and buying one of these. And I ended up shooting short videos, movie videos with this camera for like a couple of years. And it's a 720, I think it was a 24 frames camera. And the quality is actually pretty good. So what I'm planning to do for the next for this summer is I'm going to do a small video. I'm going to post it here in our YouTube channel. And Twitch videos that I shot with this, and I'm gonna see what it looks like and how people actually, if people can see the difference between this video that I'm shooting with on a 10-year-old camcorder and an iPhone 10, and I'm gonna see if the people can actually see the difference between the two videos.
Well, firstly, that's like a 13-year-old camera, by the way.
Yeah.
I guess
it's 2018.
It's old. But the other thing is, are these going to be videos that you're going to do during the summer now, or videos that you recorded back then? Just new videos?
This summer.
Okay, all right. And where are you going to be recording these videos at?
Anywhere. So I'm probably going to start doing this next month, from everything from camping to like just going around the city, going to just anywhere. I just want to see if this 13-year-old camera can produce high quality movies and videos and videos compared to today's technology.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so it's a little experiment. Okay.
So is there any final thoughts on the stream there?
We missed about what you're talking about. Apparently, we are having massive issues in our buffering, so we're just gonna end this now. Sorry, guys. Hopefully, next week will be much better. Please stand by. Be patient.
Time to resolve those technical difficulties there, my friend.
Yes. So hopefully, second episode of us streaming will be a lot better. But thank you again for everyone for watching. Final thoughts before we do our official sign out?
Thanks for everyone for joining.
Okay, so feel free to. We'll be reposting this in YouTube to watch us in as a replay. Also follow us in Twitch at twitch.tv/the Coffee Shop Studio. You can also follow us at Twitter at coffeeshop_stew. To make a long story short, I couldn't get anything else except stew. So that's our Twitter handle. Definitely feel free to chat, to follow us there as well. We are also in podcasting world. So if you watch us, you can actually follow us in Google Play Store and also iTunes. But we are having technical difficulties as well in our podcasting because we maxed our limit of upload, so we're switching to a different platform soon. It was I didn't realize that we have a maximum, so I'm going with the unlimited version. But just keep that. I will let you know as soon as that's up and running. But thank you again for joining us. Much appreciated. And next week we'll have Marc back. So if you guys, this is your first time seeing us in Twitch in our live stream, that'll be. Thank you again for watching. You'll see us, our third person will be joining us for next week. Thank you again. We'll see you guys next week.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
No, I'm not a writer.
Okay.
Crazy.
step or raise me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you step or raise me? Wouldn't it be crazy? Would you step or raise me? If I find my way home, yeah.
This is the move. For those who.
completely inappropriate. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to episode 6 of the Coffee Mug Show. This episode is sponsored by Enter Your Name Here. If you're looking for a new show to sponsor, please contact us. This morning, I am joined by two of my favorite people, Derek and Mark. But before we go talk to them, I'm going to talk to you about my mug. This mug is a Christmas mug. Unfortunately, this is the only mug that I have that's actually colorful that doesn't clash with my shirt. So my name is Leonard, and Derek, you wanna say hello and tell me about your mug and what you're drinking?
Good morning, everyone. This morning I have a cauldron.
Nice.
Nice cauldron here with some nice H2O because it's very hot out here in southern Ontario. So yeah, we're into like the 40s today.
Mark, how about you? What are you drinking this morning?
Well, good morning, everyone. Sorry, I do apologize for not being here last week and trying to save the debacle that happened. But this morning, well, I'm back to the force. Be with me with some juice in there. No coffee for me this morning.
So, do you want to talk about what happened last week? Or are you too embarrassed?
Actually, please fill me in on as to what happened last week.
No, we're talking about you here. We're talking about us.
Oh, me?
Mark was being a good partner. That's what he was. He was not here for a good reason. Isn't that right, Mark?
That's right. I was celebrating my daughter's birthday. So I couldn't be on here.
Yeah. Okay, so if you guys are joining us at in our stream live, you can actually show your you can talk to us through chat. Yes, this morning you can talk us through chat and do your comments at twitch.tv/the coffee shop studio, or you can actually send your comments through Twitter at coffeeshop_2. It's a long story. I couldn't get studio part because someone already took in it, so I had to use 2. So if you guys are willing to join us, definitely we're willing to listen to you guys. We have Mark moderating the chat room instead of me compared to last week, so it'll be better moderated. So this morning we're going to be talking about a couple of topics here. One is Elon Musk versus the journalist. The second topic that we're going to be talking about is the world in the world of Canada and how Canadians deal with ex-boyfriends or ex-girlfriends. So if you guys yes, if you read you'll see you'll see. We'll start with Elon Musk versus journalists. So to make the long story short, Elon Musk decided to start a brand new company called Pravda. Pravda, if you guys don't know what Pravda is, it's a Russian word for truth. And it's also a newspaper linked to the Communist Party during the USSR. Okay, so he decided to start this new venture because he had some bad well, not particularly him, but he was involved in some bad press regarding self-driving cars and accidents, especially in California. So some of the reporters are questioning if self-driving cars is the future. So. And some governments decided to put a little bit of pressure to like Uber, Google, Tesla to fix the issues, make it better. So some of the companies are postponing the launch or testing on the self-driving cars. So that's the history of it. But Elon Musk took it personally. He said that those guys sucks. They don't know what they're talking about. They're getting bad press for no apparent reason. So he ended up tweeting saying that those holy and thou psycho crisp of big media company who lays claim to the truth but publish only enough sugarcoat the lies. So that was a tweet that's coming out. That is coming up from him. So now some of the reporters are fighting back. It's like, this is the most stupidest thing. We're telling you the truth. So about a few months ago, Elon Musk decided to have a decide to have a financial call to their investors, especially to the journalists. When one of the reporters did ask Elon Musk a question, he freaked out and just ignored the guy and called him. I think he ended up calling him names or something like that. And now it just blew out of proportion. Unfortunately, this news doesn't have the legs in mainstream media, but the mainstream tech media is having a field day on this. So he decided to start this company called Prava. It's literally a Yelp for journalists. People can actually rate those journalists and saying, hey, this journalist is good, this journalist is bad, and stuff like that. So the question I have for everyone, including the chat room here, do you guys think that Elon Musk is just being a baby about this, or he's literally just like a rich man just throwing a tantrum, right? And is this going to be an issue because of freedom, because of the freedom of the press, or is it intimidating the press to make sure that their company gets better coverage than the bad coverage? You know what I mean? So, what do you guys think? Hopefully, I explained that properly.
I'll have to say it was like, woo!
Yeah. You know what? The reality is that Elon Musk is a guy who runs, 3 companies? Companies.
Well,
most CEOs can barely handle one, and the man runs 3 of them. And, Tesla is close to his heart. He loves the thing. So, and I mean, he's human, how many people do you know? I mean, we talk about politicians and so forth all the time that they go on little tirades, and we know who we're talking about, but, he has, he's just a guy, and he got frustrated with a reporter perhaps because Tesla has an extremely good safety record. It has one of the best in the industry. And certainly there is problems with any new technology that comes out, and you don't know what's going to happen with it. They tested it extensively. They have high safety standards, and I think he may have taken it personally because he takes great pride in Tesla and he wants to change the world and improve it. And this is part of the package that he's doing it with Tesla, right? I'm not surprised that he had a reaction. But in regards to the website and so forth, he's a chain. He does what he wants. I mean, he's a billionaire. He can do whatever he wants. You could have started a Yelp thing for something, right, Leonard? But you know that how enjoyable that you get when you're doing your reviews and so forth. Maybe this is his thing. We don't know, right? Reporters have thick skins. I don't think they care. I don't think they're really going to care 2 ways. Maybe they look at it as a tantrum, but also it's a piece of news. Myself personally, I didn't know about this article until you brought it to my attention, and I've personally seen Elon Musk in interviews and so forth. He's a very composed man. I'm not sure the circumstances. I didn't see the interview, so I can't really comment on that. But I think that he's human, and maybe it did happen.
Mark?
I like I said, that went right over my head today. So, honestly right now, I'm still trying to recover from last night, and I'm actually trying to respond to one of the comments here about controlling about fake news.
Well, here's the thing though: is it considered fake news if it's true?
Well, but do we know, right? Do we know it's fake news though?
No, I did check around it. It's not a fake news. People have been reporting this. Like Twitter's been reporting it. New York Times has been reporting it. Washington Post has been reporting it. It's out there, but it wasn't really become mainstream because of, again, is it intimidation with the press?
That doesn't matter because we know that the mainstream will pick up anything that is clickbait these days. So I don't necessarily completely believe in that. And in regards to fake news, a reporter might take something out of context or blow something out of proportion. I do think that happens in the news cycle today, just to get a reaction, right? And like I said, Elon Musk is not known for being a guy who's not composed and who's not thoughtful in the way he speaks. I think that, with Tesla, it is the future, and people will always push back against innovation and the future, and that's exactly what's happening here, right? I have heard of a couple of crashes of Teslas. That is true. It has happened. It's concerning because they were on that self-driving or auto-driving piece and so forth, and some of them are pretty bad. On the same hand, Tesla their cars are very safe. And I don't think people were killed in that. I actually don't know off the top of my head, but I don't think people were killed. They were definitely injured, but has a great safety record. And that's part of the parcel where Elon Musk probably wanted to get that point across as well, right?
No, I agree with you. Sorry, Mark.
Or, I mean, like, again, Tesla is his baby, right? And anything against it, it's a big, it's like somebody punching him right in the gut. It's like it's a shot to his ego. Right. So, and you're right, Derek. He's not one. Like, I'm not saying he's impolitically correct, but yeah, he wears his heart on his shoulder sometimes regarding his stuff, and sometimes he makes comments without thinking. So,
maybe he had a bad day. Everybody has a bad day, right? Yeah. He probably has a lot of investors because there was this crash. And they probably had a lot of investors coming up to him and going, "Hey, man, the cars aren't being produced very effectively here. You're not producing them at the rate you said you were going to. By the way, several times, and now they're crashing." So he probably had a lot of pressure from investors.
Yeah. Well, okay, we got a couple of things here. Does the CEO represent the company? And we got another one here. Reporters latch onto anything and blow it up. He's doing a great job with self-driving cars, and nothing's going to be perfect in the beginning. That was from Platinum 728.
I agree 100% that the CEO does represent the company, and he is the face of the company.
Yeah, they're responsible for the direction and the development and so forth. And generally, they have a board of directors which they answer to.
Yeah, and they're also the face of the company. Right, so if they ending up saying, "Hey, I am the face of this company, and I literally did something really, really dumb or stupid or get in jail," guess what? I'm still representing the company, right? The value of the company will drop significantly, or not drop significantly, but it will get affected, right?
Well, so. I mean, if you take a look at it, like, how many people got fired from their jobs from Facebook because they made a stupid comment? Perfect example, Roseanne.
Yeah, right? That's a shame, though. When we talk about Roseanne, I think about all the people that lost their job. That's a lot of people that lost their job. And, ABC, or was it ABC? Was it Fox? I can't remember.
ABC.
ABC,